go.
All right.
Hey now! With your boy PSA Sitch here with the Sunday stream, the first stream of the brand new year 2022. Oh my God. How do you feel about the new year, Adam? Are you excited? Are you pumped? Is it going to be different this year? Is this a year of golden opportunities?
Yes! Yes, it is.
Yes.
Of course I'm excited about a new year. Who doesn't want to start a new year? I got like a long list of resolutions. I've already broken several of them.
Yeah, see, before we started, Adam was like, Sitch, my New Year's resolution was that we would always start the stream on time.
I know. That was the first one. That was the first one. I even put it in the chat. I said, listen, this year, this is the year.
Already gone.
Every show is going to start right on time. 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 Eastern on the dot.
No. Listen, this year will be different, right? The pandemic's going to be over.
Oh, yeah.
We're all going to move on with our lives.
Oh, yeah.
Tell our kids and grandkids, listen, Sonny Jim, back in our day, we had to stay inside our homes for 2 whole years, thanks to some Chinese guy sneezing on an armadillo. And it'll all be behind us, okay? It'll all be behind us.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Yep. After a few more boosters, we'll be good. What are we talking about today? Enough about this beautiful new year. What internet cringe is gracing us this week?
Before we're graced with cringe, let's be graced with greatness.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Greatness.
The video clip that you played in the beginning was the Sitch plushies. The Sitch plushies that Sammy G got made. And apparently they came in.
Yes,
So
they did. Here they are. One more time. Opening the box. Look at that. Oh, my God. Beautiful. Sammy has a little trepidation there you can see about actually taking them out of the box.
Hilarious video. Could you imagine if there was like a Sitch Furby that would wake you up in the middle of the night with like, hey now!
Oh, yeah.
Wells!
I think Sammy should do a little, like she should do at least a few pictures where she's surrounded by Sitch plushies, right? Like she's lying on her bed. She's got Sitch plushies just all
swimming
over the place.
In a sea of Sitch and Adam plushies. There you go.
She can be the Sitch super fan. Look at this. I have 350 Sitch plushies.
The Vanna White of Sitch and Adam plushies.
I am the collector of all collectors.
Yes. So that was very awesome. And if you notice, if you see my amazing avatar.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I do.
CT made a custom Sitch pop that she sent to me.
Yes.
And she very generously on the box, she crossed off pop and put soda mail because,
Oh, nice.
I'm so anti-pop. So I just thought that was super, super cool. And look, I even got a little silver play button. Now you guys can stop badgering me about it. Okay. I finally got my silver play button. It's right there. No one can say I didn't get it. You can see it clear as day right there.
The craftsmanship on this is amazing. Look at this, Sitch. This thing is awesome. I would not want this looking at me in a dark room. I would put this on my mantle in the living room, away from any sleeping area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, thanks, CT.
Me?
That's awesome.
Are you kidding me? What small child?
I know.
Okay. What attractive fiance on her wedding day would not want to be gifted a Sitch soda mail pop instead of a wedding ring. Okay,
what you don't know about this is when the tie falls off, this actually comes alive and chases you around the house trying to kill you.
It only tries to kill you if you have the wrong opinion.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yes. Oh, that's pretty good.
Anyways,
yeah, so what
now that greatness listen, it's 2022, and now that greatness is out of the way, let's get into the cringe. Oh my God! Today we will be watching Vaush, who listens to, I thought, a very interesting conversation between Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. They have a longer conversation. This is just like a 12-minute chunk from it, and he totally, utterly fails not only to criticize the conversation, but to understand like most of it. And it was interesting because Adam was telling me like there's so many points in this conversation where Vaush has lost the train of thought or the thread. I can't talk today for some reason. And he just instead of trying to critique what Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro is saying, he just starts insulting them and ad homing them.
I know.
Like left and right. It's like he's not even critiquing them anymore. He's just calling them stupid because he doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I think several times he even says, what do they mean? What are they talking about? What's going on now? What are they even saying? It's like, Vaush, why are you critiquing a video that you're exclaiming several times, half a dozen times throughout the video, that you don't even really understand what they're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Stunning commentary. Leafy is here, would be proud.
That's right. You guys thought Leafy was gone, but he's back. He's back, guys. He's back on bread too. J-Mac, for $50. Thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac. Says, hey now. Hope people are having a better start to their years than me. Oh, that's unfortunate. I woke up today with 101 fever. Oh no.
What?
But it's not the Rona, so that's good. Well, okay.
Happy New Year.
You know, that's good. Happy New Year. Well, we're all hoping you feel better, Jay.
Later in the show, I will be talking about my COVID New Year's story.
Oh, I didn't even know you had one. Interesting. Okay.
Did you do anything for New Year's?
Yeah.
Because I went to a party with a bunch of people.
Oh, no.
Who were bragging about how coronavirus is all a scam.
You're like, oh no, I gotta get out of here.
I know.
Oh no.
I know.
Guys, if Adam like suddenly starts shivering in the middle of the stream and falls over.
I have a COVID. Okay, I feel great, guys. I feel awesome. I feel 110%. But I do have a COVID test that I will be taking tomorrow. Just in case. Just in case. But I went to a Rager New Year's Eve party with a lot of people who were unvaccinated and were not planning on getting vaccinated ever. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun.
There you go. Anyway, let's get into the video.
I don't know if I'm ready for this one.
Actually, that's funny that he says that. I didn't notice that the first time through, but we know, right?
Oh.
We know the answer to that.
The answer is no, he's not ready.
He's not ready for this.
No.
Not at all. I think Sitch and I probably did a lot more research going into this one than he did.
Yeah.
I mean, I went back and I looked up the big 5 personality traits. I looked up the difference between sociology and social psychology since I guess I didn't know this, but Vaush is kind of anti-psychology in this video. Yeah. So I always thought sociology and social psychology were basically the same thing. They're a little different. So I figured I want to add some value to this presentation a bit. Vaush does not care.
Why? Listen, why should we have to add value to things? Can't we just watch videos and say, you're stupid. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Listen to me, guys. I'm not stupid, but these guys, they're stupid.
Well, this video has over 150,000 views, so maybe we're doing it wrong.
I guess we are.
Maybe we should.
Listen, I guess we go with the stupid approach.
Maybe we should just be throwing ad homs at people.
Yeah.
The thing that I really like about this Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro video is it actually has better production value than The Matrix 4. Like, this thing is fucking awesome. I think they do bullet time in this interview.
Especially the part where the waiter like interrupts their conversation to tell Jordan Peterson that his scone will be out in like 2 minutes. that was the best part of the production value. Yeah.
I think they have like a 3-camera setup in a fucking restaurant.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. Who would want to like sit down next to someone filming their Jordan Peterson Ben Shapiro talk
Oh, I'm sure
to
plenty
drink
of
their
people.
coffee? No,
I'm
no
not
way.
sure. I'm not sure.
Legendary intellectuals. Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson.
Is that did we decide? Is that anti-Semitic or not? I feel like
Someone
it is.
said that Abibo was like, I think they said that Hassan came up with this. He said it like a Turkish word for like a family member or something. I don't know. It seems a little strange. Seems a little anti-Semitic to me.
Right.
I can feel it. So even if it's not true, even if it's not anti-Semitic, why does that matter? Right?
Yeah.
I can just take the woke rules. If it makes me feel like it's anti-Semitic, that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
I
right?
don't know what Shabibo means.
It just seems
It does.
insulting.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
It
Okay.
just seems like they don't like Jews. Okay. That's good enough.
Yeah. Fascinating.
His thoughts on transgenderism. I love this because, like, we know his thoughts. What do you?
I didn't notice this watching the video before, but they've gone through and blurred out the chat. I wonder if that's because people are saying the C word, the C slur in the chat or something.
I didn't notice that either. It's not blurred out for the whole stream.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. Maybe that was some artifact or something in the past. I don't know. But
Maybe there's some anti-Semitism going on there or something.
maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
We know what. Let's hear his wisdom. You know, keep in mind that Jordan Peterson, though he's mostly known for self-help, actually rose to fame by lying about Bill C-16. by you know, he was like crybabying, like, if the police come and arrest me, then I'll die in prison before the state can force me to. And it never happened. Nobody's been arrested. Nothing happened. And he rose to fame based off a complete lie.
Nothing has happened.
Well, first of all, this is so weird. He says this is based off a lie. What is the lie? He didn't even conceptualize what Jordan Peterson's fear was at all. It was that if the Canadian government says that if you misgender someone, specifically non-binary people, and you don't use like the Z gender pronouns, that would constitute a civil rights violation, and you would be fined and or jailed.
Right. I think
Okay.
they said fined but not jailed. But Jordan Peterson famously said, "Well, what happens if I don't pay the fine? Like sooner or later, you're going to jail."
Right. Well, I would even be surprised if it was just that, because I would think if it was repeated thing that you would be jailed to some
Right.
extent,
And
even if you were paying the fine. Yeah.
And specifically, Jordan Peterson's objection was not to calling trans people by their preferred pronouns. It was the made up pronouns for the non-binary that he had the objection to.
Well, there was, he said he would call. This was his famous conversation with John McWhorter, right? He said he didn't have a problem calling someone he or she if he felt that they were actually honest and transitioning. He wouldn't do it if he felt the person was just doing it as like a power move. But the thing he was really objecting to was the non-binary pronouns, which that was never explained. That was always lost in the conversation. Some of that was Jordan Peterson's fault. He didn't really make that clear, I think. But no, but so what exactly is the lie there?
Yes, and I brought up a screenshot of the article that we tossed around a few months ago. Because there was an incident that happened. Trans non-binary server awarded $30,000 in employee dispute over pronouns. You remember this?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, we discussed this article as it happened.
Right.
So obviously, I would dispute the claim that Vaush is making that nothing happened, because obviously this was based off of Bill C-17, and a non-binary server was awarded $30,000 in an employment
I found out
dispute,
there's actually another story too that's related to this. There's a guy named Robert Hooligan who this is a really crazy story. This is in Canada. His child wanted to transition, and the school started transitioning the child without the parents knowing. Okay. So like the school counselor was like the child was changing their name, and they were having those conversations with the school counselor, not a doctor, not a psychologist, but the school counselor.
Oh my
about
God. Oh my
about
God.
transitioning. And they were kind of doing all this stuff. Now, obviously they didn't like prescribe them any medicines or anything, but they were doing all this social transitioning without informing the parents, which is so weird. Because it's like, okay, I understand school counselor maybe thinks it's an issue, but you talk to the parents about it. You don't just fucking like, why would you explicitly not talk to the parents about it? That's what's strange. And then it became one of these situations where the father and the mother were divorced, and one parent, in this case the mother, was supporting the transition
And the
of the
father
daughter
wasn't.
becoming male, and the father was not.
Mhm.
And so there was this really weird situation where the court, they were having some sort of custody agreement or some disagreement about the child and whether the child should be allowed to go on puberty blockers and all that kind of stuff. And the court basically demanded, and this I think is crazy, demanded the father use he, him pronouns and whatever the male name the daughter chose to refer to the daughter. The court demanded he do this.
Mhm.
And he went and had an interview shortly after that, and he used she, her, and the court held him in contempt and jailed him
Yep. I read this article as well.
for this.
Yeah.
And he went to jail, I believe, for 2 months. This guy was in jail for 2 months for misgendering his daughter in
Yep.
Canada. Okay. Now people trying to debunk this will sort of push back. They'll say, well, no, he was held in jail
Right.
for contempt of court. But it's like, okay, he's held in jail for contempt of court for misgendering his daughter. And then he had to pay, I'm trying to remember, like it was like $30,000 or $40,000 bail. It was a lot of money for bail, which he had to raise on like one of these GoFundMe like sites. And even then, after he got out of jail, he's still looking at 4 months of jail time unless he can appeal and fight this contempt of court.
What a
claim
terrible
against him.
situation to be in as a parent. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
How fucking crazy is that? You're a parent.
Uh,
You feel like your child doesn't have gender dysphoria, or shouldn't transition, and a court demands that you go along. You're not allowed to have a different opinion about your child regarding this. And the court demands that you go along with this. And if you don't, and if you just have an interview, you simply have an interview where you use the wrong gender pronoun, then what the court prescribes, you go to jail. Like Canada's fucked.
yeah.
I'm so sorry, fellow Canadians, but like Canada's fucked.
Yeah, that's not pretty. And all the transgender activists, I mean, the whole medical community seems to be on board with this stuff on really, I would argue, shaky grounds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a tough issue. It's a very, very tough issue.
And it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he lied. It doesn't matter.
See, and he's characterizing that as a lie.
Yeah, what's the lie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Even if no one was jailed or fined, it's still not a lie. He's saying, I'm opposing this bill because of, I oppose like the ethical, moral implications of what it's saying.
Well,
How is that a lie? If just because no one has, even if no one had ended up violating it, you're still against it for what it says. Like,
yeah.
it doesn't even make any sense.
The argument Vaush would be making is that Jordan Peterson said that people would be arrested because of this bill, and no one was arrested because of this bill, so Jordan Peterson was lying.
Which is not what Jordan Peterson's claim was. Not that they're like people would be arrested wholesale for this bill.
No,
He said, I just
people
oppose
could
the
be
idea of this bill.
Yeah.
This bill.
I oppose compelled speech.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, he had a very famous interview on public television where he said, you know, they went through the bill and they talked about you won't go to jail, but you'll be fined. And he famously said, you know, what happens if I don't pay the fine?
Right.
And the presenter really didn't have an answer for him, but I think we all know where that leads.
Oh yeah, I saw this on Twitter. This is kind of funny. Microsoft You have embraced the Chaos Dragon. I cannot sign into my MS Office account on one of my computers. You've made it impossible. The idea of Jordan Peterson.
See, this is one of those situations where like you're so you're so engaged in the tribe, you're so blinded by tribalism that even that if someone on the other side says something you would probably agree with, you still have to like attack them for it. Okay. Who hasn't had the experience where they're very upset because some piece of technology they have is not working properly? Okay. And it's so funny because whenever I have a piece of technology not work, I instantly think of Jordan Peterson's everything in life is a tool or an obstacle. Because I'm like, well, my tool just became an obstacle and it makes me very upset. It enrages you. You guys, maybe it's because the shift from a tool to obstacle, but when you have like a piece of technology that was working and it just doesn't work and you can't understand why, I get so triggered. I get so enraged.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, and so Peterson has a problem with Microsoft Office, and then he's complaining that he can't actually like pick up the phone and call a person.
Right.
And this has been one of the biggest complaints that everyone in the world has had in our new reality, where with so many of our technology gadgets and programs, whenever there's a problem with them, there's no one you can call. They only will accept email or these like live chat bullshit things that it like takes an hour to get through and you're not even sure if you're talking to a person or a bot.
They're so thirsty for the own. It's like, let's troll Jordan Peterson's timeline so we can own him on anything. Look at the Surf's response here. The Surf says, stop looking for handouts and take your life into your own hands, bucko. Mm-hmm. Didn't he buy the fucking software? Who's looking for a handout? Lance.
Yeah.
Like,
this is your brain on elephant.
That's a responsible tweet if Jordan Peterson has pirated Microsoft Office. Pirated Microsoft Office. Exactly. That's an acceptable response there. Something tells me that Jordan Peterson is not pirating Microsoft Office and then going to Twitter and saying, why is my pirated software not working? Thirsty. So thirsty for the own.
It's sad.
That's why the fact that Vaush thinks of himself as an intellectual is just, it's so batshit crazy. I mean, I don't think of myself as an intellectual, but I'm not out here trying to, best Jordan Peterson in a debate.
Mm-hmm.
On a service tech line, like a tech support line, is unimaginably funny to me. Can you imagine like him frustratedly talking with some dude who barely speaks English? That is incredible. That is really good. Anyway, hit me up, JP and Benny Boy. What do you got? I'm so interested in your thoughts on this subject.
This is why, it's funny because I think that, the issue that you started to become really politically prominent on, which is the Bill C-16 in Ontario.
Oh my God, he admitted.
Canada was federal law.
He admitted it?
He admitted it?
He brought it up. I mean, what did he admit?
He brought up the bill. Therefore, he's saying that Jordan Peterson lied about it. Ben Shapiro even admitted it.
This is funny.
Canada, the gender issue.
Yeah.
That's the issue where now the question that's constantly being asked, so why do you even care? Why do you even pay attention? And the answer is because...
I was asked that earlier today.
Oh, really? What did you say?
I'm not letting a cat have my tongue.
Yeah.
It's like it has nothing to do with gender as far as I'm concerned, or that's peripheral in some sense. So the accusation, why do you care? Fair enough. It's like, in some way, people can go to hell in a handbasket if they're inclined to. Mm-hmm. Now, I would rather have that not happen, but people are, what would you...
Let's count, okay? We've got an audible... What?
We've had two... What? A what?
Have we had two already? I mean, I was going to give them... I thought that was just one. Oh, okay. Two.
I'll keep a count, okay.
Nice, I got the tally going.
Audible...
Confusion, yeah.
Was and confusion sounds. We're at 2.
What?
What?
Huh?
What?
I don't what? What's he? Hold on.
you say, doomed to their own autonomy. But I'm not saying words that other people want me to say. And the idea of compelled speech, it's like the bill was this much about gender.
Right.
And it was this much about, oh yeah, the government's going to tell me what to say, hey.
It wasn't. I like how he's essentially admitting right off the bat, like Ben Shapiro's opening argument was essentially, hey, nothing has happened. Why are you still pretending to care? Like Ben Shapiro didn't say.
Let him finish.
Didn't say pretending to care, but the opening statement kind of implied that this is a non-issue. Yeah.
So Vaush is so vested in his own worldview that now he's projecting it onto Ben Shapiro. Of all people.
Oh my God.
He's like, Ben Shapiro also thought it was not a big deal. That was the implicit implication of his statement, which it's funny because if Vaush was actually listening closely and not so having his preconceived notion of this, you'd see that Jordan Peterson actually interrupted Ben Shapiro, which is going to happen a lot in this conversation. And Ben Shapiro was posing the question that like people have posed him, why do you care? And then Ben Shapiro started to give his own answer. So he obviously he's steel manning the other people's position. He's saying, people are asking us this question, and here's my answer to it. But before he gave the answer, Jordan Peterson kind of interjected and interrupted.
Right. And gave his answer to which is
right.
The cat. People aren't going to tell me what I can and cannot say.
Right.
The cat, he uses the cat has your tongue, which is an old-timey comeback about people not speaking because, they're worried about how it will be perceived.
Right.
Yeah.
But now they're regulating what therapists can say in therapy sessions.
This is interesting because to me, the problem with a lot of this is less a free speech issue, even though I'm on the same page with you. Mm-hmm. And to me, it really is a fundamental truth issue, meaning that, yeah, you're trying to force me to say something I don't want to say. Mm-hmm. But to me, the fact that what you're trying to force me to say is so innately opposed to the good.
Keep in mind what they're talking about. They keep saying, like, being forced to say. What they're basically talking about is the Canadian version of protected classes over here in the United States. What they're essentially saying is that if you are a landlord or a business owner, that you can be charged with harassment if you repeatedly misgender or dead name a trans person, in the same way that you could be charged with harassment or bias for engaging in prejudiced behavior against black people or, well, anyone based on their race, really, or anyone, Bill C-16, he says, like, it's this much on compelled speech, but it's not. It's really not a large bill. Let me see if I can find. Yeah.
Well, first of all, okay, this comparison is ridiculous. Because there's a difference between saying, oh, you can't discriminate against someone in terms of your business, right? Mm-hmm. If you can't say, oh, I don't serve gay people, I don't serve black people, blah, 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 blah. You can't do that, right? And we're all on board with that. And you can't run around calling black people the N-word whenever they walk into your store or they try to rent, from you or something. We're all fine with this. These are very different than saying, okay, you have not only can you not discriminate against someone, which I'm on board with, but then you have to use this specific language.
Right. Okay? Upon request.
Right. You're mandated to buy into whatever the ideology that this person has, because that's essentially what you're doing. Because some people will not agree with non-binary gender. Some people don't even agree with transitioning for anyone at all. And
right.
And so essentially it's saying you have to buy into their belief system to interact with this person. And it's weird because I don't know, I can't think of off the top of my head, there's no other situation, and maybe this is why this is in this weird case. There's no other situation where simply to interact with someone, you have to buy into their ideology, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
And maybe that's why this is such a complicated issue.
Yeah, they don't even recognize what they're saying as an ideology, which is part of the problem. It's the same in religious circles. They believe, God is the creator of the universe is like a truth, that is just accepted. It's objectively true. And they don't realize, well, if you force somebody to say that and they don't believe it, there's a component of them being forced to buy into, well, effectively what is an ideology. It's funny, I don't think Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro's positions are that far off from one another. Jordan Peterson's basically saying, I'm not going to be compelled to say anything, and he just leaves the ideology component out of it. And Ben Shapiro is saying, well, I'm not going to be forced to say that because that is factually untrue in my eyes, according to my ideology. So you're asking me to forego my ideology I guess both of them are being asked to forego their ideology, but Jordan Peterson is being asked to forego his ideology as far as free speech being axiomatic. And Ben Shapiro wants to fight on the medical front. He wants to basically say, well, this is just factually untrue. Like, I'd be more amicable to say anything requested as long as it wasn't incorrect. But Vaush isn't really buying into any of that. Vaush, it's funny that Vaush does frame it in terms of like these two want to discriminate when they're both saying, no, listen, you're discriminating against us. They're framing this as you discriminating against us, taking away our liberty to speak our personal truth and just to speak. And Vaush is a libertarian. I mean, how can he avoid answering that charge, right? You are literally compelling people against their will because they're not willing participants in this ideology to say and do things that are, I mean, that's authoritarianism at its base.
Well, Vaush is a libertarian in like the most massive finger quotes you can produce.
Obviously.
I mean, I've never heard a libertarian who doesn't immediately jump to the negative rights issue, which Vaush should have done in this, because this conversation is all about negative rights, you know, in terms of whether you should be compelled to use someone's pronouns or not, versus, you know, whether you're compelled to not, you know, use a racial slur against someone.
Well, even the thing that the libertarians always say about how your rights end at my, what is it? Your rights end at my face. Like you can't invade my space. With compelled speech, you're literally reaching into someone's throat.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
saying, like, this is what you're going to say. It's like, it's even worse. It's even worse.
Right.
Yeah. This is why we're against blasphemy laws, because we don't want to force people to say or not say anything.
Yeah, Aiden brings up a point too, which in hey Aiden, which is that in the C16 thing, I think it didn't like the threshold for someone being non-binary or transitioning was just they're declaring their like it's so.
Right.
You know, you didn't have to have, you know, a doctor or anything. It's just like, oh, I can just, you know, declare it, and you just have to listen and follow whatever I say, which I think is a very bad precedent.
Yeah. Yeah. It opens conservatives up for abuse, which is a lot would argue is the whole point of it. I mean, they're playing political games.
Christopher Myers, thank you so much for $20. Says, my many hours of listening assisted me this past week as I binged the Lord of the Rings trilogy while off from work. Oh, that's awesome. Happy New Year's, boys, and happy belated 20th birthday to the Fellowship. That's right. Lord of the Rings. One of the best.
20 year, really? Wow.
I know.
Awesome.
Doesn't that make you feel old?
Makes me feel ancient. Yeah.
20 years old franchise. Oh,
really? That movie came out 20 years ago?
I want to just end my life right now.
My God. Holy shit.
By the way, Christopher, to make us feel terrible on the first
Wow. Wow. Yeah, happy New Year.
There's people alive today that have never seen Lord of the Rings, and it was created before they were born.
Yeah, I saw a tweet by Lauren Chen where Lauren Chen was saying that there are officially now millennials that are 40. And I was
moving on before I kill myself.
I was like,
Doge
whoa.
Whistle. Doge Whistle for $20 says, your discussion last week about the mind and consciousness and copying yourself made me go back and play Soma again. You guys should ask Mahler if he likes it. Yeah, lots of people were recommending to play Soma. I've never played it, but apparently it has something to do with the whole copying your consciousness.
We should do that. That would be a fun stream because I mean, I've read so much stuff on that. It would be fun to comment on it as we actually did a stream playing into it. Yeah.
Zach replies for $20, says 2022, the year of the boys. Let's bring it back, boys. There you go.
All right. I'm down.
There you go. I'll be right
back. Here we go. This is Bill C-16. It's this page right here. Not kidding. Here's the summary, and the actual thing is like 3 times the length of the summary. That's the whole thing. Anyway, like, we can, you know, the purpose of this act is to, well, just read the summary here. The enactment amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to add gender identity and gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. The enactment also amends the Criminal Code to extend the protection against hate propaganda set out in that act to any section of the public distinguished by gender identity and so on. So all C-16 does is amend their existing Human Rights Act essentially to include gender identity. That's it.
See, the problem here, though, is that society hasn't come to any kind of consensus on the category of non-binary. So there is this category now that people can opt into and gain basically protections from anybody discussing whether or not that is a thing, whether or not that's a good idea, which really, I mean, that how are we supposed to come to any kind of society-wide consensus or study or any of that kind of stuff if we're just ex nihilo accepting this new thing, which Jordan Peterson famously categorized as something to the akin to fashion, as a protected class. Imagine writing a bill up and saying, okay, we're also going to include goth people and punk rockers as protected classes.
Listen,
so if
I'm
you
all
want,
for protecting the goths, but not the punk rockers.
If you want to make fun of punk rockers, too bad. They're a protected class now.
Listen, get the punk rockers out of here with their purple mohawks and their bad music. Okay.
What about blondes? Okay. No more blonde jokes. Okay. We're going to make blonde people. We're going to make dumb airheads a protected class.
Well, at least that's like biological, right? That's not even a fashion thing.
Well, I mean, you people can dye their hair though.
I guess.
Can you imagine if dyeing your hair was cultural appropriation? How it's like,
stop taking my blonde culture. Only we can make those blonde jokes. You're not a real blonde.
See? So, but obviously, Vaush has the opinion that this is no big deal because he's already bought into the ideology. So he's like, what? You know, it's the same exact thing as if a Christian were saying, you know, what? Jesus is the Son of God. We all know that already, okay? You got your religion? No. But your religion is untrue. You got to understand. Our religion is fact. Your religion, not so much.
Yes.
Yeah. Which I don't know how you can call yourself a libertarian and not have a live and let live attitude. The whole idea behind libertarianism is you have your accepted mode of being and other people have their accepted mode of being. Right? I mean, come on.
Right.
I thought Vaush was a sociology major. He should know about this.
So when they talk about this isn't even about gender identity, it's about adding compelled speech, they're lying. It was literally just adding gender identity to the pre-existing list of...
I know. It's so fucking
dumb.
Insulting.
Listen, you can... Vaush, listen. You can disagree with Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, okay? You could say, I think that gender pronouns should be protected by people's civil rights and people should be compelled to use them. That could be your position, Okay.
That can't be his position, though. You understand that?
No. That probably is his position. Okay. That's probably is his position. But you can't sit here and just say, well, they're just lying. They're just lying. They're not lying. You just don't even understand their argument. You're not even explaining their argument to your audience. You're the one that's lying about it.
True. Yeah. Vaush is definitely the liar in this video. But how can Vaush, as a self-described libertarian, advocate to his audience that, I mean, all of his audience buys into gender pronouns as it's just the right thing to do. You know, it's being kind to people. It's not being an asshole, right? But none of them buy into it, gun to their head.
I don't know if that's true at all. I don't know if that's even remotely true.
You think so? Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
I would not be remotely surprised if the majority of Vaush's argument said that, yes, if you don't call someone by their preferred gender pronoun, that should be a violation of their civil rights and you are breaking the law. Right. I would not be surprised if 99% of his audience was on that position. And
it should be legal to incarcerate them for that.
Right. Or at least fine them. And then you get into the question of, well, what happens if they don't pay the fine?
Right.
So
then fundamentally, I don't see how you can call yourself a libertarian and maintain that position. Yeah.
Everyone in his chat knows the libertarian socialist thing is just a meme.
No, I think they take it seriously.
No.
I think Aiden calls herself like a libertarian monarchist. She does.
I knew you were going to bring that up.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, everyone's like, okay. I mean, when are the authoritarians going to start calling themselves libertarian authoritarians? I'm just curious. I'm curious. I feel like it's coming. Mm-hmm. Like everyone just is like, let's just tack libertarian onto this.
There you go.
I'm a libertarian non-binary.
Listen, the Democrats and Republicans, that's not good branding anymore, right? Nobody wants to be a Democrat or Republican. So you're a libertarian. I'm different. I'm my own thing. I could just put it on to anything. I'm a libertarian enlightened centrist. Can I do that?
Sure. I mean, but enlightened centrist covers everything. You can have any position as an enlightened centrist. It's the most enlightened centrism is in fact the most libertarian position. Even more libertarian than libertarian.
Can I be a libertarian statist?
What? Yeah. No, you can't. You can't. You can be an enlightened centrist statist.
Can I be a libertarian progressive? Come on. You can be a libertarian anything. Anything you want to stick the libertarian label onto, you can do it. Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm going to be a libertarian pirate. I like that. That's a good one.
Libertarian pirate, huh?
Yar.
Sailing the seven seas of piracy.
Sailing the seven seas and stealing back our negative rights from everyone via their gold.
Negative and positive rights are important.
Categorizations against which you could not use discriminatory speech if you're an employer or a landlord. That's it. It's nobody's been arrested. It's a nothing issue. It's a simple common sense addition. It's as simple as that.
Is the problem?
Yeah, I don't. That seems to fly in the face of him. I mean, how can, if he's saying no one's been arrested and he's using that as to make a claim that it's not a big deal because no one will be arrested, then how can you say that he would be in favor of people being arrested for not doing this? Like, it seems like
those have nothing to do with each other.
It seems like he's saying people don't need to worry about being arrested because no one's going to be arrested over this. Means no one can be arrested.
Listen.
Listen.
I'm listening. We know how this works. Okay.
Everyone's going to use a lot of lies.
Everyone's going to use whatever argument fits what they want. Okay. So if people, well, first of all, people have been fined and arrested.
Yes.
Okay. As we talked about. But even if those examples were known to Vaush, or say it was widespread, it wouldn't matter. The argument would change. His position would be the same. This is what it should be, but his argument would just change. He wouldn't change his argument. He's like, oh, well, now people are getting fined and arrested for not saying Z and Zer. I changed my position.
Right.
I don't believe that for a second.
He would say, yeah, they had it coming. They should have fucking followed the law.
Yeah, he would just say, that's why I'm saying to me, it's bullshit for him to phrase his argument this way because this is irrelevant to his position.
Right. His position is completely unclear. I'm not sure he makes his position clear, but I'll look for it. I mean, I'm trying to suss it out, but
okay.
You could try. I have objections to you forcing me to say that I like a particular movie, right? It may not be true. I don't like the particular movie. It would be bad if you tried to force me to say that. But the level of passion that I have for issues like this one really go to the fact that I think the fundamental good of humanity relies on basic acknowledgments of biological truth, especially when it comes to gender. And anybody who's ever dealt with
biological truths, gender, same sentence. Remember back when that one trans woman, Danny?
So this is important. Well, I don't know if it's in this video or if it's another video. Vaush claims that nobody thinks gender is completely disassociated from biology. Okay.
That's a giant lie.
When he said that, I was like, what? The fuck is he talking about? That's like the basis of, I thought that was like the basis of Judith Butler's performative gender, and like so much of feminist gender theory was that all this gender stuff is all means of control, and it's all culturally and socially created, and none of it's biological. And that was like the entire distinction. That was John Money's point about gender.
Totally.
That was the entire distinction between separating sex from gender originally. In the first place.
John Money did his famous experiment based on that philosophy.
Right. And so I don't remember if he says it in this video or if it's in there's another video of his I was watching where he was talking about Ben Shapiro and trans stuff. But here we go. He just so he's preemptively, I guess, contradicting himself because he just said Ben Shapiro just said gender and biological reality in the same sentence.
Yeah. Which he's making the argument that Ben Shapiro doesn't understand that there's this separation that people have created to say gender is something aside from biology.
Right.
On Twitter, talked to him at that one thing, and he acknowledged that sex and gender weren't the same thing, like immediately. He knows they're not the same thing. He's lying here.
Okay. So Vaush, again, like we've been watching, he's only 1 minute and 43 seconds in this video. He's accused him of lying, I think, 3 times.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And every single time he accuses him of lying, he's fucking wrong. And I don't know if Vaush is lying or he's just so phoning it in. Is he so lazy intellectually now because he's like gotten popular enough to be lazy? He's reaching the Hassan, Ethan Klein levels of laziness, maybe, maybe in his mind. You know, you grow large enough and you get to be lazy. That he's calling this a lie and this is very important because we're going to see that Vaush is totally wrong. Ben Shapiro's not lying. And Vaush's editor is going to show that Vaush is wrong.
Yeah, okay? I know.
And this is never addressed.
How do you think the editor? Because I was curious about that. I'm like, what the fuck? The editor's literally putting the clip in.
Right. I don't think so.
On Twitter, talked to him at that one thing, and he acknowledged that sex and gender weren't the same thing, like immediately. He knows they're not the same thing.
Okay, so Vaush's claim is that Ben Shapiro acknowledges that sex and gender are not the same, and therefore he's lying when he says gender has biological realities. Okay, that's Vaush's claim. Let's see.
He's lying here.
Okay, so sex and gender are 2 different concepts, but gender is tied to biology.
So Ben Shapiro's not lying. He literally said the same fucking thing there that he just said in this conversation with Jordan Peterson. He said that gender there is difference between gender and sex, but that gender also has to do with biology. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Where's the lie, Vaush?
And the biology is essential, is Ben Shapiro's claim.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Essential in creating the gender binary.
Right.
Yeah.
There's literally no, but this is what there's no fucking lie. The only person lying or just lazily, stupidly wrong in this situation, Vaush, is you.
Vaush is contractually obligated with his fans to call anyone they can perceive of as right wing a liar every few minutes or so. Okay, he's got to do that. That's part of the video.
Okay, I forgot. Right, I forgot.
So one of the big problems that you see in sort of the argument in favor of trans rights is this notion that gender and sex are completely separable. They're not completely separable. If they are completely separable, then this means that identifying people by their subjective gender really has no relevance as to whether they are a male or a female.
Gender is...
And that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. It's not really answered, which is if gender is entirely created or learned by society, okay, how is gender identity inherent in people? How's that biological?
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah.
Right? Because that's the claim. The claim is with gender dysphoria that your gender identity is some biological inherent part of you. How could your brain be wired to think it's male or female if your brain doesn't have a definition of male or female also attached to it to some degree?
Yeah. And then is non-binary just your brain just doesn't understand sex at all? Doesn't understand sex or gender?
Right.
Like that part of your brain is missing?
Right. But see, but that's why the argument around all this stuff is so shoddy.
Yeah.
It's so shoddy. And it's funny because actually I found a clip of Slavoj Žižek. Okay. Slavoj Žižek, who we covered his debate conversation with.
I know,
Jordan
it's
Peterson.
Terrible.
It's very hard to understand Slavoj.
Yeah. I feel like I've been out in a rainstorm every time I listen to the Slozak Zizak.
Me and Adam had to wear raincoats just to listen to it across the internet.
Oh my God.
But it's funny because he admits this contradiction inherent in gender ideology. But then
Zizak does?
Yes.
Okay.
But then his position is that there is nothing inherent about gender or sex. So he takes a very far he doesn't even think sexual orientation, like people are born with that. He thinks all of these things are all all not social constructs, but they're all imposed on people by society.
Right. Yeah. That's Judith Butler.
Right.
Judith Butler thinks of gender as a performance that you do. That society,
even referenced Judith Butler,
yeah, that society teaches you to do, and there's no innate understanding of masculinity or femininity that's biologically comes from within biologically. It's all superimposed by society. But I think that's completely, I mean, obviously there's the experiments that they've done even in like lower primates, where male primates are more interested in trucks or mechanical things, and female primates are more interested in dolls and olive parenting, stuff like that.
Right.
So there's even a biological component in lower primates. So
there's zero scientific evidence for this claim that men and women are these like blank gender slates.
Right.
And that all of gender, masculinity, and femininity is opposed. Everyone knows this isn't true. Because everyone knows this is true simply from the hormone perspective. And trans people know this is true too, because they take hormones and they feel different.
True. Yeah.
And we know for a fact that hormones and different amounts of hormones change the structures and shape and size of regions in your brain. Mm-hmm. This is a fact that is known, Khaleesi. Everyone knows this. They've remember there was that study, like I think it was 2015 or 2016, where this lady came out and said, I scanned brains and I found that there's no way to determine a male or female brain. But this is not true. Okay. Mm-hmm. So since that study came out, like 3 other teams have taken her data set and created algorithms that have, with like 95% accuracy, been able to determine what's a male.
Hilarious. Yeah. That's hilarious.
Okay. Like there's a million of these brain scan studies that are able to determine like, oh, these are male or /female brains. And it's funny because this even backs up a lot of the transgender argument, because they have done these scans on people with gender dysphoria and found that some of these people have brains that are more akin to the opposite sex.
Yes. Which would make the argument in favor of there being something like gender dysphoria. Like you're getting...
Or that it would be biologically rooted.
Which makes sense. I mean, you would think evolutionarily, if if evolution was working with 100% accuracy, you would think there wouldn't be homosexuality. Homosexuality kind of goes against the idea of reproduction. So it just seems like you can have a brain.
Well, I don't think that's the right way to conceptualize it.
Well,
right.
Being same-sex attraction, though, is not going to result in a fitness payoff, correct?
Well, maybe this would be an example of group selection versus individual selection, right?
Oh, true. Yes. Yeah, of course.
Because you would say on an individual level, an animal would never accrue a benefit by a homosexual mutation, right? Because they literally cannot, at least in the wild, obviously, not in modern times, but in the wild, an animal would never be able to do the exact thing evolution wants it to do, which is to pass on its seed. If it's homosexual,
there's nothing wrong with homosexuality, Sitch. I don't want you to worry. There's nothing.
I know.
Nothing innately wrong with homosexuality. Okay.
No, yeah, of course, that's not my.
I'm just saying.
Right. But I'm saying,
on average, female brains are attracted to a very different body style, for sexual reproduction than male brains.
Right. But if you were to take a group selection mechanism, there have been group selection arguments about why homosexuality is a trait that persists.
Yeah.
And they're then talking about having to do with population control and other things. Though it could just be an offset of like whatever causes it is rooted into some other biological function that is too important to change or something.
Yeah, I can't.
Because isn't there something like
I can't remember the studies, but
I thought there was a study that was like the more children a woman has, the more likely the male children will become gay. But that would only apply to males. It wouldn't apply to females.
I don't know.
Yeah. So,
but
I don't know. See, but I think all this stuff about human sexuality and gender, understanding why we evolve these ways, these are all very interesting ideas to me.
Yes.
And all that's thrown out the window when you take this this performative gender blank slate approach, which is, it's all the culture. It's all in order to shore up, power and the patriarchy, blah, 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 which is the most boring and uninteresting and incorrect way to look at this topic.
Well, they make it almost taboo to study the biological aspects of biological sex because it will literally disprove their cherished ideology, which is a huge part of the problem. Yeah.
Is biological. This is something that's completely untrue within every single
Oh wait, go back. Sorry.
This means that identifying people by their subjective gender really has no relevance as to whether they are a male or a female.
Gender is biological. This is something that's completely untrue within every single medical consensus.
Well then, I will just say that anyone who suggests that gender has no reference whatsoever to biology, it's not connected in any way to biology, is just full of shit. Because if these and the reason
this is a problem.
That's a Judith Butler, John Money position right there.
Right. But this is a problem that Vaush and the other breadtubers engage in. Okay. They make these very broad declarative statements like all the science says that gender is a social construct. Okay. Which doesn't even mean it's not based on biology, but they say it as if that means that. And they say it with declarative, aggressive ignorance.
Right.
And I notice people don't push back on them. Ben Shapiro's response should be, you're wrong. The science is all in favor that gender is affected by biology. Ben Shapiro and other people should not be ceding this argument to the gender activists and the leftists because they're just wrong.
Yeah. And just because they have an MD or a PhD doesn't make them right. There were plenty of...
Sure.
There were plenty of scientists that have been wrong about all kinds of things.
Right. But if you go through the literature on how much of gender is, or how much of masculine and feminine traits are biological or can have biological influences versus are all social and cultural, the science is all, there are some, psychologists and psychiatrists and doctors who will say it's all social and cultural, but the majority of them who are researching it, who are doing studies, all end up on the side of, no, it's a combination of both biology and society. That's the mainstream opinion right now. And people shouldn't be seeding this to the leftists as if it's not true.
Yeah. I mean, fashion is really the only thing that could be considered completely cultural.
Right.
Because, I mean, obviously there have been cultures where men have worn skirts. I mean, pink used to be considered very masculine. Sure. Now it's considered very feminine. So there's, around the edges, there's cultural stuff. But
of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
But to say that it's all cultural is definitely wrong.
Well, and then also you get in the problem because, like, the way culture and humans tend to interact is that people generally want everyone to agree with and follow their worldview because it makes us feel more comfortable. Like when we're surrounded by people that agree with us, because then we think we think we can trust them. Really, I think that's really what this stems from.
And it makes us feel like we're right, and being wrong is really hurts.
That's true too. Right. And it's a way of identifying that we're all part of the same tribe. We all believe the same thing. So basically, this creates a situation where, like, say there's some trait of masculinity, and say like 70% of men are going to have this masculine trait. Well, because 70% of men have this trait, that's going to be worked into the culture as like, that's what it means to be a man. And then for the people that don't necessarily have that trait, yes, culture is enforcing that trait upon them. The 30% that don't have the trait, but it is all, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost.
Is there, I'm just trying to figure out what might be a better response if someone was debating, because this debate plays out on social media like a million times a day. And I'm trying to think of what the better response would be from Ben Shapiro, because I know there's like 5 things that are so different from male to female. I mean, even one of the things that bothers me, Jordan Peterson always talks about the bifurcation of the brain, and he's only citing the studies in males. The bifurcation of the brain is different in females. Like they have way different outcomes if they have a stroke on their right hemisphere than men do. If men have a stroke on their right hemisphere, they can lose a lot more of their language abilities, and women just seem to use their whole brain for language, so they don't suffer the deficits in the same way. So that's a huge difference just in the structure of the brain from male to female. The eyes are different. The hearing is different. The parasympathetic nervous system is different. Like, guys tend to get a rush from pain that women don't necessarily get. I mean, like, they've done studies about how men and women respond to conflict, and they've always said fight or flight. Everyone's heard fight or flight, right? Now they're saying that that's basically a masculine trait. The fight or flight is a masculine trait. With women, sometimes they use this term tend and befriend, that they're more they have a completely different conflict resolution strategy. They have a completely different conflict resolution strategy with men and women. Like, men and women have different strategies. So all this study has been done, and I don't know how you can say that none of it relates back to biology. Like, all of this is socially constructed. Where is the, I mean, there's a huge amount of conflict in society over this stuff, because the gender feminists are going in and they're saying, look, we need to modify men's behavior. Men are too aggressive, and we need to modify that culture. I think there is some elasticity there. There is some trainability culturally, but it's not infinite.
Well, and it's also, a lot of the cultural training isn't to exercise a feeling, it's to sublimate it in some socially productive way.
Right.
Which we've talked about a lot.
Great point. Those aggressive feelings are still going to be there. They're just going to be channeled in a different direction.
Right. And it's funny because I was reading all these articles from female doctors and female psychiatrists and psychologists who are complaining that, like, only 30, 40 years ago, all these psychological medical studies were done on males.
Right. Yeah.
Because the thought process was, Well, when it comes to sex beyond your genitals, men and women are exactly the same.
Right.
And now they're like, no, we have all this research that's only applies to men because they find out, whoops, when you give the same medicine to a woman that you give to a man, sometimes that will have the completely opposite effect or completely different effect. And the same thing is they find this out with psychology, that you can't just treat, you can't just be gender blind or sex blind when it comes to treating people.
Yeah. And that just is a huge complication for the gender feminist ideology. They're actually working on a different pain medication now that's exclusively for women. And I also read that the reason they did the testing exclusively on men was purely pragmatic, because women ovulate and the ovulation cycle fucks up a lot of the tests that they're doing.
Right. That's why, like, every medicine is like, if you're on your period, we're not held responsible for that.
It's weak because we've never studied it. Yeah, exactly. I wonder how Vaush is going to respond when they do perfect a pain. Oh, I figured it out immediately. They're going to respond.
The patriarchy.
Yeah, they're going to blame men for it.
Right.
Women have had these headaches for years because of men.
No, see, but I've literally heard all of them make this argument. They say, oh, all our medicines are designed for men because of the patriarchy. It's like literally the opposite. It's like, no, it's because they believed in sort of this gender blank slate theory. It's the opposite of patriarchy.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. It's completely, yes.
It's ridiculous.
They've believed your ideology, which turned out to be completely incorrect.
Right. But this is what I mean when, like, and this was so frustrating, is because so many times people will be proven wrong. Like, the facts will come out and it'll show that they're wrong, and they just change their argument to fit the new facts.
Right.
Just morphs before your eyes.
And they maintain the same position.
Yes, they maintain the exact same position.
And the reason that I
then you actually just disagree with medical consensus within the Western
disagree. Yes, I disagree with the false medical consensus.
So you're saying that's a huge fuck up.
Yeah, he says, I disagree with the false medical consensus. Why are you giving this argument up, Ben? It's not the medical consensus. The medical consensus is that gender is obviously influenced by your biology.
Yeah.
That's the medical consensus.
Yeah, just because there's this vocal minority and there's enough doctors that are in student loan hell not to speak up doesn't necessarily make it the medical consensus.
Right.
Consensus driven by politically driven, quote unquote, doctors. If any doctor denies to me that there is a dichotomy between male and female, a sexual dichotomy between male and female, they're ignorant and they are letting their politics get in the way of their science. Anybody who suggests to you that there is such a thing, for example, as a pregnant male is not a doctor, they are an activist.
Children. I find myself getting,
I guess Vaush couldn't respond to that because that was entered after
edited afterwards. Yeah.
All right.
But
can I insult him anyway for not responding?
You can insult him anyway.
No, I don't feel right about doing that.
If I look at my own political evolution, I'd say that when I grew up in a religious home, so that means that
really
pretty conservative. And then you go to college and you're living by yourself and you're not married, you don't have kids. You tend to become a little bit more libertarian, which is like, okay, let everybody do whatever they're going to do and it's not going to bother me. And then you have kids and you realize that there's a pool in which we are all swimming. And that pool is going to define...
Virginia.
Exactly.
Doesn't he literally identify as a libertarian? Didn't he just admit that he's not one? He identifies as a libertarian. He just admitted right there that he's not one, that him having children made him not libertarian.
This is interesting. Vaush's only commentary is really aimed at proving Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro dishonest. Like, that seems to be his only tactic. Like, he's not really engaging with the argument, but focusing on character assassination. That's really fucked up.
Someone in the chat said, no one is saying there's no influence. That's a straw man. While we played a clip of someone literally saying there's no influence. That biology has an influence on gender. How can that happen? How can you be so in the two movies that you literally play a clip of someone claiming that the medical consensus says that gender is not based or not influenced by biology?
Right. Yeah, I saw that clip. We just watched
that, and then someone in the chat says,
no one's
saying that, Sitch. That's a straw man.
Someone did just
We
say
literally
that.
just watched it happen.
Yeah, somebody just said that.
I was like, wow, that's wild. That's wild. to me.
Why are they so obsessed with that position?
Because it's the reason that a lot of people that are leftists will label things as social constructs is because they feel like it's more difficult to argue against something if it's rooted in biology. Okay. Even though we're not like taking the naturalistic fallacy here, we all kind of know this is true because like a good example of this is with gay rights. Okay. One of the sticky things that got the public to accept homosexuality was by saying, listen, people are born this way. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so when you stick those ideas together, it's like, well, I guess you're right. It's not really fair. Someone has no choice in the matter, and it's not really directly harming me in any way. It's not fair for me to criticize them for that. Because before people realized that being gay was biological, it was conceptualized as like a weird sin of like, oh, it's a sin of excess. Like men just want to have sex so much, they know women won't have it, so they're gonna have sex with men or something.
But isn't this
very
position
weird?
Isn't this position directly opposite of that? Because now they're saying they're basically saying that biology denies you the choice.
Right. But so what I'm saying is, so what they do is now for things they want to deconstruct, okay, in order to circumvent the stickiness, they say, well, everything is a social, cultural construction, because then it makes it easier to deconstruct if you say nothing is rooted in biology, because then the only thing stopping you from changing it is other people.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Because like if people
politics
are born,
is standing in the way.
Right. Because if people like if men are on average born with quote unquote more masculine traits, it'd be much more, you're literally fighting nature to try to change the behavior.
Right. And
which would be very difficult.
Right.
And impossible probably for the most part.
But fighting Ben Shapiro is easy.
Right. But if it's just a bunch of white males like Ben Shapiro sitting around, dictating what a man and woman should be defined as, well, then all you have to do is not listen to those people, and it's very easy to change.
Right. And it also undermines their argument that you can't, it puts the blame on them and not on nature, which is where the real blame is, to be honest with you.
Right. Diogenes for $20. Thanks so much, Diogenes. Says, new year, new me, which means I'll be selling my soul to the United States Marine Corps. There you go.
Really?
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
Very nice. Very nice.
Wow. Wow.
All the training I need to defeat S-Class once and for all.
Really?
A-Team knows that green crayons are the healthiest. And S-Class sells classified info to Scotland Yard. There you go. Is this true, Adam? Are green crayons the healthiest to eat?
To eat? Of course.
Yeah. Adam A-Team is well known for their crayon eating. So,
I mean, we've discussed this. Paste is edible, but crayons.
Oh, crayons are not. I see. Okay.
Are you?
When are they gonna make some edible crayons?
Is Diogenes really going into the Marines? Congratulations.
Yeah. Congrats, man.
Congratulations. Cool. Now I don't know because of the crayon stuff, but if true, congratulations, man.
That's an official 100-point bonus to your masculinity right there.
Of course. Yeah, I've never been through boot camp. I hear it's brutal. So,
one Quim for $50 says non-binary pronouns has been my one of many contentions with counterpoints, which after seeing him try to understand left-wing views but not right-wing has made me very annoyed and unsubscribe for him. Connor is a hack. Wow.
Really? Oh, wow.
I thought Counterpoints self-identifies as a right-wing moderate.
Interesting.
I thought that was his position. So maybe that's why he thinks, or maybe that's why he goes at it with trying to understand left-wing views but not right-wing, because he's like, well, I am right-wing. So he assumes that that's a natural. Is he in favor of non-binary pronouns? I didn't know that. I'm not familiar with his position on that. We'll ask him about it. But
they, them pronouns.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson was against they, them pronouns for the plural issue. I mean, I use they, them pronouns kind of reflexively when you don't know the gender of someone, which is quite frequently now because they're using some avatar and some name that is not really gendered online. So just to, I don't know what they are. So they, them works for that.
Right. I'm against non-binary pronouns because I do. It seems like it does in my mind, I want people to be treated as individuals. So I want when you interact with people to not make preconceived judgments about them based on their race or their gender. Really. And I think that non-binary gender pronouns do the opposite, because essentially what it's saying is that like, oh, I don't feel like a stereotypical male or a stereotypical female, so therefore I must not be a male or a female, which in my mind is the exact wrong direction for us to go to as a society. Because by doing that, you're basically saying, well, then males and females should be defined as stereotypes of men and women, which I'm completely against doing that. So.
What is an example of a non-binary pronoun? Are you talking something other than they?
Well,
them?
they them is a non-binary pronoun.
So I'm only using they them pragmatically. Like I don't know the person's gender. I'm interacting with them on Twitter.
Right. But that's different than someone saying, no, I want you to call me they, them.
They present as female or male and they want you to call them they, them. They're like, I want to be special. Call me they, them.
Right. I don't agree with the ideology behind non-binary pronouns at all.
Right.
It does not conform with what I want the society to look like.
What upsets me as someone who is a bleeding heart, an actual bleeding heart, not a pretend bleeding heart like most of these people. Well, I'm serious, because Vaush here has an agenda and an ideology that I feel tangibly hurts people. Now, whether or not he helps more people than he hurts is an open question, but I do not think that what he is selling is pain-free. There are a certain number of detransitioners, a certain number of people that are going to fall into this ideology and regret it. And I just, unless you're weighing the pros and cons, the trade-offs, you're not really doing any kind of competent study of the impact of your ideology. I don't see how you can say you're doing the caring thing.
No, completely. I mean, that's completely it. And that's always been our contention, was that, I mean, I'm very worried that there's a huge number of false positives, and that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, there's going to be this massive wave of trans regret.
Right.
Because people got swept up in this. I mean, I read, there was a YouTube video I was watching when I was going through kind of this, gender blank slate stuff. And there was a recent one that was someone talking about, it was like Abigail Schreier or something, talking about some of those issues. And the top comment was, a young woman who had a double mastectomy.
Oh my God.
In high school.
Yeah.
And then 3 years later, she realized she made a mistake.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, to me, and you're right. If you're the side of caring, why are we not caring? Why are we only caring for who we're denoting as the oppressed class? Because that's why. Yeah. That's, they say, oh, trans people are oppressed, so we should care about them. Or cis people are not oppressed. So it's kind of like saying, well, if you have a cis person who mistakenly thinks they're trans, goes through surgery and then regrets it, we shouldn't feel bad for them because they're not an oppressed class.
Oh my God.
That's kind of like,
how can you call someone who mistakenly has a double mastectomy not a fucking oppressed class? Like, that's ridiculous.
Because they don't, again, and this comes back to the neo-Marxist thing, they don't view people as individuals. They only view people as representatives of their class.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, you, an 18-year-old girl, could have a double mastectomy, but you're a white female, so you're not oppressed, the way a trans person is.
That is so sad. I think anyone who subscribes to this ideology should be forced to do regular conversations with these detransitioners who they're like horror stories. To deny that they exist, I just find repugnant. We did a talk with Hunter Avalon on this, and we kept bringing this up over and over and over again. And all he would say is, well, I have a study for this. Like, it's just complete denial that these people exist.
Well, he wasn't willing to accept the argument, because what he would say is you shouldn't be worried about trans regret because studies show that there is not a large amount of trans regret. To which I would say, well, those studies you're referring to are from 10, 15 years ago, when people transitioned 20 years ago, where they're 20 or 30 years ago, where not only was there no social push to transition, it was actually the opposite. Society was telling you not to transition. And so it would make sense that you'd say, oh, well, you know, obviously there's going to be very little trans regret if society is telling you not to do something and there's no really enforcement mechanism, you know, trying to push you to do it. But now society looks very different. And now you have lots of people, especially young girls in friend groups, who do feel these social contagions and these social pressures to transition. And so the world's completely different. And he wouldn't, and obviously there can't be long-term studies on that because
there hasn't been
this is a new world.
Yeah.
There hasn't been long-term yet. But he couldn't wrestle, I guess, with that position.
Abigail Schreier's counter argument to the argument that society has been suppressing people's desire to transition for forever, and that's why the transition numbers are going up is so precipitously, is because, you know, it's always been frowned upon in society, but now people are more open to it. So now we're rising to the level of people who always wanted to transition, but, you know, never had the opportunity because of society frowning on it. Her counter argument is, then why is it all only happening in young girls? Where are all the people who were suppressed, you know, 40 years ago and didn't have the opportunity, but, you know, always wanted to do it, and they're just non-existent? So
well,
that's a pretty devastating counter argument.
It is, yeah. Well, to be clear, she's not saying that society or culture wasn't anti-people transitioning. She's saying that if the argument is the reason there's been an explosive number of children transitioning, if the argument was true that, well, that's only because it's socially acceptable, then you should expect to see equal explosive results in older people who would have transitioned but were repressed by society now coming out and also transitioning. But we don't really see that.
You know, I'm certain that we saw that in the gay thing becoming socially acceptable. I'm sure that there were lots of older gay people that had never come out of the closet that did come out of the closet once.
We did see that publicly, because once being gay was socially acceptable, you would see a lot of celebrities who are gay would come out.
Right. Yeah.
And it's true. I never thought about that. We don't see, like, I mean, obviously the only example you could think of is like Caitlyn Jenner, who was kind of what started off the whole thing. But beyond Caitlyn Jenner, I don't remember any like adult celebrities coming out and saying, oh, I'm now that's so, you know, now I can transition. Now I know who I really am.
Yeah.
I guess Ellen Page has sort of done that now. So there's those two examples I can think of now.
Right.
But nothing like what you would expect, and nothing like when, you know, being gay was accepted.
Nothing to match that level. Now that being gay is so socially acceptable, we're gathering pretty good statistics on like the level of gayness in society. The level. Do you know that have you seen a lot of the gay rights activists will spread around this study about left-handedness being suppressed? Do you know that?
I've heard that. I never looked into whether it was true or not.
So they use this argument when they're talking about the trans stuff, and how like they used to suppress people being left-handed. You know, they beat it out of them. You're going to be right-handed like the rest of us normal people. Right. Sure. But as soon as they stopped doing this, the left-handed number rose up to, I can't remember what it is. It's like 8% or 12% or something.
Whatever
like
it is,
that.
yeah. Right.
But it did rise up to a steady rate. Like, it didn't continue to climb. Like, it's not moving up towards 50-50. It's sort of bizarre that that it is. And I wonder, just being a curious person, I wonder why the fuck is that? Why are some people left-handed and some people right-handed? We don't have a good answer for that, do we?
I don't know. I assume there's just some weird genetic thing.
Is it cultural? Is it biological?
It's obviously biological, left-handed, right-handedness.
It's so bizarre that it is.
Well, who thinks? I mean, I've never heard someone argue that being left-handed or right-handed is cultural, except for like people being forced. Obviously, people's dominant side is something they're innately born with. No one, unless you're ambidextrous, no one chooses to like to be right-handed.
One way just feels right, and one way just feels wrong.
Right, exactly. It's the same thing like with your dominant eye.
Yes.
No one chooses which eye is the dominant eye, right? It just happens.
Yes. Or when you skateboard, whether or not you're on the left side of the board or the right. It's just one way feels completely wrong.
Right.
Do you know that males and female jackets zip up on the opposite side? That a woman's coat zips up on the left.
You mean the zipper is on the left?
Yeah. Have you ever put on a woman's coat and
I've never noticed.
I'm totally out of here. Well, sometimes when I put on one of my ladies' coats.
Listen, sometimes, fellas, when I put on my wife's jacket just to feel pretty, I notice the zipper's on the wrong side.
I do notice that.
That's weird. I never noticed that ever.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm going to go through all my jackets and see if any of them are coded female. But what was the point? It's like, what would possibly be the point of that?
I don't. My mom does a bunch of sewing, and she's the one that clued me in on that. And I immediately thought, what? Are you telling me every single woman is used to pulling up her zipper with her left hand?
No, but you would still pull it
Is
up with
that
the
a
same
thing?
hands, right?
Or I guess you're right. You could, but you'd clip it the opposite way.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. There's another thing too.
Oh yeah, I see what you're. I grabbed my closest jacket. I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's on the right side, so I guess that means I'm a man. Everybody. I'm still a man. My jacket zips on the right.
Put on a woman's coat sometime, and you'll be like, oh my god, I can't even zip this thing up. Do you also know this? I read an article that was so fascinating.
Oh wait, hold that thought for a second.
What are you leaving?
Someone is upset in the chat that I say crayons
instead of crayons.
Instead of crayons.
Instead of Crayola.
I say it with one syllable instead of two. Okay, listen. Crayons is the master supremacy race, and crayons is the degenerate loser subhuman race. Okay, I'm gonna throw it out there.
You always take it to like DEFCON 10.
I know you crayoners are going with the way of the poppers. Okay, the elite sodas and crayons will rule the world.
So
anyway,
just on the left-right thing, because it's super interesting. There's a rare genetic condition where people are born with two left sides or two right sides. And the people who, I can't remember if it's lefties or righties, but one of them, like they
wait. When you say two left sides, I don't know what that means.
Well, you don't have total bilateral symmetry as a human being, right? Like you have an appendix, I think, is on the right, like your pancreas is on the left.
Your heart is on one side.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
But there's a small minority of people that have this weird developmental issue where they grow two left sides or two right sides. And one of them, like they don't survive more than like a day or so because they don't have a pancreas or something like that.
Oh, that's crazy. I never heard about this.
They're missing like a vital organ.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course.
And there's the ones that do live. Maybe it's the ones that get like two aortas because you know how the heart goes.
Yeah, they have two hearts. Yeah.
So one of them, they can live, I think they can live like into their 20s with, a lot of medical intervention.
Yeah, God, that's terrible.
But isn't that crazy? The body has a left and a right. And of
course.
Some people, the fetal development process gives them two left sides or two right sides.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
It's bizarre and just crazy. Yeah.
I like that the chat has now coined the term crayons rights.
Everyone's. Oh, look,
that's
they
right.
even spell it right.
Sitch is in favor. Sitch is 100% in favor of crayons rights.
Crayons.
You're right. Listen, us crayons have been oppressed by the crayons, the crayoners for too long. Okay. It's time for the crayons rights to rise up.
People get angry about pronunciation a lot of times. I know I'm always pronouncing words wrong. don't
This
like
is funny. Vaush's coconut
Oh no.
for 2,000 yen says, "Help! I'm trapped in a not safe for work analogy and I can't get out."
Oh my God. Is he still using that stupid coconut analogy?
Probably.
Somehow Vaush has this analogy where if you're stranded on a desert island and Vaush has all the coconuts, you have to suck his dick. It's like completely
Well, he
bizarre.
relates this to like capitalism or something. That's the rub.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't.
Yeah.
John Smith for $2 says dominant eyes can switch. Hey John, dominant eyes can switch if you have an eye injury. Yeah. Well, I think also if you injure like one of your hands, I don't think you can fully switch. Well, I guess it depends on your age. Obviously, if you're younger, you have a better chance fully switching. But you can switch your dominant side to some degree if you have an injury, and they'll notice that your brain actually rewires itself.
Yes.
To do that.
Your brain
so it is
has
a biological
little map
process.
in there.
Yeah, there's a little map.
I have gotten somewhat proficient at using my left hand on the computer, but becoming a left-handed drawing, I know some people can do it, and I'm always amazed at it, but I haven't been able to do that yet.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alice Karras for $20 says, nice to see the Jordan Peterson defense squad back in action. Also, I think Kyle's sentient weapon is a plow now. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so did they actually melt the gun down?
Oh, really?
I know they wanted to melt the gun down, but I don't know if they actually did yet.
Wouldn't it be funny if they melted it down and turned it into Kyle Rittenhouse commemorative coins?
That's what I said they should do. Melt down that gun and sell the commemorative coins.
That would be, yeah. These are your Second Amendment right coins.
That's right. Listen, don't you want a coin that on one side has a bullet and the other side has each victim of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Could you imagine the Kyle Rittenhouse commemorative coin collection with like the side with Kyle, it has Kyle on one side, the other side has his gun, but with like a happy face. And then the other coins are like the people he killed.
Somebody was spreading.
And then, oh no, how about this? It has on one side the people he shot, and the other side it has their criminal record.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's so bad.
I might get one of those coins though. I don't know. I think I could get one. Somebody was spreading around a meme, and the first time I saw it, I got to admit, I was a little like, Saint Kyle has finally faltered. But it was a Photoshop. Someone had taken a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse and photoshopped on his T-shirt a AR-15
shooting a skateboard.
AR-15 greater than skateboard, which is like the equation. And I thought Kyle Rittenhouse is not wearing that shirt. That can't be real.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're trying to besmirch Kyle Rittenhouse every way they can. I don't mind him speaking at right-wing conferences, or I don't care about any of that stuff. He wants to get his 15 minutes of fame. More power to him. So,
but yeah, I don't think people have. Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with him speaking at CPAC or anything. I just think it's ridiculous when like he comes out to fireworks and strippers.
Why?
And like confetti flies down. I don't know. It's like, come on.
It's too much for you.
Too much.
The T-shirt was too much. That was like a bridge too far for me. But I mean,
let's be tasteful. Okay, let's not be cringe.
What's wrong with strippers and fireworks? That's not tasteful.
There you go. That strippers and fireworks is when like a WWF fighter like leaves the arena, enters the entrance and is about to jump in the ring. Okay, it's not when Kyle Rittenhouse, who lawfully defended his life and was recognized by that legally, when he enters the room. Okay, it's a little ridiculous.
Is Kyle Rittenhouse hanging out with his girl from The Bachelor? It looks like he might be. Like he wants one of the milfs. He might be gunning for like a celebrity girlfriend. How are you gonna? That was unintentional but funny. Mm-hmm. Kyle Rittenhouse, the fifth trophy for Kyle Rittenhouse, the trophy girlfriend.
Actually, you know what? That would be can you guys imagine what an amazing season of Bachelor that would be? The Kyle Rittenhouse season of Bachelor. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Mark Burnett, where are you? God. Where are you? Paging Mark Burnett.
Listen, Bachelor, I don't even know if you're still on. Here's how you can revive your show.
Yes.
You find people that are very contentious or have been canceled, and they are the next Bachelor or Bachelorette. Okay. Could you imagine the show? Adam, we have to do this.
I know,
We'll
this
call
would
it
be
Canceled
amazing.
Bachelor. Okay. Season 1, Kyle Rittenhouse has to find a MILF. Season 2, Rachel Dolezal has to find a black man.
God, no way.
This is the best show we've ever come up with.
This is amazing.
Oh my God.
Look, I'm thinking also the Kyle Rittenhouse episode, I'm thinking like half the women are SJWs. What do you think?
Yes.
Like half of them.
Yes.
Half of them are gender feminists.
They're super conflicted because on one hand, they're like, fuck, this guy goes against all my politics ideology. But on the other hand, I get $1 million if he chooses me at the end.
Do they get money? I thought they just get married.
No, they get money. That's like part of the thing.
They get married and money?
Yeah, yeah.
What about love? I don't like this show anymore. I've never seen The Bachelor once. I had a friend that was completely obsessed with The Bachelor. Like she loved that show to death, but I've never seen it once.
I've never watched The Bachelor either, but fortunately, that was one of the shows I was not forced to watch by a female companion at any point in my life.
When your girlfriend. Oh yeah.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hey, no Mohawk hate. I'm just joking. I'm dyeing mine red and it's protected, Sitch. There you
really?
Go. There you go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jay got a
J-Mac's
little
going
mohawk.
with the mohawk, huh?
He is.
Should be a protected class. I agree.
There you go. Kubomi for $20 says, Vaush never fails to deliver supererogatory cringe and grandiose style.
Supererogatory. I don't think he says that once in this video, so I think it is laziness. He's
I'm
just
sorry,
gotten
grandiloquent style. I misread that. I apologize.
How could you mess that up?
Supererogatory grandiloquent. What he said? What was? I don't remember a video where he said that word. We're like, oh, I had to look that up. I was like, what is this?
Supererogatory? I don't even remember.
No,
what it means.
grandiloquent.
Who cares?
We had to look up supererogatory too. But
yeah,
let's get back to the video.
No.
Exactly. Like my kid, it's going to determine how my kid lives. And I want my community to reflect some of my values because I don't want my kid to live in the toxic sludge that you are creating for my kid. I don't want you to
by not allowing business owners and landlords to discriminate against people based on their gender identity. That's it. Keep it. That's it right here. Him talking about compelled speech makes as much sense as screaming like 1984 free speech because you're not allowed to say the N-word at your students if you're an elementary school teacher.
Indoctrinating my kids.
This is such a bad faith argument.
Totally.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Does he know he's doing this? Or is this all just he's so caught up in his own ego and bubble?
I'm going to say he's gaslighting and lying. And he knows what he's doing, and he's completely manipulating his audience. I think this is the grift. All of his audience is dupes.
A grift.
Yeah,
He's a grifter. This is the grift.
They come to Vaush. They're like, Daddy Vaush, tell me, I want the daily hate. Who do I hate today? What liars are we calling out today?
Because I would agree, like, if the law is just like, oh, you have to serve a non-binary person, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't even know how you would necessarily look at someone or say they tell you, okay, someone walks into your ice cream shop and they say, excuse me, would you call me they, them, before you say anything to them, right? Which is weird, but okay. But just say some situation like that happens. Say it's more natural. Okay, let's say they're not being obnoxious. Say it somehow comes up naturally. Okay, it's Starbucks.
How would it come up naturally? Look. Hello.
Okay, here's how it comes up.
Hello, what would you like to drink today?
So, okay, here's how it comes up. Someone comes in and they say, oh, what kind of ice cream would you want?
Yeah.
Ma'am. And the person says, oh, I'm not a ma'am, I'm a sir or whatever. Okay. Okay. And they say it nicely. They don't have a meltdown about it, right? It's not like the video where they go, I'm not a sir, right? It's they say it nicely. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to then say, oh, well, I don't serve non-binary people in this establishment, so get the fuck out, right? Okay, obviously, I'm not in favor of that. I don't think Ben Shapiro's in favor of that. I know Jordan Peterson's not in favor of that, right? they're just saying,
Totally.
oh, you just shouldn't have to refer to someone by their this made up pronoun. They're literally the only contention.
Did you say Zer? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, exactly. They're not in favor of saying you can't, you should be able to kick out all non-binary or trans people from your establishment. Okay. They're not in favor of that.
It's so weird. I mean, you brought up that transgender person that, blew a gasket because a guy, did he say sir or I don't remember
the
So he misgendered, but it was accidental because he didn't.
It was I thought it was a little more intentional, I believe.
Really?
Well, if you look at that translating, it's very clear that she was a translating. It's not like
really.
I don't remember if it was an accident or not. I thought it was intentional, but I don't remember 100%. Maybe someone in the chat remembers.
I think it was a little ambiguous.
Okay.
I think you could be forgiven for not exactly for getting it wrong. That's the contention that people have. They're like, what if I make a mistake? What if there's an accident? Am I going to get framed for being a bigot?
Right.
People are worried about that.
So there are some people that say like, oh, if you're a business owner, you should be allowed to not serve anyone for any reason. Okay. And that would include like, oh, if I don't want to serve black people, I don't serve black people. And I'm completely against this idea because if you're operating in society, okay, because no one starts their business in a vacuum. They're operating on the public square. And I believe this is the legal argument for civil rights anyway, is that in order to operate in the public square, you have to follow people's rules and part of the public's rules. And part of the rules living in a society based on individual rights is that you have to respect the individual right and everyone's individual civil rights. And so, no, I don't think as a business, you should be allowed to operate in the protections of a liberal, as in liberalism, a liberal society, and not follow the rules of that liberal society.
Yeah, this is why we argue so
not
much
violate
over the rules.
Right. And not and say like, oh, I'm not going to serve you because you're black, right? You can kick anyone out of your store for any reason as long as it's not a violation of their civil rights. Because in our society of individuals, our individual civil rights are more important. And I'm on board with that.
Not a true libertarian.
Very well, that's true. You're right. I'm a libertarian liberal, guys.
Bullshit about whether
yes, exactly.
a boy can be a girl,
people will say, well, I'll exceed, but not for my children.
Yeah.
And that's what Virginia demonstrated. It's like, you can come after me, but you come after my kids, and that's a whole different story.
I don't know what they're saying.
It's so fundamental.
We got one. Let's mark it down.
What? Oh.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Well, does that count? That wasn't a huh? At least it was like a word. It was like a sentence.
What do you mean? No.
Okay, you're counting.
I'm counting Vaush being confused.
I see.
That's the criteria.
I see.
We've got 3. I mean, if you want to go confused, and I mean, we're behind the 8 ball here. We've already started, but I mean, I'll say he's lied and or made accusations of lies at least 8 times now. You want to go for which is more? Confused or lying? Which is
it's too late though, because he's already had like 6. He's already had like 6 lies.
I know,
right?
Yeah, he's way ahead. He's way ahead in the lying department. But so you know what they're talking about, right? Virginia is the governor race.
Yeah, he's talking about he's talking about how how a lot of people were upset that, if you remember, I thought it was in Virginia, the governor for running for the Democrats said like parents shouldn't have any say about what their kids are taught in school or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Everyone's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why would you say that? And, he got
kicked
the F out.
He got blown out of office.
Right.
Exactly.
And they believe that a large reason that the Democrats lost Virginia was the fear over CRT in school and this that parents shouldn't have any control over what their kids learn idea.
Yeah.
So that's what they're talking about.
Which you could make the same argument with the trans stuff. Like if your kid's going to school and all of a sudden all his teachers are transitioning them and you're not even aware of it. Like, parents are going to sign off on that. No problem. How is Vaush a political commentator and he doesn't even know this stuff? How is it?
He gets there. He gets there. He realizes what they're talking about eventually.
Oh, okay.
Totally opposed to everything true, and the fact that and that's the insistence. The insistence isn't that people be treated humanely or be treated decently. The insistence is that your vision of yourself be reflected by me in defiance of baseline reality.
Oh, the Virginia gubernatorial election? Oh, okay. That's not even remotely connected. Okay, yeah.
And
hold on. His chat filled him in. What are you talking
You're
about?
right. You're right. He didn't get there. His chat told him. Yeah, you're right. But then even then, once his chat tells him, he's like, has nothing to do with the conversation. That literally directly followed what Ben Shapiro was saying. Ben Shapiro was saying once he had children, and Vaush criticized him for this, that he became less libertarian.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, because there's a society that we're living in, and I don't want my children to be exposed to your wacky, crazy ideas.
Right. And so Jordan Peterson says yes, and Virginia would be an example of that.
Correct.
Which it was. And Vaush is like, that has nothing to do with the conversation.
It has everything to do with the conversation. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he's too busy reading the chat. He's not paying attention at all. He's not paying attention to the conversation. He's lost.
He is. How does this video, like, people have to be watching Vaush just hate watching. Like, how does this video has 150,000?
No.
Well, I guess
people believe this stuff.
They hate Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. Which
does this count as a confusion, Mark?
Sitch doesn't hate Ben Shapiro, but I wouldn't call Sitch a Ben Shapiro fan.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. I don't hate him, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Ben Shapiro has his blind spots like everybody
He
does.
says things I like. He says things I don't like.
The blind spots are always when you're dealing with your own ideology. It's very difficult to see the weakness in your own ideology. It's one of the reasons why I think the centrist position is closer to truth, is because you're not adopting an ideology that prevents you from seeing errors in policy or anything. Right. Yeah. Vaush is unable to see the detransitioners, the people who the woman that has a double mastectomy when she's 13 and regrets it the rest of her life. 13. Fucking, if she lives to be 70, she spent like 57 years without her breast. That's fucking, oh God.
Yeah.
How horrendous.
Right.
That's like way worse than a tattoo.
It's way worse. Well,
you have to be.
It depends on the tattoo, right?
Oh yeah, it could be it could be a killer kick-ass tattoo. It
could be a really bad tattoo. I mean, you don't know.
The thing is though, don't you have to be 18 to get a tattoo? I guess maybe you can get it with your parents' permission, but you can get a double
tattoo's
mastectomy.
Not a medical procedure.
You can get a double mastectomy without your parents' permission. They can literally hide it from your parents.
Well, it depends on what country you're in, but I'm assuming I know in America, if you are diagnosed with gender dysphoria and you get a double mastectomy, I'm pretty sure you have to have your parents' permission in that regard. But I mean, a lot of the parents are just listening to whatever their doctors say.
Of course,
they're saying, okay. I mean, this is what the professionals are saying. And unfortunately, they can make mistakes.
Abigail Shire comes out and says this in the book. The doctor comes out and they basically say, you have two choices here. You can humor your child or they will commit suicide.
Right.
Which, that's not really two choices. That's like one choice.
Well, have you ever had this situation where like your doctor wants you to go on some medication or some procedure, and then you ask them like a very basic, like, well, what happens if I don't have this problem? Or what would be like, what's a side effect of doing this? And they don't, and they're like, they look at you like bewildered, like they don't have an answer.
Yes.
And that's when you're like, oh, I need to not be talking to this doctor anymore because there are more.
So this is why you need to get a second opinion. A lot of people don't understand there are a lot of doctors that are morons.
Yes. And this would be what my piece of medical advice. Ask your doctor as many questions as possible about everything that they're doing.
Oh my.
And if they do not give good answers, find another doctor, because too often I feel like people they go to a doctor, whatever the doctor says, they go, and then they walk out.
It's
and
worse.
they can end up fucking themselves.
I don't know if you've read the Abigail Shrier book. I think it's called Irreversible Damage.
Well, I'm not even talking about like transgender stuff. I'm just talking about like any medical procedure.
No, I completely agree. But the people that go to the doctors for the transgender stuff, she says that a lot of them have been coached and admit this, that they've coached each other online what to say to get the proper responses out of the doctors. So they're not asking tough questions of the doctor to find out if they really have gender dysphoria. They're convinced that they do have gender dysphoria and want to present the right answers to the questions to convince the doctor that they have gender dysphoria.
Yes.
Which is really bizarre. I mean,
Well, it's not bizarre.
Imagine like believing you have cancer and then going in and trying to answer questions correctly to convince the doctor that to get the right diagnosis out of your doctor. I mean, I would be trying to, like, doc, convince me I don't have cancer.
Right. Well, it's a little different because there's no identity associated with cancer that is like could be perceived by some people as socially desirable. Like if there was some social identity people wanted associated with cancer, then yes, people would be literally doing this exact same thing.
Every description they have of gender dysphoria, though, makes it sound like it's hell.
Right. Right. But that's part of what's confusing about this.
Which goes completely against. I mean, if you're describing gender dysphoria as hell, that's closer to the I have cancer position than not, don't you think?
Yeah. Right. Right.
I mean, if you don't have gender dysphoria, you just want to transition. Look, you're talking.
I don't think you should.
You're talking to me. I mean, I'm a libertarian. Okay.
Do it when you're 25.
No, I do think you should wait. I do think you should wait. Yes, you can vote when you're 12, but you should wait till you're 18 to actually become the opposite.
I think you should wait.
Sex.
If you don't have gender dysphoria, okay, I think you should at least have to be 25 before you do something like a crazy surgery like that.
Sitch, Grandpa.
Well, see, but here's the thing, actually.
Putting the hammer down.
If you don't have gender dysphoria, and a doctor says, like, if you say I don't have gender dysphoria, you cannot get that kind of cosmetic surgery because it would be perceived as, I think, depending on what the surgery is, it would be perceived as an unnecessary medical procedure that's actually damaging you.
Body dysmorphia, though.
But that's different.
What if I want to get a third working arm attached to the middle of my back?
Well, that would be different because that's you actually increasing your your body's ability.
The people who want to transition, though, are arguing that they're increasing at least the attractiveness.
But what I'm saying
body,
is no. So what I'm saying is if you have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, the medical reason, and this is where people get lost. Doctors
but I'm talking outside of gender dysphoria.
I understand that, but the reason people transition, the reason doctors, medical doctors perform transition surgery is because they say, well, you have this thing called gender dysphoria, and if you don't get the surgery, your likelihood of killing yourself is significantly higher than the population. And this surgery will improve the quality of your life. Okay. That's the reason the surgery is done. The surgery is not done because the doctor is saying, oh, this is so you can realize the real you. Okay. And so if you remove gender dysphoria from the equation, there's no medical reason to perform the surgery other than because then it just becomes like purely a cosmetic surgery.
I just don't understand why we can't conceptualize it as becoming the real you if that's what people are really interested in doing.
Because no medical procedure is done to make you become the real you.
What if cosmetic surgery? Fucking braces.
That's
are
a
done.
Cosmetic surgery. That's
braces
not medical.
Are done to make you the real you.
That's not a
the real you is like
there's a difference between a
cosmetic.
Teeth. There's a difference between a cosmetic surgery that's purely done for cosmetic reasons and the surgery done for medical reasons. They're conceptualized differently by the medical community.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm only talking about cosmetic surgeries then, as far as like
right, exactly. But
sex
cosmetic.
Change. Why don't we just categorize it as a cosmetic surgery?
I could be wrong, but I don't think you can get any cosmetic surgery you want. Like, I don't think a cosmetic surgeon can cut off your hand because you think you look cooler with a hook, right? I could be wrong, but I don't think a cosmetic surgeon is legally allowed to cut off your hand.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking if you're cool with me going as Captain Hook next Halloween. What's the big deal, Sitch? Freedom.
Okay.
It sounds it sounds like you're against it. It really.
Well,
does.
it's not a question. I don't. It's not a question of like the freedom of the individual. It's a question of I don't think doctors under medical guidelines can perform surgeries where they remove functioning healthy body parts for no reason.
Right.
Even if the person wants it.
What about a tattoo artist though?
But they're not removing anything. They're adding something to you.
Right, but I'm saying what if you can get your tattoo artist to do it?
Oh.
Take off the
tattoo
hand.
artist to cut your hand off?
Take off the hand. It seems like you could find somebody somewhere that would do it.
Oh no, you just reminded me is the most horrible thing. Like one of the most horrible things I've ever heard. Oh, I don't even know if I should say it. It had to do with when me and CT watched and Harker watched the Heaven's Gate documentary. Oh,
they castrated themselves.
Yeah. Oh.
Did they find a doctor or did they do it with like the butcher block?
They found a doctor because the first time they tried to do it without a doctor and it was horrible and like a disaster. Oh God,
please make
they
it
just
stop. Oh,
I know. It was so
God.
bad. It was so bad.
Oh my God.
I cringe just thinking about it.
Well, hold on. If the Heaven's Gate people can do it, then why can't other people do it?
There you go.
I'm just saying when they're of age. Obviously, children shouldn't go having double mastectomies, but
someone said someone recently had 2 fingers removed to make them look more like an alien. Maybe I could be wrong. Because someone else brought the example of like, there's like the weird
body
cat and lizard people.
Yeah.
But those are always people adding shit to their body. If you've noticed, they're not removing. So I thought maybe I thought that was maybe to get around. But if people are cutting their fingers off, look like aliens, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you can do whatever you want. Stacking damage for $20 says Vaush's quote libertarian socialist thing just means communism. The libertarian part always comes later. After the socialist paradise is so effective, we no longer need the state. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's all bullshit. The Cooper Fellow for $50. Thank you so much. That Cooper Fellow says, Sitch, my understanding was you read CRT by Delgado. I've read Delgado's book, and I've read the collected works. Not all of them, because it's like 500 pages, but I've read most of the collected works of key writings that form the movement. I read Black Is, Black Isn't. I don't remember the author. And there's 2 other books that were by not as mainstream CRT people or well-known CRT people that I read. How
you did it, I don't know. I
mean, this is over like
fathom.
2 years, 3 years per. But I've been reading it, and I think it's fucking insane. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This is the Gata book. I think you said before that you think it is a description and not prescriptive. Can you elaborate? I think it's tacitly prescriptive. No, I said the opposite. I said this came up in our conversation with Jangles. I said the opposite. I said I thought the CRT Delgado book was inherently prescriptive, and Jangles was acting as if it was descriptive.
Right.
That was my position. I mean, obviously, critical theory definitionally is prescriptive. All critical theory. That's what makes something a critical theory. It has to have a normative value claim nestled with, like a normal theory just describes something. A critical theory describes something, criticizes it.
Oh, you're right.
And tries to get society to change whatever they're criticizing.
Right.
So yeah, no, critical theories are all prescriptive by definition.
Yeah, praxis.
Right.
In order to redefine how society as a whole works.
Well, a lot of it's murky thinking. If someone asked me, do I believe that there are gender fluid people? I would say yes. And I would say a man who's a young man.
See, I bet you if you were to ask Vaush,
I know.
Any bread tuber
ahead of
time, do you think Jordan Peterson would acknowledge that gender fluid people exist? I can almost guarantee you they all would have said no.
Right. Their stereotype of Jordan Peterson is that he only believes in a gender binary where men are at the hierarchical top over women.
Right. They think Jordan Peterson is the Bible thumping preacher who's trying to sneak social conservatism into the society.
Right. When he's definitely 20% soy. Jordan Peterson's a good 20% soy.
You know what he's like temperamentally. He's high in agreeableness.
Oh wait, I gotta go back. This is important.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, and Vaush doesn't give Jordan Peterson any credit, whatsoever for this. He just goes, yeah.
He does mumble under his breath. Oh, like he notices.
He goes, yeah, good job.
I would say yes, and I would say a young man.
What's he say there?
He says, "Aw."
It seems like he's not. It seems like he wasn't expecting it though.
Do I believe that there are gender fluid people?
Okay, hold on. Keep talking over this part. This part's important.
Oh, okay. That's not...
That there are gender fluid people. I would say yes, and I would say a young man who's gender fluid. I know what he's like temperamentally. He's high in agreeableness. He's high in neuroticism, so he has a feminine temperament. He's more interested in people than things, and he's extremely high in openness. And so his temperament is fluid. He's creative. And
this is exactly the kind of way that Jordan Peterson would talk about gender, where he would use one of these incredibly arbitrary, pseudo-intellectual, like, self-description based, like, personality matrices to determine... Yeah, this sounds like it's coming out of, like, the 19th century right here. Like, well,
Wait.
I know a gender-fluid person. You see, the schizophrenic varies in openness and agreeableness depending on when you pull them. So, in a way, the gendered character, this is meaningless. This isn't what gender is. Whether or not you're.
So, what you guys just heard, okay, is that Vaush, our believer of science, just said that the Big Five personality trait theory is bullshit and pseudo-intellectual and nonsense.
Yeah.
This is the most widely used, I believe, personality test and personality theory in the world right now by psychologists. And with no evidence, because it came out of Jordan Peterson's mouth, Vaush just said, "Oh, this is pseudo-intellectual bullshit from like the early 1900s."
Yeah, I'm curious how Vaush makes his argument in favor of gender fluidity. Because, like, what tools does he use? The tools Jordan Peterson's using, he doesn't seem to be satisfied with. You know, these tools that have been around for 50 years. I went back, I was telling Sitch before the stream began, I went back and I read the Wikipedia page on the Big Five personality traits. And it's been studied and peer-reviewed over and over again, cited in other studies. And also, not only that, there were two different researchers that independently came up with basically the same idea that were competing with one another in the same way that Betamax and VHS were competing. So, I mean, there's some pretty strong evidence that the Big Five personality traits are at least measuring something that has some sort of predictive power. So I'm just curious because Vaush seems mystified. He says, "Wow," when Jordan Peterson says he thinks, gender fluid could be a thing. But so he's in favor of this idea, but how would he conceptualize it? What is he using to define, like, what's going on here with this person? Is it just whim? Is it just subjective feeling?
Yeah. I mean, I can guarantee you that the Big Five personality traits has been studied and has a plethora of scientific research back yet, more so than whatever theory of gender that Vaush believes.
Yeah.
Whatever his neo-Marxian theory of gender is, not backed up by the science, unlike the Big Five personality. I just, to me, it was crazy. This shows you how deep the tribalism is. It comes out of Jordan Peterson's mouth, so he just immediately dismisses it.
Well, and he goes off on this long, Like he's really struggling to say anything meaningful. He goes on this substance-free tirade, just throwing words out
Right.
I can't really tell what kind of argument he's making
His
other
argument
than Jordan
is,
Peterson bad.
This is his argument. His argument is Jordan Peterson bad, and that since he can't intelligently critique the Big Five and say, oh, here's some studies that criticize or debunk the Big Five personality, right? Or here's my rationale for why I think the Big Five personality is not accurate, and this rationale is backed up by people studying it. Okay. He doesn't do any of that. He says, oh, well, when you hear someone talk about like agreeableness and openness to experience and neuroticism, when you hear these words in your brain hole, it makes your brain hole think of in the early 1900s or even earlier when people would talk about like the humors in your body or phrenology or some of these other pseudoscience things.
So different than that.
And so if I can relate some pseudoscience to some actual science to my audience, then my audience will just buy that, hey, that sounds similar, so it must also be pseudoscience.
Yeah.
It's totally, let's say, a very dishonest, bullshit, lazy tactic.
There's another system that I am skeptical of, and I think the psychology community is kind of has set aside. Do you know it's like the INTJ personality types?
The Myers-Briggs?
Myers-Briggs. That's exactly what it's called. Thank you. I think that has not passed a rigorous peer review process, and I don't think that they use that in therapeutic research. It's a more in-depth personality type system, but I think that they've had problems with testing, not being able to consistently test people over time. Like they'll test it in the morning, it'll be different. I'm only bringing it up because I believe Vaush references it in here and might be mistaking the Big Five personality traits for the Myers.
That's possible.
The Myers-Briggs, which is not necessarily as
right.
Yeah.
There's a difference too, because the Myers-Briggs is a personality type, and this is personality traits. Okay. So the difference is like the Myers-Briggs, and I think all personality type fields have had trouble being very scientifically replicatable and proven.
Yeah.
Or I guess, supported with evidence.
Science. Yeah.
Yeah. Because when you have a personality type, you're like you're kind of narrowly putting someone into a box and saying like, these are personality types. You are this type of person, right?
And people can change over time, obviously.
And people can change. Also, it's very difficult to put people in boxes. People are very different from each other. But if you have traits that are just sort of like, well, you have these kind of broad traits, and then they influence your behavior in like a million different ways. Yeah. That's a lot easier to quantify and to label correctly.
Yeah, that's more stable. Yes.
Right.
Less boxy, more stable. And that even goes to the argument that Jordan Peterson is making, because he's saying, listen, I understand how someone can be gender fluid based on the Big Five personality traits, high openness. Yeah, and I don't want to let Vaush off the hook, because maybe he is mistaking it for the Myers-Briggs, but he shouldn't be, because Jordan Peterson has said enough here that it's unmistakable what he's talking about, that he's talking about Big Five.
Right. Aiden says, into J gang represent.
Oh, is she down?
I'm surprised.
Is she down with that?
I would have thought you would have been the INTP, Aiden, not the int J.
Oh yeah, I noticed some people put it in their bio and stuff like that. They're really into it. They're like looking for someone that matches them. It's like
I'm the INTP whenever I take those tests, the Myers-Briggs test.
Yeah, I haven't memorized mine. The Big Five.
Well, no, because when I look at the picture, I remember. It's like the little scientist lady, the logistician.
The Big Five personality traits, many people remember it by the acronym OCEAN. And there's one word in it that triggers the fucking shit out of bread tubers and and
right.
leftists alike. You know which one it is? It's openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and
neuroticism. Yeah, and they don't, because being labeled neurotic has such a negative connotation.
They all lose their fucking minds. Right. How high do you think?
But see, that's kind of a problem, because all the other ones, like you have openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, and agreeableness. None of these are negative traits. Mm-hmm. And then you have neuroticism, which maybe at the time wasn't a negative trait, but I don't know. Maybe they should change the word.
I think,
because you're right. It's such a negative connotation.
Neuroticism is the one that maybe is negative in any amount, but I think all of them can be bad if abused, if pushed to like an extreme. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They each of the big five traits have negatives on a spectrum, right? You put the trait on a spectrum, and there's going to be a negative in one direction or the other.
If you're too agreeable, you're a doormat. You know, extroversion too far, now you're a fucking flasher. It's like, come on.
Right. If you're too conscientious, that means you have no life and you neglect your family and all you do is work all the time.
Yeah.
If you're too open, if you're too open, it means you don't have any stability in your life. You're one of those people who are like, oh, I'm never gonna get married. I'm gonna run around the country, hitchhiking for the rest of my life. Totally. Yeah, all these things have negative and extremes are too negative.
But neuroticism, it seems like a thimbleful of neuroticism. You're like, okay, well, that's not good.
Right. Neuroticism does seem to be the one which is all bad. I guess.
My question, because I thought about it and I immediately wanted to throw some neuroticism shade Vaush's way, but I'm not sure you can be doing the kinds of things that Vaush and other YouTube commentators are doing and be high on neuroticism. It seems
you're correct. But no, actually, no, the way you would look is like, okay, if you're too confident, right? Because the way they put neuroticism is it's sensitive nervousness versus resilient and confident. Okay. Mm-hmm. You do need to have some nervousness. You do have to be you have to have some neurosis level, because otherwise you would never doubt yourself.
Right.
And if you never doubt yourself, you're never going to grow, and you're going to be constantly assuming that any problem you have in life is someone else's fault and not your own. Okay.
True.
And so like, if you're just brimming with confidence, and this is the thing, like, and I wouldn't be surprised this is Vaush, because Vaush just like, he'll say the most dumb shit with the same confidence level as something he's researched, for 10 years. Like he'll say the same tone of voice. He'll say, "Oh, this thing I pulled out on my ass, I'm just as confident that this is true as something I've looked up and studied for 5 years in my life."
It's true. It's totally true. He has zero neuroticism.
He has zero neuroticism, which is a problem.
It's a bad thing. Yeah. Look at us, ultimate fucking libs.
There you go.
Everyone needs a little bit of neuroticism. Come on, guys. It's not all bad.
Yeah, Fuduka just said for $5, neuroticism is positive when it allows you to detect liars and cheats. People low neuroticism can be taken advantage of. That's a good point, too. They make you too trusting, I guess.
Really?
If you're not neurotic enough.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, here, all plus play.
You're feeling agreeable that you can... hey... do a personality test on me when I'm hungry versus when I've just had a big meal. Okay, you'll get two different people, I guess.
See, this is why I think he might be confusing the two.
Right.
Unawaredly. Like, I don't think Vaush... like, if this was a debate situation, we'd immediately ask Vaush if he knows the difference between the Myers-Briggs and the Big Five, and he would not know.
Also, what he's saying doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't understand how personality works or behavior works. Mm-hmm. Because when you're hungry, the reason you get angry, or some people get angry when they're hungry, is because their body literally starts sending their brain stress signals.
Yeah, cortisol spikes.
Right. And so it's like, well, yeah, people obviously when people are experiencing some sort of chemical in their brain that goes against whatever their normal state of being is, their personality is going to be different. Someone's like, just because if you were to take a personality test while like wasted and drunk, versus sober, it's going to probably be different. That doesn't mean that the personality test is wrong or that you don't have a personality. It means that when you have different chemicals affecting your brain, your personality is different. Who disagrees with any of this stuff?
Can you imagine coming out? I'm sorry, sir, but you have no personality.
Yeah.
We've uncovered a dark secret.
Sir, your exact answers to the Big 5 trait personality quiz, unfortunately, is the one set of answers that means you actually have no personality.
You have zero personality.
You are the Keanu Reeves of people. I hate to tell you.
Oh, that's so
good
bad.
news. He did have a successful career as an actor somehow.
Oh, I know.
Beyond all odds. The one job you need to exude personality is the job that Keanu Reeves has somehow succeeded in.
Don't you know the rumor about how he has a job?
He made a deal with the devil.
No, he gave some producer a blowjob. You don't know this story?
Yeah, but that only works once, though.
Well,
right?
maybe.
Maybe that's how I got Bill and Ted.
I don't know.
Well, actually, he wasn't even in Bill and Ted. He's pretty decent.
I don't know if that's just like Hollywood legend or whatnot. I've never read that on the internet. I'm sure there's probably a write-up on it somewhere.
There you go.
We're all
I'm sure
gender
it's true.
fluid.
So he's one thing one day.
Hold on, what did he say there at the end? We're all gender
I
fluid.
missed it.
And then he throws in we're all gender fluid, by the way.
We're all gender fluid.
Based on what science, Vaush? And you can't
Right.
use the Big 5 personality trait because you've already said it's pseudoscience. You got to bring it. You got to develop your entire own gender science.
And one.
Do a personality test on me when I'm hungry versus when I've just had a big meal. Okay, you'll get two different people. I guess we're all gender fluid.
So he's
like, oh,
right.
Based. I just destroyed him. I just destroyed this dude.
I just destroyed 30 years of personality research with my one sentence. Oh, I'm so based.
It's so bizarre to me that this is just, I mean, I feel a bit embarrassed for him. I honestly do. But I know other people have a completely different perspective. Like they're looking at this and they feel embarrassed for Jordan Peterson. They're like, oh my God, Jordan Peterson's so stupid. This 20-year-old could own him.
A clinical psychologist who has been cited, hundreds of times for his research. What does he know? I'm sure he doesn't know anything. I believe this fat socialist streamer who I'm not sure what he studied exactly in school. I think he knows what's up here.
Have you heard the term hubris?
I've never heard that word.
Do you know
in my
the word
entire
hubris?
life. No.
Tell me.
Let me look it up right now. Hubris.
Tell me, how cool would it be?
Let me Google hubris. Oh, look, Google Images. Picture of Vaush comes up right when you Google hubris.
How cool would it be if the couple sitting behind Jordan Peterson started making out?
There you go. That'd be pretty alpha right there.
That would up the production value of this video. If I was filming this, I would slip him like a 50 to go. Just
what if they started having, forget making out, they started having sex. Okay, he grabs her and throws her on the table and they start banging violently in the background.
You'd have to go more than 50 for that. You might get a good French kiss out of him for 50.
And it's so
if they're
loud
actually
you can hear
a couple.
the background noise is just like while they're trying to have this serious conversation about gender, but you can only kind of see it because like the focus is on the focus is on Peterson, so you can't really make out exactly what's going on, but you know
that would be so cool.
one thing.
What, you gonna let it happen?
I'm on board with that.
One day and one
people are amicable to that. It's like, I'm a producer over here. I'm gonna pay you $50 to kiss your girlfriend. Like you probably kiss her all the time anyway, right?
Right. Nothing gets men and women hornier than listening to Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro talk. Okay. you hear those two guys talk, and oh man,
we could
juices get flowing.
We could really fix this video up for you, Jordan. You should reach out. Like, we got good producer credit here. Cut back, like at closing, we get a bunch of shots of Ben Shapiro just looking disgusted. Just, it's just extra shots, Ben. Give me like your best disgusted face. Come on, we got to have some reaction shots to the people making out in the background, right? How come Vaush never does silly shit like this in his streams?
He does.
Do these people have any fun over there?
He made a voice and said this is like phrenology or whatever he said. So
that was good.
That
wasn't even a competent Jordan Peterson impersonation.
Oh, well,
Sam, the critical race theorist expert, did a better Jordan Peterson impersonation.
Adam, we are not in a position to criticize the competency of an impression that anyone does. Okay.
The Dragon of Chaos.
Is that your Jordan Peterson impression?
The Dragon of Chaos is coming for us, Sitch. I know.
The Dragon of Chaos, best man.
I know. How come all my impressions sound like a bad Bane?
You think you cleaned your room? I was born in the dirty room, Batman.
How dare you not clean your room? How dare you not clean your room?
See, that sounds just like Bane to me. I think the chat's crazy.
The glass
sounds exactly like Bane.
Oh, yours is perfect, Sitch. Are they complaining about yours?
They're complaining about
yours
both of ours. I think we both sound exactly like Bane.
That was an Oscar-worthy performance. I'm not gonna lie, Sitch. I wouldn't lie to you.
You sounded not like Bane. You sounded like. Do you remember the episode of Venture Brothers where the alien from outer space is visiting them and he just screams at them through like a drive-through window quality style, like megaphone in his chest?
Yes, and I love that episode.
Ignore me. I'm studying humans to see whether they're worthy.
That's what all my impressions sound like.
Yes.
Come on, let's get back to this sad sack over here. I feel sorry for Vaush. I do. I'm feeling sorry for him.
One thing the next, and his fundamental temperament is tilted towards the feminine. But that doesn't mean he's not a man.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with gender fluid? What does that mean? Do you know any gender fluid people? I do. I once knew a man who could, when standing on his tippy toes, reach up to touch a 9-foot ceiling. But he wasn't always.
What is he talking about?
That's a joke, Sitch. This is the quality of jokes you get over at Vaush's stream.
No, but I don't even understand the point he's trying to make. I have to mark myself off one check for confusion here. Okay.
Well, he's saying that since men tend to be taller than women,
yes,
that touching a 9-foot ceiling makes you masculine.
Oh,
yeah,
that's really stupid.
It is stupid. It's not like.
So Jordan Peterson's point was someone talks to him and says that they're gender fluid, and then he kind of goes through like the traits that would make up on average someone who fits this role, this position.
Yeah.
And says, but that doesn't negate them being a man.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, biological male.
Right. So he's saying you can be gender fluid, you can be a biological male who has a lot more quote unquote feminine traits or female traits, and you're still a man.
Right.
That was his point. Okay. I thought it was very clear. And Vaush didn't understand it and is now relating it to height.
Yeah, totally. I don't understand. If you want to be a girly boy, more power to you. I don't like why it's Vaush shouldn't be the one policing feminine men or masculine women. It's like let them be.
That's the
but then again
that's the irony I have of why I'm against non-binary stuff, because the non-binary stuff is basically making the claim inherent within it that all men are stereotypically masculine men and all women are stereotypically feminine women.
Who doesn't like Ripley? Come on.
There you go.
There's nothing hotter than masculine women.
There you go. Adam's big for the tomboy abs.
Women doing manly things.
Ooh.
Is kind of like a genre.
That's right.
It's a giant genre.
Listen, academic agent's gonna be very upset with you, Adam. Adam came out as like a tomboy ab simp just now.
Yeah, I'm simping for those tomboy abs.
He's gonna lick those abs. Lick the abs, Adam. Lick the abs.
Let me see him first.
Okay.
I don't want to get kicked or hit or This is consensual licking, right?
This is consensual ab licking, okay?
Gender fluid people. I do. I once knew a man who could, when standing on his tippy toes, reach up to touch a 9-foot ceiling.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
That's the joke.
Oh my God.
Buddy.
What are you doing?
I want to hear the end of this thing to see if I can make any sense of this.
But he wasn't always 9 feet tall. In fact, quite often he was no more than 6'2", 6'3". So yes.
What?
Wait, let him finish.
He's confusing. Hold on. He's 9 foot tall. We got to back this up.
I'd say reach up to. What does that have to do with gender fluid? What does that mean? Do you know any gender fluid people? I do. I once knew a man who could, when standing on his tippy toes, reach up to touch a 9-foot ceiling.
So the ceiling is 9 foot. We do not know how tall the guy is.
Okay, right.
But in a second here, the guy is going to be 9 foot. So technically, he's going to have to crouch down.
Okay, I think I understand what he's saying, getting at. Okay, well, just let it run.
But he wasn't always 9 feet tall. In fact, quite often he was no more than 6'2", 6'3". So yes, I'd say I do know a gender fluid. It doesn't mean anything.
And then, so it's murky thinking.
Stop it.
I understand what he's saying. It's really stupid.
Okay.
Okay, so he's saying, he's equating what Jordan Peterson said. Jordan Peterson said, gender fluid exists, and I know gender fluid people, and I've had gender fluid patients.
Right.
And they typically fall into this pattern of trait behavior. Okay. But that doesn't mean they're not a man. Right. So Jordan Peterson is saying, as we said, that just because you don't have stereotypically masculine or stereotypically feminine traits does not mean you're not a man or a woman.
Correct. We agree.
Okay. So
And
instead of
I don't
Vaush,
think people should be policing like soy boys.
what it means to be a man or a woman.
Yeah.
Right. So
what's the opposite of soy boy for woman? I don't know. Oh, tomboy.
Well, tomboy. But it's not like, what would be a bad, like a bad, because soy boy has a negative connotation.
Soy
tomboy
boy
doesn't.
is good, bad, and yeah, tomboy is good. I don't know.
I guess it would just be the D word for damn is often thrown around.
Okay.
Like
You're not allowed
a
to say
negative
that?
conception of two masculine women. But
you're
anyway,
not allowed to say that?
I don't know what you're allowed to say. Okay.
What if I was talking about
I'm going to build a dike over this river. Is that what you're saying?
Hydroelectric power.
This
And I said,
hydroelectric
listen,
powered dike.
This dike is about to burst.
Right. That's the one I can think of.
Is that? Am I allowed to say it then?
I think you're allowed to say it
okay.
then. But anyway, so Jordan Peterson made a point which you can agree or disagree with. Okay. We happen to agree with it.
Right.
Instead of addressing that point, Vaush just throws it out and says it's nonsensical based on nothing. He doesn't explain why it's nonsensical. And he just gives an analogy and says, this would be like comparing the fact that if someone stands on their tippy toes or not, their height changes.
By 3 feet, though? I mean,
it doesn't matter. It's just a hypothetical. Okay. So he thinks this complete non sequitur of comparing height to gender fluidity has any fucking thing to do with what Jordan Peterson just said, because he's too lazy to actually dive in to what Peterson's saying, understand it, and then either agree or disagree with it.
Yeah, of course not.
So,
hey, you have fun deconstructing Jordan Peterson, right? That's like a fun pastime.
Sure.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. Vaush should try it. It'd be fun.
He should try thinking. I know it's hard. But...
I mean, thinking is great. You know what gets better when you actually start thinking? Your jokes. They get a lot better.
That's exactly right.
It's certainly the case that 1 out of 10 women, now it depends on where you put the cutoff, I would say, but you could say with reasonable certainty that 1 in 10 women has a masculine temperament and 1 in 10 men has a feminine temperament. And so that's a lot of people. And those people, especially if they're also creative, well, they're kind of at
Vaush is so confused by this. I fucking love this video, Sitch. Vaush is so confused by this.
Is he confused because he doesn't understand what they're talking about, or is he confused because Jordan Peterson acknowledging this kind of shits all over their strawman version of Jordan Peterson.
Number two. Number two. This is like a fucking reality check for Vaush here. He's like, what? What the fuck is going on here?
Right.
I've been telling everybody that for 3 years now that Jordan Peterson only wants men to be hyperly masculine. And now he's sitting here in a video that I'm commenting on. And he's saying exactly the opposite of that.
Right.
This is breaking Vaush's brain. Look at the look on his
cognitive
face.
dissonance.
This is we are witnessing cognitive dissonance here. This is exactly what we're witnessing. We're witnessing the breaking of Vaush's worldview. He's going, wait a second here.
Wait a minute.
Not only that, Jordan Peterson's position is tangibly different than Ben Shapiro's. And Vaush doesn't understand any of that difference whatsoever.
Right.
He thinks Jordan Peterson is a carbon copy of Ben Shapiro.
I was going to bring that up later, is that he doesn't, because Vaush has a straw man idea of Peterson, and because he's demonized him so much to his audience, he can't be charitable here at all. He's not realizing that Peterson's actually pulling Shapiro to the left more than Shapiro would ever probably acknowledge or admit to in a conversation with anyone else, basically.
Jordan Peterson right now is doing the thing that Vaush would like to do more than anything.
Right.
More than anything in the world. Vaush would like to drag Ben Shapiro to the left.
There's I don't think like he's dragging to the left, like he's changing his mind, but just like for the sake of the conversation, Shapiro will concede things that he wouldn't normally concede.
He's not going to concede him to Vaush, that's for sure.
That he wouldn't challenge. There's a funny part in this conversation later where I forget the exact context, but we'll see it. Peterson is saying stuff to Ben, and Ben's just kind of like, yeah. He's nodding, and then Peterson says like the one thing like that's too much that Ben Shapiro doesn't agree with, and you see like his head just stops immediately.
And he's like, what?
Yeah, suddenly it becomes a lot more like tepid.
Yeah. This is great. This is totally, I'm gonna back it up a little just because I think we got another what in there. I'm not exactly sure. I'm to 3 confusion levels.
I'm at 5.
You're at 5? Oh, I must have missed a couple.
A lot of temperament, and 1 in 10 men has a feminine temperament. And so that's a lot of people. And those people, especially if they're also creative, well, they're kind of at a loss in relationship
no idea
to
what this has to do.
There you go.
Okay, that's 6, right? Are we on the
6.
same page?
We're at 6 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
6. I have no idea what this has to do with anything. Follow along, Vaush.
Well, I mean, if you're following along,
Yeah. I mean, we're up to speed. We know what's going on. I have my big brain helper, though. So, I mean, obviously.
That's true.
It's just a lot. You need a Sitch in your life, Vaush. Jesus Christ. God.
You've heard about rooftop Koreans. Have you heard about pocket Sitches?
I know. Just find
Enter the
someone.
promo code Shapiro for life to get a free pocket Sitch with your order.
Look, Vaush, you're a big fucking streamer, okay? Just find someone twice as smart as you and invite them on.
Whenever your elephant is on the rampage, your little pocket Sitch will go, well, stopping you back in reality.
Well, I don't like that part, though. That part fucking sucks. But, you know, it's trade-offs, okay? It's give and take.
In the moment, nobody likes their pocket Sitch.
No,
but
they
afterwards,
don't.
Afterwards, they're very happy they had it. All right.
They don't. They don't.
Because they're pulled, first of all, they have a hard time catalyzing their identity.
So what he's implying right here is that people who think they're transgender are just responding poorly to their to
look at this. He's fucking totally bullshitting.
Yeah.
He is totally making this up as he goes along.
Yeah.
Why would you do this? Why?
Because he can't just listen.
Why?
And understand. It's easy to straw man.
Yeah, but he right now, is he not searching for a lie? Like, what the fuck is he doing? What is he doing? This is not based on any argument, on any...
Listen, we don't know if he's lying. He could just be really lazy or really stupid, okay? We don't know.
Look, we do know for a fact he cannot say anything that makes either of these people, Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro, look good.
Right. I know that.
He can't categorize their argument in any kind of charitable
Sure,
light.
but I don't think that's conscious. I think this is unconscious.
No, I think it's pretty conscious. I think he knows he can't.
No, I
he can't make them look good in any way, shape, or form.
I think this is unconscious, but
really,
yeah. But I digress.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right. I mean, Vaush is super. He's super conscious of his rhetoric and the way he comes off. So you could be right.
I'm conscious of people don't want us to, like, if I'm going to give Vaush credit for anything, I'm conscious of people will not like that.
Yeah, but
I'm still,
we ignore it.
Do it. Yeah, exactly. Right. If he makes a good point,
sure.
Thank goodness,
right.
Vaush never really makes a good point. So it's like the least conflict in my life whatsoever.
To their personality matrix being different from what you'd expect a person of their gender.
Wait, let me go back.
I know. It's so funny because later on he accuses Jordan Peterson of word salad. You tell me what Vaush is saying here. You tell me what the fuck Vaush is saying here.
He's stumbling.
He's implying right here is that people who think they're transgender are just responding poorly to their to their personality matrix being different from what you'd expect a person of their gender to have.
So I know I understand what you're saying.
It's completely wrong though, because the personality isn't gendered.
Well, no, personality is not gendered, but personality traits, if you put them on a spectrum, they will break down in a gendered way.
Yes.
On average.
On average, exactly.
Right. And that's what Peterson was talking about. And that's what Vaush basically just here's the problem with what Vaush said. Okay. He said, Jordan Peterson is saying that transgender people are just people who are confused because their personality traits don't match up with the stereotype. Okay. That's not what Jordan Peterson said.
No.
Jordan Peterson is saying that's why he doesn't agree with non-binary, the idea of non-binary stuff. Okay. He's not saying that people that have gender dysphoria are just confused people who have different personality traits. Okay. And Vaush lumped them in all together.
Yeah, he can't make the distinction between the non-binary argument and the transgender argument.
Right.
Which is the simplest thing in the world, because if you, like, yes, the big five personality traits on average lean one way for men and the opposite way for women. Or not, I mean, you can't even really call them opposites. Like one way on average, men display a personality type that's on average has certain characteristics to it. See, I'm struggling here because there's actually more differences inside the gendered category than there is between the gendered categories.
Sure, but there's still, if you put them on the, like,
women
if you were to
score higher on neuroticism, men score higher on conscientiousness. I don't even know what they are. Yeah.
Like
women score higher on agreeableness.
When you say that there's more differences in genders between men and women in terms of personality on the big five, it's that the way each, like the configuration of all the traits configure themselves more differently internally than externally. However, if you were to take each individual trait and say on average, you could average out and say, oh, on average, a man will have higher X and a woman will have higher Y.
Right. Yes.
Or inverse, actually, if you're
right.
Right. So,
but the fact that there are five traits is what makes it complicated, because you can point to any one factor and say, this is the the average of women's score, or this is the average of men's score.
Right. And I think there's some people that think there's a sixth personality trait, right?
Called horniness.
I don't remember what the sixth personality trait is, but
or is that openness to new experience?
Big five.
Horniness might be under openness to new experience. I'm not sure.
Whatever. Hit it. I can't find it.
The science changed in the chat says men are higher on the better traits.
There you go. Terrible.
Whatever those traits are.
Terrible.
That is actually what Vaush believes Jordan Peterson should be saying right now.
Yes.
Because that's the straw man version of Jordan Peterson that Vaush has been streaming about for 3 years now. So are we're both confident in saying that you're saying what Vaush is saying is incorrect, but still coherent.
It's coherent.
Right.
Yes, not just word salad. He just basically kind of rephrased what Jordan Peterson said, but then attributed it to a group of people Jordan Peterson's not attributing it to.
Right. Gotcha.
This is basically an equivalent. This is like Jordan Peterson's version of the argument that, back in my day, we used to have tomboys, but now they've all got to be like trans men, or, back in my day, we had quiet, sensitive boys, but now they've all got to be trans women. It's basically just a way of saying, like, before gender ideology, there were just people with different personality types, and now, they're being wokely convinced to be trans.
Vaush, does he agree with that or disagree?
He disagrees. But as I was saying, what's wrong with that argument?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that argument. And in fact, the way he describes it sort of accidentally gives the game away that it's wrong. Because the way he phrased it was back before we had gender ideology.
Oh, he did say that.
Right. And it's like, wait a minute. Shouldn't this be like back before if you actually believed in all this non-binary gender shit? Okay?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be like, well, back before we understood gender? But he didn't say it's back before we understood gender. He said back before we had gender ideology. So it's like, okay, back before we had this insane ideology attached to gender,
right?
People were fine being, quiet males or tomboy women, and that was fine, and that was acceptable.
Yeah, I'm curious because they, on the BreadTube side, put so much stock in social pressure being a bad thing, but they never really consider that there's this new paradigm where people are being confused in whether or not they're a tomboy or a trans man.
Well, I'll tell you why. That's actually a really good point. And Steven Pinker sort of talks about this in the Blank Slate book, where he has like the noble savage myth that, if it wasn't for oppressive society, we'd all be living as, Native
free
Americans in headdresses, hunter-gathering on the plains, and we'd all be happy, right? And that's often why people on the left come at it with this idea that, like, babies are born innocent and then they're socialized to be evil, because they all have this like noble savage myth kind of as their axiomatic belief. And the reason Vaush and their leftists don't then equate it and say, wait a minute, when it comes to transgender stuff or any of the gender stuff, how do we know that that's not culture that's influencing children? And the reason they don't perceive of that obvious flaw or hypocrisy in their thinking is because they only view things through the oppression hierarchy. So when they say society makes people evil, what they really mean is oppressive society makes people evil.
And
so basically,
the gender ideology is non-oppressive?
Right, because what they would probably argue is that they would say that the idea from the get-go that there's only two genders or two sexes is the oppressive patriarchy. Yeah. Right. And that if we didn't live in an oppressive society, we would never have developed these categories of binary gender in the first place, and everyone would have been free to be a non-binary special snowflake.
Right.
But then again, I would say, now this is all hypothetical too, I'm sort of arguing both sides here. I would say, well, that's kind of a bullshit argument, because that's the side that wants to create more categorical labels. That's the side that wants to create more boxes to shove people in when it comes to gender.
Right. Yeah.
So,
yeah, my problem with it is that you are. How can you say that you have more freedom if you're socially pressuring people to pick one? Like if you're a tomboy, you know, a girl that is very boyish or manly, and before that was perfectly fine. You weren't in a situation where society was stepping in and saying, listen, we have a problem here. You may be a tomboy, but you also may be a trans man. And now you have to pick one. Isn't that more socially oppressive to step up and say,
yeah, but they don't care about freedom. It's not about freedom.
Right. But I'm just saying that does seem, regardless of their ideology, it does seem more oppressive to me that people are stepping in and saying, you know, forcing people to choose.
I think the issue is that since they use the term oppression and they frame things as oppression, you would think they care about freedom, because freedom would be conceptualized as the opposite of oppression. But I don't think that's actually what's going on. I think it's because the goal isn't freedom, the goal is deconstruction. Okay. So like the oppression is the structure, right? We're being structured in the structure itself is oppressive and bad because it's structured, and we want to deconstruct everything.
Well, I mean, I can conceptualize the more options on either side, like the less oppression on either side of this, because you could also say, listen, before they didn't have a choice and that was oppressive. Now that they have a choice of being a tomboy or a trans man, that's a better society because there's more options, less oppression.
We have to remember, under the liberal framework, under the liberalism framework, the attitude towards quote unquote like equality was, don't prejudge people because we care about individuals. Don't prejudge men and women based on the fact that they're men or women. It doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. Okay. That's the liberal framework that we're all operating under, or that we're operating under. But the neo-Marxists don't operate under that liberal framework. And so since they don't care about individuals, they only care about classes of people, they don't want you, to them, it is neither effective nor desirable to say, listen, treat yourself as an individual, because they don't think that society or the world looks at people as individuals. They only look at them as classes of people. So for them, if you give up your gender category as it being important, it's basically you giving up your power. Because you can only gain power in society under the neo-Marxian framework by organizing around whatever your group collective identification is.
So are you saying that the choice that they would make, the person, I'm just saying the hypothetical person who is a more masculine woman, who's a tomboy, who has a choice to make whether or not they want to present as a tomboy or a trans man. You're saying that this Marxian group dynamic thing is going to affect their decision on making that choice, or
yes,
based on, because
it affects the way these issues are argued. Okay. Because I got you. And so then that changes the way people think about them.
Right. So they're really only thinking of it in terms of, winning arguments on the internet. They're not thinking in terms of, I mean, I'm trying to reason it out from the perspective of that tomboy who now, life was easy. I perceive it. And obviously, I'm biased by my own perceptions, but I perceive it as it was more advantageous for that person, who was a tomboy, not to have to make a choice. But now, I mean, that would just drive me insane. Like, people would come to you and say, listen, you have to decide. And there's this clicking, there's this clock, this biological clock ticking that you have to decide before you hit puberty. And you could be suicidal if you decide incorrectly. There's all these social pressures, social dynamics that seem to me to be a lot more oppressive than than liberating.
Right.
Yeah. Do you get the distinction that I'm making there?
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying.
But that doesn't figure into like winning arguments on the internet.
They don't care about any of that stuff. No.
Right. Because they don't care about the individual. They don't care about...
Because they don't care about the individual.
Vaush doesn't care about that person, that one person.
Right. It's all about the class of people.
It's all about power dynamics. Right. Who is more oppressed, the tomboy or the trans man?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Who has more power in society?
Depends on the society, right?
Right.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Creative people have a hard time catalyzing it. It's like the definition of creativity. They're protean. And so there have been people who play at the edges of gender identity forever. And fair enough. And sometimes that's even admirable if it's done in a sophisticated way. And it's charismatic. So you see it in Mick Jagger, you see it in David Bowie, you see it, and you see it in people like Madonna as well, because Madonna had a hard edge, that was very
This is Vaush. I love this video because Vaush just seems completely bewildered. Like the look on his face is just bewilderment to me. And maybe Sitch is right. Maybe he's dialing it in, but the examples that Jordan Peterson is giving, I mean, they're good examples. Back in the 80s when, there was glam rock and David Bowie and Mick Jagger, those guys wore effeminate outfits all the time, and they weren't chastised for it. Society didn't look down on them for doing that. All kinds of people were challenging the gender norms back then, and society loved it, every moment of it. So it's funny that Vaush can't make the connection.
Masculine, and all the Marvel superhero women have a hard masculine edge.
Again, like I've noticed this every time that I talk about Jordan Peterson. He is a massive sophist. He really does say nothing of value. And now I want you guys to understand that's a very strong criticism to levy at a person who with undeniably a greater degree of education than myself. But I say this with great confidence. He really...
What just happened? What did I miss? He's saying this is a strong degree of criticism to levy at someone.
We can back it up. You barely missed any of it, but he's calling Jordan Peterson. So Jordan Peterson was bringing up the fact that we've always had celebrities that were challenging gender norms. He cites David Bowie, Mick Jagger,
I remember that. Yeah, right.
And he talks about obviously.
Wait, let me go back. That was the part I think.
Yeah, this part is fucking amazing.
That's a trans.
Creative people have a hard time catalyzing it. It's like the definition of creativity. They're protean. And so there have been people who play at the edges of gender identity forever. And fair enough. And sometimes that's even admirable if it's done in a sophisticated way.
So he's describing the artist types. Yeah.
I want you to watch Ben Shapiro's face. And watch his
And so there have been people who play at the edges of gender identity forever.
Yeah.
And fair enough. And sometimes that's even admirable if it's done in a sophisticated way. And it's charismatic.
It's kind of
Okay, so you're right. You're totally right. That's a good catch.
Like, because he kind of went to nod, and then he kind of maybe not.
He's like, I'm not. He's like, I wasn't down when David Bowie was doing that weirdo stuff. Okay, Ben.
Now listen, we might be reading into it too much, but to me, it's funnier to kind of conceptualize the conversation.
I'm not.
This way.
Yeah, I don't think Ben Shapiro probably had a problem with that gender bending stuff, but
this is funny. Another thing too, and I noticed this. Okay, look at this shot. And it's funny because I looked at the shot, and I was like, why does this feel like the Chad Virgin meme? Like, does it? And I was trying to figure, like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, why does this feel like the Chad Virgin meme to me? And I didn't realize it. It's the posture.
Oh yeah.
Because look at, like, Ben Shapiro is actually sitting up straight, which you'd think would be better, but because the chair is smaller, it's kind of making the top of his back hunch over.
Yeah, he's got a little hunchback thing going.
And but then look at Jordan Peterson, since he's sitting.
He's got the Chad sitting.
Yeah, he's got he has
his chair.
He's like laying back, reclining his chair with his legs crossed. He looks like he's 100 times more comfortable than Ben Shapiro does in the conversation, just because of like the way he's sitting.
Yeah.
I just think that's so, to me, it's always interesting how like little things like the way people sit can have such profound effects on the way you interpret what they're saying.
He did this in the Kathy Newman thing too. In the Kathy Newman interview,
Yes.
the way that he's leaning back, and some of it is even just the luck of the camera angle, because it really accentuates his leaning backness in that.
Well, and this is a good thing too, and this is how you know that when we question our free will, right, and our elephant controlling us is, and you remember this, Adam. You'll know this going forward. Like if you feel like we're in a debate and you're really heated, okay, and you want to call a person a fucking asshole, right? If you actually just physically change, so instead of you being hunched over like your mic, yell at them, you actually physically change so that you're leaning back. It's much harder to be like angry and yelling at someone if you're actually in like a reclined position.
True, very true.
And if you're in an argument with like a family member too, like if you can remember, it's very difficult, but if you can remember in the moment to like lean back, you can change the tone of a conversation just by changing your posture.
Yeah. So it's funny that you bring up the fact that Jordan Peterson's offering something to Ben Shapiro and Ben Shapiro's not buying. He's basically saying, "Nah, I'm not really willing to go with you that far," right?
Right.
These artistic types bug the shit out of Ben Shapiro. So he probably doesn't want his kids seeing that. Sure, adults behind closed doors, but this is becoming widespread in culture. Jordan, we need to fix this stuff. So they're actually having a conversation of substance here. And Vaush here labels it all sophistry. Well, it's hard to say that it's meaningless sophistry when Ben Shapiro is like understanding what he's saying and disagreeing with it. How is it fucking meaningless?
Well, he's not. We're reading disagreement into it. He doesn't verbalize any disagreement.
Oh yeah, obviously.
So
yeah, we're doing a bit of mind reading here.
We're doing a lot of mind reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying it's not fair for me to say that?
It's not exactly fair to make a declarative statement that Ben Shapiro disagrees.
Can we go out on a limb and say that Ben Shapiro at least understands what Jordan Peterson is saying?
He 100% understands what he's saying.
Okay, because Vaush is making the argument that Jordan Peterson is saying nothing.
Right.
That what Jordan Peterson is saying is substanceless.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is absurd. Which is absurd.
Absurd. The chaos of dragons.
You see it in Mick Jagger, you see it in David Bowie, you see it in people like Madonna as well, because Madonna had a hard edge, that was very masculine, and all the Marvel superhero women have a hard masculine edge.
Again, like I've noticed this every time that I talk about Jordan Peterson. He is a massive sophist. He really does say nothing of value. And now I want you guys to understand, that's a very strong criticism to levy at a person who with undeniably a greater degree of education than myself, but I say this with great confidence. He really is saying nothing. It's just sophistry. He just says stuff. He's right now talking about gender identity relative to Madonna having a hard... if he was making a bad point, that would be one thing, but he feels the need to dress it up in so much pseudo-affluent intellectualism that it goes beyond being pretentious.
What would the one thing be if he was making a bad point?
The projection here from
Oh, I know. Oh, it's all projection.
Jordan Peterson is dressing up some nonsensical idea and sophistry and big words. Okay, Mr. Super Agrator.
I know. Yeah. Vaush, you're giving it all away here.
What was that super chat? I forgot the word. Grandiloquent, supererogatory. Yes,
you're giving away.
That's what Vaush is known. He's literally known for doing this.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Self-report. Like the irony here. Oh my God. is crazy. But there's so much to say that's wrong with this. So, and this is so funny. Again, this is him so high on tribalism. Because this is what I mean when I say Jordan Peterson is pulling the conversation to the left in a way that I don't think Ben Shapiro's not pushing back on it at all. That I don't think Ben Shapiro would allow anyone else to do. Because not only has Jordan Peterson conceded that gender fluid people exist, but he said that gender fluid people are often some of the most charismatic people in society that other people want to emulate.
ContraPoints.
Okay. Or not gender fluid, but people that don't match standard gender roles, I guess.
Sure. Totally.
And to Vaush, from Vaush's perspective, he should be happy that Jordan Peterson is bringing this up and that he seems to get Ben Shapiro to concede or agree with his point. He should be happy about that.
Yeah.
Right? But he's so stuck on this I have to hate Jordan Peterson train that he's just like, nothing shades making any sense. This is all sophistry. I don't understand the conversation. What's happening here?
Yeah, no, good stuff.
And it's just Jordan. I like Jordan Peterson. You know, he's a multi-decade-long clinical psychologist who's done all this research and reading and been cited hundreds of times on all these topics. He's just a massive sophist. I don't have to explain why he's wrong. I'm just going to throw it out there. Believe me, I'm a streamer.
I'm a streamer. Wouldn't it be great to have? I mean, I guess
a conversation between Jordan Peterson and Vaush would be the worst thing ever.
No, I was thinking, like, what if Vaush joined us when we had our talk last week about Jordan Peterson and Jonathan Haidt and Steven Pinker? What if he was along on that ride? Like, how much would Vaush have to contribute to that?
Yeah, nothing interesting.
I know.
Nothing interesting. Yeah.
What does Vaush know? I guess Vaush is just, he's popular for like owning the right people, I guess. That's what people just want somebody that's going to confidently say these two are liars. And that's what Vaush is doing. That's the service that he's fulfilling.
There's something I've noticed too, which is that I feel like last year I could watch some Vaush take and I'd be like, oh, I disagree with this.
But there was some substance.
Felt like there was substance there.
Yeah, totally.
Even if I disagree with it. And this just feels like he's reached the point of popularity where he just is just, being lazy. He's just writing it off. He's phoning it in, basically. Right. This is what this feels like.
Well, it's good for us because, I mean,
funny.
I enjoy debating you on the substance of the Jordan Peterson.
Right.
The Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro conversation. Like, we could watch that and do a video just off of the discussion that they're having and how it affects society. Exactly. Right. But having Vaush interject with his just idiotic takes, oh God, it makes it so much more enjoyable.
Right.
Because it's like a window into the mind of how someone who really just doesn't understand what's going on, how they conceptualize it. And it's such a beautiful window. It's like being able to see into the mind of like a child.
That's funny.
Don't you think?
Yes.
What take does Vaush have that's not? Oh man, I got to admit, I've met a lot smarter like 16, 17-year-olds in this. Like this is not smart.
There was this ageist too.
There was my nephew at the party. He was fucking 10 times smarter than this, and he literally is a child.
We were having a deep philosophical conversation about Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, while he was beating my ass in Super Smash Brothers.
I know.
Total BS 3000. Speaking of Vaush, for $20 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, hope you had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I haven't because I'm living in New York and I'm unvaccinated. I've been suspended from my job without pay and was wondering if either of you had any advice." Wow. Any advice for that? That's a bad situation.
Well, I mean,
I have advice. I don't think you're gonna like.
Yeah, the advice, and I mean, I feel obligated to give it, but
yeah,
The problem that I have, and I'm not in favor of the mandates, obviously, like if you are going to get vaccinated and worry about the outcome 20 years down the line, 10 years down the line, and that's going to tangibly affect your life in bad ways, then it's difficult for me to say get vaccinated, because obviously you have to do everyone individually has to do the cost benefit analysis of getting vaccinated. And none of us know, like, I'm vaccinated, Sitch is vaccinated, 20 years down the line, something could happen and we find out this is like the thalidomide.
What if we grow the third arm? Then we'll be happy.
Well, I'll be happier that. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I've said this before, you know, I think you'd be a fool to be first in line to get vaccinated.
Right.
And God bless the people who, I mean, there were people who went through the trials who did the vaccine, like not knowing anything. They could die.
Right.
Signing their lives away. But at this point, I really just think, I think the vaccines are safe. I wouldn't have gotten vaccinated if I didn't think they were safe.
Well,
so
here's the way I would look at it. It's like, as you said, I think this is the only way to really look at the vaccine, whether you want to get the vaccine or not, is you say, what's the cost benefit in getting the vaccine? And you have to weigh what you think your life outcomes would be without getting it versus your life outcomes being with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would agree with you in that it seems like in most scenarios, now obviously there are outliers, but in most scenarios, it seems like most vaccines are you're way likely to have a negative reaction to the vaccine than you would from COVID already.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you add on top of that, the fact that you're going to like get fired from your job, to me, it's just this, okay, the cost benefit ratio is in terms of getting the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Because in my mind, I understand people that don't want to get it because they're afraid of the health concern.
Mm-hmm.
I say, okay, well, that's fair. But I don't agree with the idea that like, I don't want to get it just because like on principle, because someone told me I have to get it. Because then it's kind of like, well, I understand the principle that you don't want to be forced to do anything. But it's kind of like, well, it's kind of like saying, oh, I'm not going to eat my vegetables because someone told me to, like, because my mommy told me not like to. Like, that's why I don't really buy that argument. I didn't really buy that argument and we talked about this in the Tim Pool situation when he was arguing with now cuck Jack.
I know, when he was arguing with that cuck. I tweeted out when that happened because I thought there were two things in conflict: Jack's principles of not being vaccinated and the principle of wanting to be a good father. Now I don't believe Jack wants to be a good father. What I was suggesting. Well, right. I'm saying now I don't believe Jack's principle is to be a good father, because you don't go out and fucking do the kinds of things Jack was doing to be a good father.
Well, that's fair. That's true.
So I've adjusted my position on that. But back to the vaccine thing. I see people in the chat that look, if you don't want to get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated, okay? But to act like you know what's going to happen 20 years down the line, like you think what you're like there to think that there's not a tangible risk from COVID. I don't see how you make
that's
that
not even
calculation.
Relating to the question, you can say, okay, neither Adam nor me are in favor of the mandates, but the mandates exist in some states.
Yes.
And there's nothing I can do about that.
That was the question.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's New York. Nothing I can do about that. Nothing you can do about that. There's nothing anyone in the chat can do about that, at least in the moment. Okay. Maybe this will get overturned at some point. There's nothing I can specifically do about that right now. So if someone's asking the question, what do I do right now? Okay. I'm not going to tell them, go run for office and try to get the mandate. Right. That's not really like useful information to an individual to apply to their life right now. You know, you could still disagree with something on a conceptual level, on a group level, but on an individual level, I say you have to do what makes sense for you to do at the moment. And under that scenario, I'd say, looking at what the facts are, I think it would make sense to just get the vaccine in that situation.
I also want to address, because Aiden said something about the podcast that Joe Rogan had with, do you know the name
Dr. Malone? Yes.
Dr. Malone. Okay.
Right.
So I have not seen the recent podcast with Dr. Malone, but I did see, I believe he was on Brett Weinstein's podcast before he did Joe Rogan.
Right.
And I saw that podcast and was well aware of the arguments he was making there. I also saw the rebuttal to that from another guy who's worked developing vaccines for a long period of time and gave all the counter arguments. So I've heard arguments for and against, and I still feel like the vaccines are the best route to go for me personally. So I understand if you're losing sleep over it, and that's going to cause you a lot of stress. Like that's the X factor that I can't really take into consideration.
Right.
Yeah.
Rico Zorro for $20 says it's tough being left-handed living in a right-handed world. There you go. The truly oppressed people.
I agree.
It's true.
In some cases.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 200. Knock Knock says Chris Chan was a mask off moment, in my opinion. They showed that pronouns are 120% political, and Agitprop, you should get call me Dick Girl, and no on if you want some spicy takes and strikes. I don't really want any strikes, but
yeah.
Asa Yar for 20 Aussie bucks says no more. What is love? Yeah, no, I don't know why you're not fair. Give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Give me a sign. What is love? Oh, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. That's right. I think the video would have been much better if Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson just broke out into Night of the Roxbury What is Love dance with the head bobbing and everything.
I gotta do it, Sitch. I hate to do this to you, but I have to do this.
What?
I'm gonna bring up the moral foundations.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Don't do it. No.
I have to do it.
We don't need to bring it up. There's nothing.
Every single person in the chat. I want to point this out, okay? No. Every single person.
No.
Every single person in the chat.
Yes.
Is trying to shame Sitch and I.
Yeah.
For being vaccinated. But they're using one moral foundation to do it over and over and over again. It's the Liberty Oppression Foundation. They're trying to say, they're trying to activate in us this rage that we're being forced to do something so that we will band together with them to strike out against the people who are forcing us to do this. Okay? The reason why that might work on somebody else, but it's not working on Sitch and me, is because neither of us were forced to get the fucking vaccine. I'm happy they invented it and I could take it. Okay?
Well,
I'm not being forced to take it.
This is, look, I'm sympathetic to people that are concerned about health issues from the vaccine.
Sure.
Because to me, I understand that. You know, I think if you do a cost benefit analysis, it doesn't wager, but at least I understand like the idea. The saying I'm not going to get it on principle doesn't make sense to me, because you can if you're not actually concerned about the health issues and your only thing is you don't want to have to do it, that doesn't mean that doing it wouldn't be beneficial for your health.
Yes.
Like those two ideas are completely separate individual from each other.
And
that's why you have lots of people who are saying, I was vaccinated, but I'm not in favor of the mandates, and I don't think people should be forced to do it. These two positions are not the same.
Totally.
You can separate them.
Yes.
And so I don't understand. Well, I mean, I kind of understand why, but I don't think it's justified or right to merge these two opinions together.
Yes. I'm trying to say, you're trying to make the argument, oh, no, Adam, you were forced. You don't understand there's a mandate. They forced you to do it. You have to understand, no.
Right.
They didn't force me to do it because I wanted to do it. I did it of my own volition. And before any of the mandates were even contemplated, I did it. So I don't you get what I'm saying, Sitch, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not in favor of them forcing it on anybody because, and the The Vaushes of the world will tell you, oh, just get over it. Like I'm literally saying, I understand that if you're worried, if you're going to lose sleep, if you can't sleep at night because you're going to sit there thinking about, oh my God, this thing's in me 20 years from now, I'm going to grow a second dick. It's going to fucking destroy my life, right? If you're in that situation, like you're better off not getting the vaccine, okay? Right. Take your chances with COVID. Like the cortisol levels of stress that you're going to go through is going to do you more damage in the long run than taking taking your chances with COVID. Now, Vaush here, on the other hand, the guy who's saying, oh my God, if someone's misgendered, they're going to fucking commit suicide. He's the guy that's saying, no, your feelings don't matter. Fuck you. You're get over it. Take the vaccine. It's safe already. He's the one that doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. Continue, Sitch.
So, like, I guess I'm trying to think of like an analogy. Maybe be like, I don't drink soda anymore. I just drink basically water and tea. And that's because, you know, for health reasons, it's just all that empty sugar is bad for you.
Soda is so good, Sitch. Come on. It's so good for you.
Well, whatever. It's really, soda is really bad for you. Okay. I understand it tastes good. It's really bad for you. And I don't drink soda anymore. But I don't want soda to be outlawed. I think soda should be completely legal. I'm not in favor of it. Okay. But if, say, I was in California or New York and they outlawed soda in that state, I wouldn't then go out and drink soda to protest the fact that it was outlawed, because I didn't think I should be drinking it beforehand. But I could still be drinking my water and protesting and saying, hey, soda should be legal.
The level of shaming going on in the chat is just, it's so
okay, well, we'll move on so you don't get triggered.
I'm not triggered by it.
No, the chat.
Why is shaming like, what? I'm curious. Do you have a position on
shaming? Shaming is the way you get people to follow the guidelines of your tribe, Adam. Shaming is peak tribalism.
Right.
That's what shaming is. It's saying you have to follow what everyone else in our tribe is saying.
Right. And doing. Right.
Or we'll shame you.
Right. I guess everyone in our tribe is not getting vaccinated. Is this a good time to tell my COVID New Year's story?
No.
Okay.
Let's move on.
It sounds nice, don't get me wrong, but it is, I think, a borderline malicious misuse of language.
You go. He just said the point Jordan Peterson is making is malicious because of the language he used.
Yeah, somehow him saying that charismatic people do not fit into gender stereotypes is a malicious use of language. What the fuck?
That seems like a position that Vaush would be in favor of.
I know. That's what's so weird about this. But this was just like when we covered Vaush's James Lindsay thing. He's like so primed to say James Lindsay is lying that I'm like, wait a minute, you should be agreeing with James Lindsay in terms of how he's defining CRT. Now you just disagree because James Lindsay says it's bad and you'd say it's good, but you should be agreeing with his conception of what it is.
Conceding that gender atypical people are charismatic, I think, is probably Vaush's position as well. So, I mean, it's fucking crazy that he's saying he's disagreeing with it just because it's coming out of Jordan Peterson, and he doesn't like the language. So,
and so I find that charismatic because those people are also integrated. But the notion that there's such a thing as gender, that's not right. There's variability in personality and temperament. Right. And the idea that there's no such thing as biological sex, that's just insane.
And nobody says that. That would be insane if people believed that there was no such thing as biological sex. But thankfully, everyone does believe that biological sex is a thing. So
I don't know if you missed it. There were two more additions to the audible hums and was. In that right there. So we're up to 8. We're up to 8 audible verbal cues of confusion.
Oh, I missed them. Wow, right. Okay, good. I'm caught up now to 8.
This point really annoys me. Supremely. This point triggers me to some extent. because I feel like it's the height of intentional dishonesty and intentionally being obtuse, pretending to be stupid. We see this a lot, these internet conversations where two people are saying something, or one person says something and the other person knows what they mean, but pretends not to, so they can interpret it in the most uncharitable way possible.
It is gaslighting. It is dishonesty at its height.
It's very dishonest. It's being intentionally obtuse. And they do this all the time. And they did this with J.K. Rowling, and they're doing it here, where someone says something like, oh, sex is real. And they say, what are you talking about? No one says sex isn't real. No one says that. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. And it's so annoying because you'd say, wait a minute. What do you think they mean? When Jordan Peterson says sex is real, or J.K. Rowling says sex is real, what do you think those words mean together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think that Jordan Peterson and J.K. Rowling believe that there are people out there wandering around that think people don't actually have dicks and vaginas? And that it's a conspiracy, that everyone really has the same genitalia, and it's been a conspiracy to trick people into thinking that there's different genitals out there? Do you think that's the position George Peterson and J.K. Rowling have? Of fucking course that's not their position.
Yeah.
Obviously, when someone says something like sex is real, what they're referring to is the claim that gender activists on the left make, that there is no biological basis for the categorization of sex and or gender.
Yes.
Okay? That's what those words mean when someone says sex is real. They mean this is something based in biology that exists independently of human perception. Okay? It is an objective fact of the universe, of the world. That's what they're saying, Vaush. And guess what? There are people that we've heard and talked about and covered that disagree with that.
Yes.
Lindsay Ellis disagrees with that.
Yes.
Riley Dennis disagrees with that.
Yes.
Okay. Riley Dennis had a whole video where they're like, sex is a social construct.
Yes.
And she didn't mean it in the universalistic sense. She meant it in the terms of like, it's an arbitrary distinction sense.
Yes. Where does I don't get, like, I'm a scientist, I'm in the field, I'm studying frogs. Where's the non-binary come in? I'm just curious. I'm like,
right. And then they do this.
What?
They do this thing.
Where do I categorize that?
They do this thing that's equally dishonest, where they point to, like with the non-binary stuff, they'll point to intersex people who have some actual genetic reason for their biological condition. And they'll say, see, sex isn't a binary because there are people that have genetic conditions.
Right.
And you're like, okay, so because 1.7% of the population has an extra chromosome or missing a chromosome means sex isn't a binary?
It's
Get the fuck out of here.
7%? That's giant.
It's some tiny, it's maybe even less than that. It's a very small amount of people. That encompasses all of the various possible mutations.
But there are a lot of people coming out and identifying as non-binary that aren't intersex.
No, but that's the thing. If the woke position was that intersex people with biological intersex conditions should be able to identify as some third or non-binary gender, we wouldn't be having this conversation. No one would give a fuck. Okay. Jordan Peterson would not care. I don't even think Ben Shapiro would care. No one would care. They say, okay, because that's rooted in something objective. The problem is that they're taking something. First of all, they're claiming that gender and sex are not rooted in objective criteria.
Correct.
Or that they're arbitrary, which is equally
There's
malicious.
a clip in this video where she says that.
Right. Gender.
It was inserted. Yeah.
For gender, not for sex.
Okay.
But because they still make the argument that sex is I don't know if Vaush does, but other leftists we've heard make the point that they say sex is an arbitrary social construction, which is an insane thing to say.
I got to tell you this. Sasha in the chat says, they're making the freaking frogs non-binary.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what you tell them when you're doing the research.
Right.
It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre that that we're having all of these conversations about sex and gender that just
you know how they know, you know how Vaush and the other leftists know that the arguments they're making about no one says sex isn't real is bullshit. If they honestly believe that, no one would have given a fuck when J.K. Rowling said sex is real. Because they'd say, well, of course sex is real. I don't understand. No one says it's not.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Obviously. Yeah.
But they all flipped their shit.
They flipped their
because
shit
they understood what she was saying, what was underlying that idea.
They're saying, the way they take it is she's saying that you can't change your gender or sex. That's the way they take it. But
well, she's saying you can't change your sex. J.K. Rowling has said that she's fine with people changing their gender and transitioning, and she supports people doing that. Her only contention was that she thought that, well, she had two contentions. She thought that trans women shouldn't necessarily be allowed in every space that would be a space for a cis woman. Was her first contention. And her second contention, which I guess is based off this too, is that she thinks there should retain a categorical distinction between a cis woman and a trans woman.
Right.
These were her two big contentions. She wasn't even against people transitioning. She was just saying we need to keep these categories intact, not deconstructed.
To do a true sex change, you'd have to have a lot of work done. A lot of work.
Well, it's impossible now.
Why?
Obviously, you can't have a true, like, you couldn't change your structure of your brain, your chromosomes. There's like
new brain. Obviously. Put a new brain in.
When you can copy your
new eyes, new ears.
Adam, we'll talk. This is like on Thursday, okay? I
don't
know if you guys know this. Adam is in favor of killing himself.
You need a new
copying his
system.
brain and putting it on a computer, okay?
In favor?
You said you would do it.
Yeah, I guess I am in favor of it.
Okay, so what if you had to do that, but it transes you? Okay, you'll be a girl on the computer.
Interesting.
But
how do you know I don't want to do that anyway?
Okay.
How do you?
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So Adam's on board with that.
I'm going in as non-binary.
He's going to be an Adrian Barbolbot. He's going into it.
Have you seen all the people in the metaverse are non-binary already? They got nothing from the waist down.
That's right. What if you go in as Pikachu? I mean, does Pikachu have a gender? I don't know. Not that I can see.
I would have so much fun being Pikachu.
Yeah, right.
My goodness.
Zapping people.
Oh, it's really a non-issue.
Sanity. They've abstracted gender from sex.
See, this is another thing that they do. Like Vaush is saying that it's a non-issue. That's another huge like straw man that they build up of the right. They want to make every single argument anyone on the right has is just like a made up cope.
A made up straw man.
Yeah.
Their straw man is that the right is always making up straw mans in order to engage people in a culture war to get votes. Yeah.
Turning something that's not a conflict into a conflict.
Right.
Which is that drives me insane.
I've been in arguments with family members and friends with CRT because that's what they say. The mainstream narrative is that CRT is not being taught in school. This is a made up talking point by the right wingers.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, but the same thing holds true. It's like, oh, wait a minute. If that's true, okay, if we're to assume that CRT is not being taught in school, then why would you care if they outlawed CRT being taught in elementary school?
Devastating.
Okay. Why would you care? If it's not happening, why do you care? And then the response is always the same. The response is always, well, because they're not actually outlawing CRT. They're making it illegal to study history and talk about slavery and racism in school. And I go, oh, okay. Well, that would be concerning if that was happening. So let me take out my amazing box of all information called my phone that has all information in the world, and let me Google search the bill you're talking about. Let's look up anti-CRT bill by state, and let me get the actual wording of it. And every single fucking time I've had this conversation with anyone and I read the actual writing in the bill, they all say, I don't have a problem with what that bill is.
I know.
Because every bill is like, and here it's funny because I realize there's like a think tank that's going around all these states writing these anti-CRT bills, and they all use like almost the same language. And they're all basically just like, you can't blame someone's, you can't hold someone responsible for the sins of their ancestors based on their skin color. You can't teach that people have inherent traits based on their race. Like, it's all like the most basic bitch liberal shit that we've had for 50 years in this fucking country that no one had a problem with. And yet the media just lies and lies and fucking lies about these anti-CRT bills like crazy.
It's so funny because the left could put up a bill with exactly the same language,
yes,
and call it an anti-discrimination bill. It's fucking, that's basically what it is.
That's what's insane. You're so right. And that would be a hilarious thing for, see, if our late night hosts were not all partisan hacks, or if we had like a competent daily show like we used to.
I know.
They could have taken, that would have been the genius sketch. Look, someone will tell, what's the guy who does all the left-right sketches that are very funny?
Oh,
Ryan Long.
Yeah, that's it, Ryan Long.
Yeah, someone will tell this to Ryan Long. Say, Ryan Long, go get tell us the actual justice warrior or nuance bro. Okay. Anyone take this idea who's not an antisocial fuck like me. Just get the language of the anti-CRT bills in Florida or Texas or wherever, and you go interview people on the street and you pretend, you say, you know, the Democrats are trying to push this anti-discrimination bill, and you read off this anti-CRT bill, and see what the people say. See if they say that they're in favor or against it.
I know. They'll be totally in favor of it, obviously.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Think of the opposite of what you're saying too. The argument that you're making is so devastating because it completely takes the wind out of the sails of that this is something made up. Like if it truly is not in schools, then obviously you wouldn't care if they ban it. But think of the opposite of that, and the right really doesn't care because the left is constantly putting up a new anti-discrimination bill and saying, you know, we need this new anti-discrimination bill because the right is discriminating like crazy. And the right doesn't lose their shit over it. They're like, oh, great. We have like 16 million laws already saying the same thing. You know, go ahead, pass it. Who cares?
Right.
They don't care about these anti-discrimination bills. They're like, nobody's being discriminated anyway. They literally do not think discrimination exists. So they don't care about your anti-discrimination bill. All right, that was record time for pause. Vaush said one thing and I paused it.
I know, it's all your fault.
How come Vaush doesn't pause more? All he does is look around bewildered and confused. This is what's passing for content these days. You also, when you watched this originally. I didn't watch it until I guess there's an edited version, but Vaush edited something out that you were very disappointed about. What was that?
What do you mean?
Vaush said something in here. Did he drop an N-bomb or something? What happened? What he edited this VOD?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch the stream that this came from. If that's what you.
Oh, I thought Vaush edited something out of here.
Oh, I don't know.
Disappointed about. No.
No.
You don't remember?
I don't think so.
Okay. I swear you messaged me that it changed somehow. Anyway.
That this video changed?
Yeah. Like Vaush had streamed something and then edited it down.
I didn't say that. No.
Okay.
And then
look, Ben Shapiro making his hand gesture.
Red gender.
Very expressive. This is a
back into is more important than sex.
Oh, I know.
He's like,
I know where you're confused. I know where you're confused.
I'm not confused.
I sent you that tweet that Paul Krugman deleted.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I know. I sent you a response in the Paul Krugman thread, and he deleted the original one. I was referring to him.
Not Vaush.
He deleted something. Yeah, not Vaush.
Gotcha.
I understand. Okay.
That's so weird that you went and figured it out.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's so cool that you went and figured it out. That's exactly this. That's
is
exactly
the weaponized
what
autism coming in out. Okay.
What was the tweet that Paul Krugman deleted? Just out of curiosity. Nobody cares.
It was about inflation stuff.
Okay, good.
It was about inflation stuff.
Stephanie Kelton, did you see that thing where she tweeted out, "You're fucking lying about me." It was awesome. She called
what
somebody
did
out
she
for
say?
lying. Somebody did an article completely mischaracterizing Stephanie Kelton and saying that MMT is in favor of price controls, which is ridiculous. And Stephanie Kelton just says, "Hi, Noah. You're lying to your readers."
Okay, here we go. Noah Smith
and highlights it. Yeah.
Wrote an article saying, everything you ever want to know about price controls is a tool to fight inflation and more besides. And it's a Substack article that says why price controls are bad tools for fighting inflation.
Which MMT is not in favor of price controls.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of most price controls. And then
what?
Listen,
if I want to sell you a generator for $10,000 and you need it, Sitch, you better fucking give me the $10,000.
I don't think price gouging and price controls are the same thing, Adam.
I'll save your life, okay?
I don't think we're going to rehash our price gouging during an emergency situation.
Gouging is such I don't like that language.
Okay.
That language
Jonathan
is very
Stossel has entered the room. Yes.
That language is very oppressive to me.
If there's a hurricane coming and I buy up all the generators in a 5-mile radius and then sell them to you for 10 times the price, why is that wrong? I don't understand.
That's just a good business
capitalism.
Model. Yeah.
Okay. That's a good business model, being a total amoral piece of shit. Okay.
Listen to you. Who's in favor of price controls here?
God, evil.
Price control.
Listen, I'm all for individualism. That's too much individualism. Okay. There's a limit.
I'm a libertarian. Okay.
Okay.
I don't believe in price controls.
Let me finish. So Stephanie Kelton clipped a picture from the article, and it says, Stephanie Kelton, the most prominent MMT advocate, then wrote a rebuttal to Paul Krugman that she claimed was posted on behalf of the economist James Galbraith. This should remove any doubt that price controls are MMT's frontline policy against inflation, but the MMT people are not alone. J.W. Mason and Laura Melodia of the Roosevelt Institution list price controls as one of several policies for fighting inflation. Stephanie Kelton says, "Hi, Noah, you're lying to your readers."
Yeah.
So, but here's my question. What part of that is the lie that she was referring to? Because he made like 4 different claims in that one paragraph.
I don't think Stephanie Kelton is in favor of price controls.
No, but he doesn't say that she is.
Oh.
He says, Stephanie Kelton, Paul Krugman.
This should remove any doubt that price controls are MMT's frontline policy against inflation. That is a lie. That is definitely a fucking lie.
No, but that's no, wait a minute. I'm confused.
The
sentence, this should remove any doubt that price controls are MMT's frontline policy against inflation. He's saying MMT is not in favor of price control. That's why I'm saying I don't know where the lie here is that she's referring to.
He's saying that MMT's frontline policy against inflation is price controls.
He's saying it should remove any doubt that it is. You understand?
He's saying MMT is in favor of price controls.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying the opposite.
What? How do you read that sentence and get the opposite?
Put it up on the screen so everyone can see.
Nobody cares about this. We should move on.
I care about this. No, we're too invested.
Okay.
Listen.
If you're going to get triggered over it, I'm going to bring it up because Sitch has gone full Riri here. I have no idea how you read that.
I could be a complete Riri here.
There's a sentence right in the middle here.
We got to get to the bottom.
I'm going to look at this. I'm going to read this sentence really slow to you, which is really bizarre.
Well, wait,
to me
no. Start at the top. Start at the top. Okay.
Stephanie Kelton, the most prominent MMT activist, then wrote a rebuttal to Krugman that she claimed was posted on behalf of the economist James Galbraith. Okay, there's no real content there. Okay, that's not the lie.
No, but wait a minute. What was she responding to Paul Krugman about? Because that's what you need to know.
Regardless, here's the lie right here. This should remove any doubt. Okay, that price controls are MMT's frontline policy against inflation. So he's saying MMT's frontline policy against inflation is price controls. And he's saying that this thing that she emailed or said or whatever proves that MMT's frontline policy against inflation is price controls. That's the lie.
Okay, because I understand what you're reading this as. You're reading the sentence as, this remove any doubt that price controls, which are MMT's frontline policy against inflation, work. That's how you're reading that sentence, right?
No, I'm reading this sentence as MMT is in favor of price controls to control inflation.
I understand that. You're reading the sentence as if the sentence says, this should remove any doubt from your mind that price controls work. Price controls are MMT's frontline policy against inflation.
No,
right?
not that they work. It's immaterial whether or not they work.
Okay.
He's arguing that they don't work and that MMT is in favor of them. Stephanie Kelton is saying MMT is not in favor of price controls because they don't work. That is why he is lying. You think that this sentence is saying that price controls work? Is that what you think they're saying?
No.
What do you think that sentence says?
Listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is such a basic sentence. I'm like, I don't understand. You're like needlessly complicating here. Price controls are MMT's frontline policy against inflation. That's a statement, right?
Okay. I found the thread that he's linking to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So someone wrote an article about
Sitch, tell me what the sentence means in your mind.
This sentence means that this should remove any doubt that MMT people advocate for price controls as a means to fight inflation.
Correct.
That's what the sentence.
Correct.
That's not what you're saying.
And that is a lie.
So you're saying MMT is in favor of price controls?
No, MMT is not in favor of price controls.
Okay. Listen to what I just said. I said, I'm reading the sentence as if the sentence is saying that this should remove the doubt from anyone's mind that MMT advocates for price controls as a mechanism for fighting inflation.
Yes. That's what he is saying, and that is a lie.
Chat, I'm losing my mind here. I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening anymore.
MMT does not advocate for price controls.
I just said.
Yeah. So you're saying that this is what he's saying is truth? I'm confused. What are you trying to say?
Wait, let me.
So are you saying that this is a true statement here?
Yes, I thought so. That's why I don't understand. That's why I said, I don't know what she's referring to as a lie.
So do you think MMT advocates for price controls?
No, I don't think it does.
Okay. So how is this true then?
That sentence is saying MMT does not advocate for price controls.
What?
That's the disagreement. You understand that?
I'm so confused by how listen, you stated correctly what the sentence says, and now you're saying that it says the opposite of that.
The sentence, what I just said, and you could go back and listen. So I said, the sentence says that this should remove the doubt from any reader's mind, okay,
right,
that MMT, right,
mm-hmm,
advocates
correct
for price control as a means of fighting inflation.
Right. Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I don't understand. Where's the confusion coming from?
That's a lie.
So that would mean that MMT is in favor of inflation.
If MMT doesn't think that price controls fight inflation.
I know.
We need to move on because I have no idea what you're talking about.
But people are saying read the next sentence. But the MMT people are not alone. J.W. Mason and Lauren Melodia list price controls as one of several policies for fighting inflation. That doesn't answer That's why I said you had to look at what the original Paul Krugman, Stephanie Kelton disagreement was to understand the context of the sentence. Because to me, I don't understand I don't understand where the confusion is that we're having here.
I mean, I'm not having any confusion.
Okay, well, let me read her tweets very quickly. Okay.
Stephanie Kelton is not in favor of price controls.
I didn't think so. Okay. But she's responding to he deleted the original tweet.
Yeah, he did. Krugman did.
So the second part of his tweet says price controls
Only
very
Krugman
occasionally have their
and
uses.
Sitch are in favor of price controls.
No, I thought Paul Krugman's initial tweet was anti-price control, and he was calling someone stupid for advocating for price controls. I could have swore that was the original tweet.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
that's why I'm confused here.
I have no idea. I mean, you keep moving the ball on the sentence because
I'm not moving the ball in the sentence.
Yeah, you are, because you're saying like whether or not price controls work to fight inflation is completely immaterial to the sentence.
No, okay, listen. Mm-hmm. The original. We're gonna work through this. Mm-hmm. I know people want us to move on, but we're gonna work through this.
No,
okay?
This is
wait,
like
no. We have 12 hours to fill. Listen.
Listen to Sitch.
A lady wrote an article.
We have 12 hours. We have to stream for 12 hours, okay?
Here's how we get to the bottom of this. If you want to understand how
I
get to the bottom of information, this is how you do it. Okay. A lady named Isabel Weber for The Guardian wrote an article called "We Have a Powerful Weapon to Fight Inflation, Price Controls. It's time we consider it." Okay. So someone wrote a pro-price control to fight inflation article. Okay. Paul Krugman called that person stupid.
Okay.
So how is he in favor of price controls?
Paul Krugman is not in favor of price controls.
Okay.
The argument that Noah is making and lying about is that Stephanie Kelton is in favor of price controls. And Stephanie Kelton is the one person that can say, you're lying because I'm not in favor of price controls. Even though these other people that he's throwing in here to say, he's basically saying, Stephanie Kelton says she's not in favor of price controls, but she wrote this thing that just implies she's in favor of price controls. And this should remove any doubt, because I know a lot of MMT people like Adam and Sitch will try to say they're not in favor of price controls. Even though Sitch is, if you try to show up with a generator and try to charge more than fair market value.
Here's my confusion. Okay. If Paul Krugman wrote a tweet thread saying price controls are stupid, what is Stephanie Kelton rebutting if she agrees with that position?
So you're saying you're agreeing with the sentence because you think Stephanie Kelton is in favor of price controls?
No. I'm just going to read the tweets so we can get the bottom of this, because this is a waste of time. Okay.
I know.
Paul Krugman's tweet. No. Paul Krugman's tweet. He deleted the first one, and the second one says, price controls very occasionally have their uses during wartime where rationing is rampant and perceived fairness / lack of profit sharing are important. There's also a possible argument for temporary price controls to break a wage price spiral that is persistent despite a weak economy, although making that work is so hard that it would be a strategy of last resort. But we don't have a weak economy. We have inflation because we have a booming economy with supply chains having trouble keeping up with the boom in goods consumption. There's no hint of a wage price spiral. I think probably maybe a hope that inflation will subside as demand gets less skewed and supply chains adjust. Price controls would screw up that adjustment. Not all bad ideas come from the right. Okay. So Paul Krugman clearly staking out he's not in favor of price controls to combat this current bout of inflation. Okay. Stephanie Kelton responds saying, what follows is a thread posted on behalf of Professor James Galbraith, who is not on Twitter, but who asked me to share his reaction to Paul Krugman's thread. Okay. She goes on, quote, "I'll bet that Paul Krugman has not read Isabella Weber's magisterial history, How China Escaped Shock Therapy, recommended by some asshole, blah, blah, blah. If he had, Paul Krugman might be aware that Professor Weber knows a great deal about price controls and their role in the larger policy setting, and not only in China, but also in the US, which Chinese reformers studied closely in coming to their decision. In The Guardian, Weber provides careful parallels to the spring of 1946 when Paul blah, blah, blah signed a letter to the New York Times urging continuing price controls given ongoing bottlenecks and temporary shortages, precisely today's situation. The point of a strategic price control then and now was to prevent an outbreak of inflation, followed by the loss of purchasing power and confidence. A further purpose now, not relevant in 1946, is to forestall counterproductive heights in interest rates by the Federal Reserve by releasing oil from the strategic blah, 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 and by intervening in the ports. The Biden administration has shown that it understands the critical key role of key prices and is acting directly to bring them down. Weber's argument is in full sympathy with this selective policy. Krugman's tweets, by contrast, are trite repetition of textbook banalities. They share no knowledge or policy imagination. His slur on Weber, and by extension on this other guy, is shameful. Many thanks to Stephanie Kelton for giving an outlet to these remarks."
Okay, so I would say that the disagreement is over the word frontline policy.
No, so I don't know. So all Stephanie Kelton did is she took what someone else said and tweeted it.
Correct.
Okay? She's not endorsing the statement.
Correct.
Now, we would assume she does because she tweeted out, but I don't know. Maybe she doesn't agree with the statement.
Well, I think the disagreement is really over the frontline policy because he's implying that their go-to move is price controls, and she's saying only in very specific situations would you use a price control, and that's not a frontline policy.
Right. Whatever. We can move on. I just had to get that out there.
Right, but you understand the difference. That the straw man version of MMT is that MMT is in favor of price controlling everything and spending as much money as humanly possible. Right?
Okay.
I mean, do you get that, right?
Right.
The straw man version of MMT is printer go burr and price control everything. Yeah, we set gas at 5 cents a gallon and we just print as much money as humanly possible. That's what people think MMT is.
Right.
You don't. That's not it, though, right? That's a lie.
Yeah.
Do you agree that frontline policies, just to wrap?
I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was.
Okay.
Upon the biological modifications,
right?
If there's no such thing as sex, it's like, well, what? Then just act out your role.
Again, and I want to remind you guys, Ben and maybe not Jordan, because Jordan might be crazy, but Ben Shapiro is perfectly aware of the fact that people on the left know that sex exists. It's like how, you guys remember, this was, TERFs do this, J.K. Rowling did this as well. All of her attacks on the trans community were like, well, I'm just standing up for people who believe sex is real. Everyone believes that. It's completely a made-up talking point. Nobody says this. What people do say is that sex isn't a binary, which is objectively true if you talk to scientists, if you talk to biology.
So, again, a conversation is brought up, a point in the conversation is brought up. Okay. If gender is purely this arbitrary, socially imposed performative thing, why would you have to go through surgery to change your body? Why couldn't you just perform your new gender and feel fine?
That is the argument, yes.
That's the argument Jordan Peterson just levied.
Right.
Vaush's retort to that is to pretend like he didn't say those words and to just say, no one is saying sex isn't real. No one is saying that. I'm not going to answer your question because it would be difficult and complicated, but straw man.
Did you read the article that is making the rounds of the trans man who got the huge schlong cut out of his leg? I think it's like New York Magazine.
I haven't read this article.
Did you see it going around though? Jordan Peterson tweeted out, was like,
I didn't see it.
Super upset about it, but I just the argument.
What is the article about?
The argument. I didn't read it. I don't know that I can read it. But I mean, it's a picture of a guy basically.
Oh, I don't want to see it.
On the front of, I think it's a New York Times. It's a New York magazine. And he's got boxer briefs on. So he's got this giant schlong, but he's got this huge like missing patch of skin on his leg where they obviously like took the
I see
skin out to make the dong.
Right.
But I'm curious because the argument that Jordan Peterson is making, you know, if sex doesn't matter, then that kind of thing doesn't need to take place, correct? I mean,
right. That's the argument. Yeah. Right.
If it's all just performative and there's no biological component whatsoever, why are people having these operations? And I didn't read the article, but I did read the headline and I read some tweets, people reacting to it. And there was something to the effect of, you know, I did this to be like me. This is the real me.
Right.
And, I mean, that's fine. Like I feel like we should be having these conversations just outside of the whole sex and gender conversation, because I just feel like you get further with having a conversation about body modification.
We can't, because we live in neo-Marxist world. Okay.
Yeah.
This is how they frame everything.
Because they perceive men as like above women in some patriarchal hierarchy.
Right.
So, and as soon as you start talking about it in non-sex terms and just straight body modification, you take all of those power dynamics out of it, because it's like, who cares if you have a third
Because
arm?
again, we're talking about individuals. We're not talking about classes of people. It's an individual that goes and gets surgery. It's not a class of people that get surgery.
Right.
But the second thing I wanted to bring up was he said sex is not binary. If you ask a scientist, this is a straw man. This is a total straw man, because this is 100% Sitch's law on how you define the classification of sex. Because I know Brett Weinstein has said this a million times. He says that in biology, the way sex is defined is by what gametes the animal produces.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the sex cell that an animal produces?
Right.
If an animal produces a sperm, it's male, and if the animal produces an ova, it's a female. Yeah. Period. That's the classification.
Regardless of chromosomes or any of that, because they vary from species to species.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The XY thing is for humans. It's not for every other species.
Yeah. Worms, it's like XXXYs.
There's a Z's and L's and B's, all sorts of crazy letters in there. But anyway, so under that distinction, this is Sitch's law, under that definition of sex, under the biology of it, then there is only two sexes, because there's only two possible sex cells that could be produced. There's no third sex cell that could ever be produced, even by an intersex individual. They're not producing different sex cells than anyone else.
Yeah, you can get your big old schlong on the cover of New York magazine, but it's not going to shoot out any of those sperm cells.
Right. No, but so this is like them using the intersex people as the shield, when most intersex people, I don't believe, from what I've read, from testimonials and stuff, most intersex people, I don't think, want to be identified as a third gender. I think they want to be identified as one of the binary genders.
That's super problematic too.
Right, but that's the thing. It's like they're using these people as like a shield, when I don't think they don't even agree with them. They're like, it's like Gamergate. Not, going back to Gamergate. Everything goes back to Gamergate. It's, not my shield. I'm not your shield. I just want to be a man or a woman. I don't want to be some third sex. Like, stop, putting this on me for your own political gain.
Yeah. Some people do want to be non-binary, and I get that.
Sure, some people do. Right, but I don't think that's the majority of intersex people. I don't think they do want to be non-binary.
Sex and gender is a lot of work. I mean, opting in
also
seems easy.
The other argument in terms of why sex should be and is classified as a binary is because the way your sex is determined is an on-off switch in your genes. So there's like, if you have the SRY gene, if that's in the child, they grow testes. If they don't have the SRY gene, they grow ovaries. So how can something that has a on-off binary thing not create a binary outcome?
Because of gender feminism.
Yeah, exactly. So
just but it still exists as a thing, you know.
Right. Leave your body alone because it's irrelevant anyways. Well, it turns out it's not irrelevant. You have to go through the surgical transformation, which is a pretty dramatic answer to a question that for 99% of people who are ambivalent about their gender identity would be...
Nobody is ambivalent about their gender identity. Ben.
Look at that. Just
how can he say that?
Matter-of-factly says it. Just such confidence.
I don't understand how he could possibly say that. What the fuck is he talking about?
Because he is lying. That's how he can say it.
That's not even... But
nobody is, not one single person is ambivalent about their gender identity. Sitch.
I don't even understand how he could.
Don't be a sophist.
How does his
now.
audience know that that's not like that was their whole position? The gender activist whole position was there's all these poor kids that are confused about their gender identity and trying to explore it to figure out whether they're trans or not. That used to be the fucking argument.
Oh my God.
And now
you're
he's
right.
saying,
holy shit.
And now he's saying nobody's confused about their gender identity. What is he like? I don't even understand.
Oh no, Vaush is saying no one's ambivalent about their gender identity. Vaush is saying everyone is confused about it.
Wait.
Peterson is saying people are ambivalent. Peterson is saying 99% of the people don't even think about it. And Vaush is saying, no, that's wrong. Everybody thinks about it.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood.
For 99% of people who are relevant anyways, well, it turns out it's not irrelevant. You have to go through the surgical transformation, which is a pretty dramatic answer to a question that for 99% of people who are ambivalent about their gender identity would be...
Nobody is ambivalent about their gender identity. Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson are not ambivalent about they both talk about masculinity constantly. They are absolutely not ambivalent about their gender identity.
Oh, I see. Okay, I guess I misunderstood. Well, did I? I don't know.
He's not. Listen, Sitch, I know.
Okay, I see.
I'm struggling.
You're right.
Something happened. Did you hit your head? You're seeing everything is backwards today.
Oh, well, no, I heard ambivalent, and I mistook it for like people are ambivalent about whether they're male or female.
Ambivalent.
Like they're confused. That's not what he meant.
Is ambivalent even a word? I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course it is. But okay, I understand. No, you're right. You're right. I misunderstood what he was saying. I was conflating ambivalence with confusion.
Mm-hmm.
And what he means when he uses the term ambivalent was like that people don't care about their gender.
Right.
Okay. And that's true. People.
But in Vaush's straw man universe,
okay. I understand.
In Vaush's straw man universe, Jordan Peterson cares about gender so much that he wants to erect walls around men and women and enforce a strict gender norm on all of them.
Right.
That's the argument that Vaush is
Remember
making.
the time that Jordan Peterson made that video about tomboy abs?
Mm-hmm. Did he?
And why you shouldn't lick them?
Did he? I don't think
he did.
That wasn't Jordan Peterson.
Did. Oh, you're right. That wasn't Jordan.
That was Academic Agent.
You're right. I forgot.
Quackademic Agent is what I call him.
Identities. They're very concerned with masculinity as a social construct. I've said this before, but people talk about how trans...
But that's not true. They're not concerned about masculinity as a social construct. They don't agree with you framing it as a arbitrary
social construct. Yes.
That's where the disagreement is. They're saying these are not arbitrary designations, that they have value and meaning that are useful for people in society, and that they are rooted in a biological basis.
Listen,
that's the contention.
Since you do not understand, there is no conflict here, okay? Conservatives know exactly how the world works. They just make up shit to cause a bunch of conflict in a made up culture war, okay?
Of course.
That's how the real world works, okay?
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. People just randomly make up shit, and then everyone just randomly goes along with it for no fucking reason. There's not a complicated reason for why these trends or social things happen.
Now you're finally getting it. Now you're getting it. Now you understand.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not arbitrary. They made it up for the sake of power. The patriarchy.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. Listen. Okay. 20,000 years ago, all humans, men and women, were living in harmony once, with each other in a perfectly sexual egalitarian society. And everyone fucked everyone, and no one had any problems with it whatsoever. Everyone was getting cucked and being the cucker, and it was just totally fine, right? But then 10,000 years ago,
the cucker, what?
Yeah, the cucky and the cucker. Okay, but then 10,000 years ago, okay, the magic patriarchy descended from the evil aliens that came from the planet Patrician. And they were like, listen, humans, you're doing this all wrong. You men, you got to be the ones that take charge. Okay. You got to start creating these concepts of masculinity and femininity, and you have to start oppressing people with them. And then all the guys are like, oh, this is a good idea. Let's start oppressing women. Let's just fucking do it. Yeah. And let's start adding all these arbitrary gender norms that don't exist and aren't, don't come from a biological place that we witness and experience for thousands of years as we evolved as animals. Yeah, no. That's all fake. It's all just social constructs, man.
Remember when I read that book on money, Debt, the first 5,000 years by some guy Graeber? You remember when I read that book and I messaged you and I told you what the original money was?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was?
Vaginas.
You do remember.
I remember. Because I said, that's the way it still should be today, Adam.
Oh my God. Thank God you have the safety of knowing that I will never leak your DMs like you continually leak DMs of both me and Doomer. I
only leak Doomer's DMs, okay?
You've leaked my DMs. Don't try to weasel out of it.
Only when it's funny. Okay.
Listen, the original... What Sitch is saying is not totally untrue, guys. The original money was women.
Yes.
That was the original money.
There you go.
Yeah. We've come a long way, baby.
Well, I don't know. Isn't it by... Because if money is staked to women, doesn't that increase women's value?
Women have all the value. Oh.
But if you remove, if suddenly it's staked to like gold, and suddenly women lose value, they're not as valuable anymore.
Yeah. Are you talking about putting women on the gold standard?
Listen, all these fucking simps with the gold standard, obviously the Sigma male move is to peg money to the
female,
the vagina standard.
The vagina standard.
Yes.
For this dollar is good for one vagina.
Actually, I guess that would be the simp move, because then it's like, instead of worshiping money, you're literally worshiping vagina.
You can turn this in at any Federal Reserve bank and claim your one vagina. I don't know. Maybe when we actually have robots, like sex robots, that might actually be.
They'll peg them to.
They could be.
Bots.
I mean, it would at least be plausible then.
There you go.
I don't see how you could peg a monetary standard to
for the sake of dishonest clippers. We are joking.
Women. Okay.
Okay, I'm joking. Adam's not joking.
Well, I'm not joking. I'm not joking about in the David. I think it's David Graeber in the David Graeber book. That's what he says. Yeah, yes, right. It's the book. Name of the book is Death, the First 5,000 Years, and I was like, I mean, I fell out of my chair. I was like, holy shit!
Right.
Before money, before gold. All right, let's look. Vaush doesn't have anything interesting to add to this conversation.
She doesn't know about the vagina standard. Okay.
Why is? I guess they're just following him because he's cool. Because he's like charismatic.
There you go. Maybe you're right. Someone Utter Nonsense says we shouldn't be using the word pegging to describe this process. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Don't peg the vagina.
I think we just lost every female viewer we had on that segment.
Did we really? Well, no,
which is appropriate. I guess that's justly deserved.
I'm against it. Listen, okay. I'm against that standard, and I'm glad we've moved past it.
That's right.
Like we had female people. Actually, I'm actually surprised by how many female viewers we have.
Obsess over gender. Nobody obsesses over gender like cis people. Okay, honestly, trans people are behind in that gambit. Cis people non-stop talk about it. How many crazy, like, masculinity obsessed YouTube channels are there about making you a man, self-help advice for men, dating advice for men, drenched in hyper masculine floor, or all the makeup channels that are all about the poofy, dainty, feminine, and a lot of that is cis people. The vast majority of it is cis people. The idea that
he just threw all cis people under the bus, like all cis people or this joint group.
Well, you stopped him, but he's getting
bullshit.
so close. He's getting so close to saying something meaningful.
Trans people are the only ones who care about their gender roles. Well, ask Ben Shapiro how he feels about men in dresses, and you'll get your answer as to who actually cares.
Best solve.
He throws it all away.
Where do you think he was getting? Where was he reaching?
Just throws it all. Well, he made an interesting point about the fact that there is a huge section of YouTube aimed at, how to be a man, how to be a woman,
right,
how to make your makeup right, how to, attract the right guy, it's all for reproduction. It's all for sexual reproduction, of course. That's what's driving all of that interest. It's all evolution.
Right. Well,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's generally, you're right. It's not really about being a man or a woman. That's the secondary part of it. It's about getting a date or banging somebody.
Yeah.
That's the primary concern here. It's just that the perception is that you have to be, quote, a man or, quote, a woman, a manly man or a womanly woman to attract the mate. That's the idea that he's criticizing.
Well, how long you keep the mate for is obviously variable and a personal choice.
Well, no, to not even not keeping, but just to get the mate in the first place.
No, what, getting the mate is the ultimate goal. Yes.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, there are lots of cis people that we've talked about several times on the stream, including today, who are very concerned that like men behave masculine and women behave feminine. Okay. I think there's way more. I think in our current, liberal democracy, I think there's way more people on the left and in trans activists that care more about how gender should and should not be defined and constructed and deconstructed. That seems to outweigh, in my estimation, all the social conservatives running around, at least publicly, maybe privately, but at least publicly, I don't see that many social conservatives running around demanding dictates on what it means to be men and women. I don't see that, at least in the public eye.
Yes. And that is an excellent point. They are, I would argue, interested in it, maybe not obsessed with it at a personal level, not at a societal level.
Well, it seemed like most people in society had kind of adapted just this very, let people do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. Don't bother me. Mm-hmm. Don't bother my children. Don't force my children to make decisions about their gender. I don't care. You do you.
Mm-hmm.
That seemed to be the prevailing attitude until recently.
Yeah. I would argue that it was better that way, but that's why
I would agree.
That's why we're having these arguments.
That's why we're libertarian centrist, Adam.
Yes. That's why we're libertarian. Yeah, libertarian. You got it right. Holy shit. You already squeezed a libertarian in there.
I did.
Are you a libertarian too, Sitch?
I'm a libertarian centrist. Yeah.
We got to get it. I have this great idea for selling generators in Florida.
Without surgical intervention.
Yep.
And then so now in Canada, because they banned conversion therapy, it's now all affirming.
I like how he rolls his eyes there. Like conversion therapy, the ineffective torture camps that parents would force their kids into. Like he's like, oh.
Affirmation therapy.
This confused me because I was kind of half listening while this was on. Jordan Peterson is not in favor of conversion therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is a good example of
gaslighting.
Since Vaush is so negative, like since he's so primed against Jordan Peterson, that he's not going to assume or believe there's any charitable interpretation of what he said, and he's going to assume the worst. He's got the most bad faith presumption here.
Right.
When he says conversion therapy.
This is basically like the equivalent of clipping to say
and
Jordan Peterson is in favor of conversion therapy.
Right. Well, because Jordan Peterson is referring to a very specific law, which we'll cover, but I want Ben Shapiro talks about it briefly, so we'll let him weigh in.
Vaush is in
There's
favor.
No such thing as
Vaush is in favor of conversion therapy, though, right?
Well, hold on. We'll put a pin in that for now.
There's no such thing as affirmation therapy.
Right. No, it's insane. I mean, the semantic game that was used in order to say, well, conversion therapy which was at one time using electric shock to treat homosexuals.
Yeah.
And saying that that's the same thing as you have a gender-confused 12-year-old.
Look, I had a 14-year-old kid who was a client of mine, and
okay, well, before he gets off this long story. Okay, so Ben Shapiro,
Shut
not
up,
in
Grandpa.
favor, right? Well, Jordan Peterson unfortunately interrupts Ben Shapiro.
I know we never got to the point. Go ahead.
Well, no, but Ben Shapiro very clearly not in favor of using electroshock to zap gay people. Okay, because what they're referring to, and I send it to you if you want to put it up. They're referring to this law that was passed in Canada. Well, actually, don't put it up yet. Don't look at it yet. Okay, I want you to guess. Don't read it. I want you to guess something.
I never read anything, especially a big wall of text like this.
I want you to try to predict something, Adam. If I told you that in Canada they passed a law banning conversion therapy, okay, like how do you think that law would be worded?
Written?
Yeah, like give me. Could you predict it
would have something to do with making it illegal to have any sort of therapy that was supposed to change someone's sexual orientation.
Right.
I almost said the P word, which I hear is like, oh my God.
Right. No. Okay. So you're on the right track.
Okay.
When I heard this,
I'm so smart.
You are. When I heard this, that there's a law banning conversion therapy, because I'm American, okay, I assumed, since most American laws are written in a universally liberal democratic sense, and the languages follows that the language of the anti-conversion bill would be written universally like, it's illegal to try to change someone's sexual orientation or gender identity. That's what I assume the law would say. That's not what the law says.
Well, they do say sexual orientation. I brought it up.
Well, if you brought it up, if you look at the law, it's completely one-sided. It says you're not allowed to have any practice, treatment, or service designed to A, change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So basically it's legal for them to do conversion therapy to make you gay.
Yes. It's only in one direction.
God. Oh my God.
Is this not insane?
This is total insanity.
What the fuck? Number B, letter B. Change a person's gender identity to cisgender. What the hell?
This is crazy.
Change a person's gender expression so that it conforms to the sex assigned to the person at birth, which the same as cisgender. Okay.
Oh, in case you didn't get it with B, we got to throw it in there with C again.
D, repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior.
Okay.
E, repress a person's non-cisgender gender identity, or repress or reduce a person's gender expression that does not conform to the sex assigned to the person at birth. Why is the law written to be in one direction?
Because it was written by gender ideologues.
Yeah, but that's just why this law is fucking crazy. And this is the problem.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson is referencing this law. This is why he rolled his eyes, because he read this and said, oh my God. Vaush has no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Right.
And he just made all sorts of wild assumptions. He just jumped to conclusions instead of, he's on the internet. He could have taken 2 seconds to look. He looked up Bill C-16. He could have looked this up for 2 seconds to see what they were talking about.
He didn't need to look it up. He already knows. He already knows.
This law is fucking crazy.
This law is insane. How did they, what the fuck? Who wrote this thing? Aren't laws supposed to be, neutral? Isn't neutrality something we should? I mean, there's a reason why Lady Justice has a blindfold, right?
Well, see, that's why I said, from on an American perspective, generally laws are written universally. Like the anti-CRT laws are written like you can't discriminate. It doesn't say you can't discriminate against white people. So you can't discriminate against people based on their color of their fucking skin. It's a universal standard. Okay, this is not a universal standard.
We could fix this up right here if we just crossed out too heterosexual. Like it should just say change a person's sexual orientation.
No, but see, there's still a problem with this law. Even if it was universal, it still have a massive problem. And Jordan Peterson doesn't talk about it here, but I recall in another video he talks about this issue, which is that, think about it this way. Okay. One of the laws says it's illegal to repress or reduce non-cisgender identity. Okay. Or repress and reduce a person's gender expression. Okay. Here's the hypothetical. Imagine I am a psychologist that writes prescriptions for people that I think have gender dysphoria. So kids come to me and I try to figure out whether they actually have gender dysphoria or not. And we'll say, for the sake of the hypothetical, I've talked to 40 kids and 20 of them I think have gender dysphoria, and I've given them prescriptions to get going hormones or whatever. And 20 of them I say, you're just going through a phase. You're not actually gender dysphoria. And I'm not writing
too bad, Sitch, because you're screwed.
You're fucked. Right. So under this hypothetical, I'm a perfect enlightened centrist of 50-50. So you can say I'm not biased in one direction or the other.
Okay. What are you going to do, Sitch? What are you going to do? Because I have the law here in front of me. Right. Tell me what you're going to do, and I'll tell you how long I'm throwing you in the slammer for.
Right. So now my 41st patient enters my office, and they say, I think that I have gender dysphoria. And so I talk to them over the course of multiple sessions, and under my professional determination, I do not believe that they have gender dysphoria.
Right.
Okay. And I say, listen, I don't think you have gender dysphoria. I don't think you should be on hormone blockers. I don't think you should take hormones. I don't think you should do surgery. I don't think any of those things. That person then turns around and says, oh, if you're not going to affirm my gender identity, you're trying to repress and reduce my gender identity. You're telling me that I'm wrong, that I'm actually cisgender. Okay. You're trying to culturally condition me to be cisgender by telling me I'm not trans. I'm going to go to the Canadian Rights Tribunal and tell them that you're violating my civil fucking rights and that you're engaged in a form of conversion therapy.
You just committed conversion therapy, bucko. Right. You're going to the slammer for 5 years.
And congratulations. Under this law, you could very easily make that argument.
Yes, you could.
Now I would hope that in Canada, the legal system would find someone in that situation not guilty. But the problem is, how many doctors and psychologists are going to even want to be in that situation in the first place?
Exactly. Look, you're a therapist. You read this law. What are you going to do?
Exactly. You say, well, I don't want to get hauled in front of the Canadian Civil Rights Tribunal or whatever it's called.
I don't want to risk 5 years in prison.
Right. I don't want to deal with legal fees.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the easy road. I'm going to just affirm everybody.
Yeah. I'm rubber stamping affirmation in my office from here to they changed this law.
Right.
Oh, this is so sick. This is so sick.
Because just imagine, if a young woman comes to my office, she tells me she has gender dysphoria. And after multiple sessions, I'm like, okay, I don't think you have gender dysphoria. I think you feel uncomfortable by the fact that you're going through puberty and you're growing breasts and people are looking at you. Okay?
Well, now you just committed sexual assault.
And so I mean, the way to deal with this would not be to cut your breasts off, but it would be for you to become comfortable, to become stronger, not be bothered by people, looking at you this way.
Right.
Okay. Oh, that's you trying to that therapy of you trying to make me feel better about my breast. That's you repressing my transness. Okay. That's you trying to force me to accept the cisgender identity. That's conversion therapy.
Yeah.
That's why this law is completely
bucko,
fucked.
You're going to jail.
Right.
I'm calling the gender police. You're fucked. You're fucked. Seriously. I hope you better change your gender identity unless you want to go to a male prison, Sitch.
There you go. Duper Da for $20 says, I like what Booksmarts had to say about Vaush. Quote, no amount of rhetoric can make up for bad logic. Do you guys think people realize he's just a well-spoken idiot? I don't.
I think some people do. We do, obviously.
Right. Well, we do, but An actual American flag. I'm saluting and crying for $20 says, good evening, everyone. Hope you all had a great New Year. Sitch, my friend, also calls them crayons, and I hate it.
What? I call them what's wrong with crayons?
I don't know. I guess some people say crayons. Crayons. So for 1 week, you've lost an S-Class member. A-Train makes gains. Yeah, but A-Team says crayons too. So you guys are kind of out of luck here.
Oh, that's true. Don't tell them that. Come on.
Yes. We'll have to see what... I bet Doomer says it's stupid. So you could probably be on Doomer's team.
Play the video. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Ben Shabibo's bag of Haribos for $20.
What?
Says, let's say hypothetically, Ben were to eat this entire bag. How long then until he's affected with gut-shattering diarrhea?
That was pretty good.
That was pretty terrible.
That's a pretty good Ben Shapiro.
You don't want me to read super chats while you're away?
Well, I feel like one of them might say like they're A-Team and proud, and I don't want to.
You go.
Really?
Yeah, I won't read any A-Team super chats.
Okay.
Brian Alman for $50. Thank you so much, Brian. It's very generous. Says, a couple years ago, my office took a DISC personality assessment. All of us, we were all engineers. We all scored all the way out on type D or C, except our boss, who scored precisely in the middle of everything. He had no discernible personality. There you go. You listen. Obviously, the goal here, okay? Obviously, a true enlightened centrist scores perfectly in the middle of all personality tests, and therefore, the true enlightened centrist has absolutely no discernible personality. Okay, that's what you should all be striving for. You should all be striving for no personality.
You know, he was in the...
It still is. It still is. Sometimes I'm pretty sure electric shocks are still used, but outside of that, there are other forms of psychological torture. And by the way, we're talking about like 12-year-olds here. You don't have to do much to psychologically torture them. If you got a bunch of gender-confused 12-year-olds in a room, gave them computers on which to play Minecraft, and then the next day you held your mouse cursor over the delete world button while asking them if they feel certain about their gender identity now, then that would be enough. Okay, that would traumatize the fuck out of them, all right? And they do far worse than that.
So
oh, man.
I'm gonna need a big old citation, Vaush. Okay, I'm gonna be a big old citation, please, here. If you're claiming that there are clinical health providers and doctors out there and psychologists, licensed psychologists and licensed psychiatrists that are using psychological torture techniques to coerce people into accepting cisgender, that they're cisgender, I'm gonna need some proof of that, because I think it's bullshit. I never heard no psychologist threatening to delete a kid's Minecraft world if he didn't identify as his birth sex. Okay, I don't think that's real. I think he just fucking made that up.
Wow, that's pretty intense. He said that's taking place.
That's what he said. He's implied that that's taking place.
Oh, okay, he didn't.
Okay, he's like, maybe. Well, first of all, he claimed that electroshock therapy is still going on for conversion purposes, which I fucking need to see proof of that too. Diogenes for $20 says, y'all don't understand. Vaush doesn't hear what people say right in front of him because he can only hear the static in his head. There you go. He only hears if you say his name. Also, crayons are a favorite treat of the Marine Corps. There you go.
Sweet. They eat them, or
they eat apparently for the Marines, you eat crayons, supposedly.
Perfect.
Cullivar for $20 says, according to Vaush, I have a magical and gender fluid dick. Because the girls I'm dating say it's big, and the ones I dump say it's tiny. Some fellas remember, you two probably have gender fluid penises. There you go. There you go.
That's pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy. That's not, I don't have that experience. Even when a girl dumps me, she's like, listen, I'm dumping you, Sitch. I mean, your dick game is amazing and massive and huge. The biggest I've ever experienced. But I'm still dumping you for completely unrelated sexual reasons that have nothing to do with it. That's my experience. I don't know what your experience is, Adam, but I just want to engage.
I mean, I'm usually the one that's like,
there you go.
I'm usually the one that's like, baby, I texted you that we were breaking up. Don't you remember?
As counterpoints about the Marines eating crayons thing. It's an army joke. Okay. I'll look into this.
The Marines eat crayon. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Eat
that makes sense. All the different branches of service like to make fun of one another. So Marines are crayon eaters. Go ahead.
Yes, they are. Anthony Pizzuti for $50. Thanks so much, Anthony. Says, Diogenes, check back in when you make it through, and I'll give you a semper fi from a not-so-old devil that's done his time.
See, look at that.
If your MOS is my beloved infantry, remember that boot camp is the easiest part of the next 4 years. S-class, is the best class.
Of course you saved the S-class is best class for what I got back.
There you go.
MOS, what is it?
So we got another veteran. Anthony's another veteran.
Yeah. No, I love the camaraderie,
Right.
If you're a Marine, you're inducted into a brotherhood that I am, I don't know that. Is there a brotherhood of socialists? I feel like maybe there's not.
Well, there's no loyalty, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of backstabbery in the socialist realm.
Listen, I don't know. Did I say semper fi wrong? Listen, I'm not a
semper fi.
Semper fi. Listen. I don't have stolen. I've never been in any military branch. Okay, I don't have stolen valor. I don't know how to say these things. I'm not going to pretend. I'm anti-stolen valor, Adam.
Yes,
I'm anti-stolen valor. Okay.
Isn't Boy Scouts a branch of the military?
Boy Scouts has nothing to do with the military.
Oh, okay. Trying to help you out there, but guess not.
JMac for $100 says, I personally will always err on the side of personal liberty. Thank you, Jay, for the $100. Consequences be damned. People that are dealing with mandates have to make a choice. My wife is losing her DOD job of 17 years because of her vax status. We all have our lines. You got to decide where yours is. There you go. That's crazy, though. 17 years. Oof.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure I would be that committed. Well, it depends what I'm in favor of, I guess. Because if it was like, oh, you have to swear a pledge to this Communist Party, obviously I'm quitting. Like, I guess it always depends on what is.
Yeah, it really depends on the issue.
Right.
If I had a premonition, and it was very realistic, and Jesus spoke to me and said, listen, this vaccine is not going to work out. You need to avoid it. I'd probably not do it. I probably think, if the simulation people came to me and they said, oh, this vax, it's not gonna go well. Maybe then.
Maybe.
I don't know. There's different things that could happen.
Duper Daw for $20. Thank you, Duper. Says, you all don't get vaxxed because you don't want to be told what to do. I don't get vaxxed because I don't want to die. We are not the same. Yeah, exactly. I understand that. That makes more sense.
What do you mean?
Because he's more of a health concern, not because someone didn't tell him what to do.
Is he getting vaxxed or not?
No, he says he's not because he doesn't think it's safe.
Right. He doesn't think it's safe. Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, I'm telling you, if I didn't think it was safe, I wouldn't get vaxxed, obviously.
Sure. Right.
Why would we do that? That makes absolutely no sense at all.
Okay, I'm about to be super triggered.
Oh, is it
fucking mind here?
Is it vax related?
Okay. No, it's nothing to do with vax. Matthew Ridge for $15. Thank you, Matthew. Says, Sitch, I really wish you'd stop saying liberal. These people are leftists. Liberals and leftists are nowhere near the same political spectrum.
That's Sitch, did you write this? Super chat.
What the fuck?
Sitch.
Matthew!
This is almost verbatim. Sitch does this once a week.
Are you trolling me, Matthew? Are you fucking trolling me? This gotta be a troll. This is a troll, right? This is a troll. This is the perfect troll designed to trigger the fuck out of me, right?
This super chat should say PSA Sitch, $15.
Yeah.
Adam, I really wish you'd stop saying liberal. These people are leftists. Liberals and leftists are nowhere near the same political spectrum. Like this Sitch is like correcting me on this every fucking stream. I'm the one that is like,
mind my fucking mind here.
I know.
Is it no? See, maybe this is the person that does the fake Sitch super chats, and they forgot to change their name.
Oh, they did. Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking. Oh, I'm sorry. I Jupiter does. I misread it. It's actually a troll. It says you all don't get vaxxed because you don't want to be told what to do. I don't get vaxxed because I want to die. Okay. I assumed it like
you're not.
Troll,
I mean, if
you
you're
go.
trying to die of COVID, your odds are really terrible. To be honest with you.
That's true.
And
That's
what a
true. Your odds
terrible
of
way
dying
to
of COVID,
die.
Not great. Not great. Yeah.
If you want to die of COVID, you have to have the same. You have to have the same New Year's Eve experience as me.
Matthew says they're not trolling.
Maximizes your chances.
Listen. Matthew says they're not trolling. Matthew. At no point. Listen, I could be wrong. Maybe I hallucinated.
Who Matthew's not
I could have
trolling?
sworn at no point in this stream did I call Vaush a liberal or refer to any of like the leftist neo-Marxist stuff as liberal. I could have swore that never happened in the stream.
Yeah.
Because I always make a giant distinction saying, listen, don't call leftists liberals. I always make that distinction, Matthew. So that's why I'm assuming this is a troll. Because that's my point. That's always my point. And I'm pretty sure I didn't do that at any point in this conversation.
Sitch is very, very good about making the distinction that leftists are communists. And all the time I see people say leftist when they mean David Pakman, who I guess David Pakman is a communist.
I see so many times people they just broadly call the left liberals. Okay. They say liberals posting their L's, and it's like a bunch of neo-Marxist communist shit. And I'm like, guys, wake the fuck up. You're basically, if you actually give a shit, here's the messaging. You have to weigh in your mind what's more important. Is it more important to you to be able to beat the mainstream Democrats over the head with communism because you're more concerned with Republicans winning office, and you think that's a good way for them to win office is to label all Democrats as commies? Okay. If that's your concern, then keep doing what you want to do. But if your concern is actually that you believe we live in a society or country that should have two rational functioning parties that aren't batshit crazy, that we should exercise all this neo-Marxist communist bullshit, and that the best way to do that is to make it widely known that all the mainstream liberals that are running around regurgitating neo-Marxian talking points because they don't realize that they're fucking saying neo-Marxian talking points, to make them wake the fuck up and say, listen, these fucking woke neo-Marxist pieces of shit want to destroy you liberals. They fucking hate your guts, and they're subverting you, and you don't even fucking realize it because all you're reacting to is the people on the right fighting it. Yeah. And you say if the people on the right are fighting it, then I should defend it. Okay? You got to wake people up from that mindset and say, listen, liberals, stop fucking sowing the seeds of your destruction here. The neo-Marxists and the woke are not your allies.
Yeah. What Sitch is trying to say is he's basically Morpheus. Okay?
That's what I'm saying, Dan.
We're trying to wake you guys up. So,
listen,
the Matrix isn't controlling your lives.
I'm a very cool, bald black man with a gap in his teeth. Okay? And a trench coat.
But a classy
very
gap,
sporty
okay?
trench.
It's not too wide. It's perfect.
Not too wide. It's perfect, right?
Yeah.
Mid stages of puberty.
Wait a second.
He was a pretty creative kid.
What?
Wait.
What?
John Smith asked the most important question here, and I did see Matt's follow up, and we will enjoy the $15, and we do thank you for the super chat. But John Smith asked the most important question. She says, "Is this Matthew Matt from Tinder?" That's what we really want to know. Is it Matthew? Tell us. Tell us. All right, now we can continue.
What was there a follow-up to my being triggered?
Yeah, he basically said, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page."
Good. Listen, I love you, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are. I mean, we do have to. I mean, I am. When you want to talk about lazy and like, unprecise. Sometimes I get lazy and unprecise.
There you go. Blame Adam. Don't blame me.
If you
Blame
bitched at me, it would be totally appropriate.
There you go. My bad.
When Sitch said the first thing is you have to care, I was like, oh, damn
listen, guys. I'm such a dumb, autistic asshole.
Yeah.
That I
think we proved that in this stream beyond
that I literally got
doubt.
200 people to leave the stream in disgust.
I know.
Because I wanted to read some fucking tweets that no one gave a fuck about for like 10 minutes.
Just on MMT. Okay. I know.
Right. Listen.
MMT is like
that's where I'm at.
MMT is kryptonite for YouTube. Kryptonite for YouTube channels.
You brought it up, Adam. This is 100% on your shoulders.
And I regret it to this moment. Should. I do regret it.
You should always regret it.
Never again.
Never. There you go. As a Jew, I'll remember that. Never again.
Oh, really?
Agreeable kid as well, right? And that's important. So he had a bit of a feminine temperament. And that also meant he could be pushed around fairly easily. Well, there was an aggressively gay guy in his school was hitting on him and trying to convince him that he was gay. Well, he didn't know. So he wanted to talk to me about it. It's like, well, I was going to tell him. I didn't. What the hell do I know about this kid?
Exactly.
You know, and I wanted to hear what his problems were and how it might be sorted out.
Vaush is thinking to himself right now, that's wrong? An aggressive gay guy trying to convince his schoolmate that he is also gay? Vaush is like, what's the problem here?
What he wanted. And like that's what you do in therapy is you
What happened?
Help people sort out their problems.
Sorry, I was muted for a second.
Why do you mute yourself like that?
Because I'm like coughing and drinking and I forget to unmute myself.
What are you drinking? Hennessy?
Soda.
Oh,
I lied earlier.
Boring.
It's a giant tub of orange soda that I'm drinking. No, you're about to witness something magical.
Magical.
Okay. Jordan very magical. Jordan Peterson
does
just
it have to do with the people in the back there? Because I think the lighting is perfect for some
does
magic.
nothing to do with whether the people are going to bang in the background or not.
Okay.
But pay attention.
Okay.
Very closely, guys.
I'm paying attention.
Okay. Jordan Peterson just said that there was a kid who was confused about whether he was gay or not.
Correct.
Okay. And Jordan Peterson's response to this was not to tell him that he wasn't gay. It was not to tell him that he was straight. It was to tell him like, well, I don't know. Let's talk. I have to talk to this kid and try to figure out who he is and what he wants and where he's coming from. Okay. That's what Jordan Peterson said. Now listen to Vaush completely pretend like he didn't hear that and then say that Jordan Peterson should do the very thing Jordan Peterson fucking says he did.
Okay.
Okay.
Really?
It's you're about to witness this.
Now this idea is you come to me with an axiomatic claim, whatever it is about your identity, and my job is to rubber stamp it.
What? Axiomatic what? Wait. Your job is to rubber stamp it? Wait. Therapists are not told. Wait. First of all, this isn't gender. This is sexuality. If a confused 14-year-old goes to therapy and says they don't know if they're gay, you're not supposed to affirm in either direction. I'm pretty sure as a therapist, you would be doing a really bad job if you push them in either direction. The best thing that you could do is talk to them. What makes you comfortable? Do you feel uncomfortable when you're flirted with? Does this bother you? Does that bother you? Like, you wouldn't try to push them in either direction. It's not about affirming or rejecting anything.
This is fucking crazy.
What the fuck?
This is crazy.
I'm not hallucinating, right?
No. So not only that, I mean, Jordan Peterson is making the argument that Vaush's ideology is telling him as a therapist to do the thing that Vaush is against.
Yes.
But it's like,
is this intentional? Is he hoping his chat's like not paying attention? He literally was just like, what? A therapist's job is to, and then he just repeats what Jordan Peterson said, as if he didn't just fucking say it like 10 seconds earlier.
Well, and he's acting like Jordan Peterson is saying that his job as a therapist is to rubber stamp a person's beliefs.
And that's what Jordan Peterson is complaining about.
Yes. Right. Yeah, exactly. But if you, I mean, if you look, the law that we went over, the law that you sent me, kind of is written so you're supposed to, if their belief is that they are gay, you're supposed to rubber stamp it.
Right.
So this basically goes into the conversation about the actual law that Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro just brought
exactly.
up. Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's what Jordan Peterson is referring to. He's saying
Right.
under this new quote unquote conversion therapy law, you're basically incentivizing people to rubber stamp their like a homosexual or non-cisgender sexual orientation and gender identity.
Right.
Yes.
And also, we could even go a step further here, because the suggestion that Vaush just had could be categorized as conversion therapy.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Vaush, if you find out, if you talk to that individual and you find out that they aren't gay and you tell them that, you're going to the slammer for 5 years. Sorry, Vaush.
It's like, I'm not a therapist then. So this is not only insane.
What is insane? What is he talking about that's insane?
Oh, hold on.
They're talking about conversion therapy, and now he's talking about one kid who didn't know if he was gay. What does that have to do? How does A connect to B? What are you talking about?
How many tick marks do I get for that?
Like 10.
Man, it is. So what I mean, I put down 1. I'm up to 9.
I'm at 11. I'm at 11.
Okay, I'll add some more here. I'll go to 11. So it's fucking Sitch. It's brilliant that you brought the law up. That was fucking bold move there, because now we know exactly what's going on here.
Well, it's because this is I tried to find the full interview, which unfortunately I had to pay for. So I wasn't going to go do that.
Really?
It's only on the Daily Wire website.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm sure you could find it somewhere, but I didn't care enough to do that.
Yeah.
So when I'm watching a clip of people, especially of Jordan Peterson, okay, because Jordan Peterson is very notorious for referring to shit from 2 hours ago in the conversation constantly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm always like, what are they talking about? When they say something, I'm like, I wonder what he's referring to. And I look it up. And then when you look it up, you say, oh, now I understand what's being talked about.
No, I get
the conversation.
I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Our audience gets it. Definitely.
Right.
We brought up the law.
Even without looking up the conversion law, I understood what Jordan Peterson was saying. I wasn't confused by it.
Yeah.
Okay. He was saying that the new guidelines in Canada are basically telling people to affirm, non-cisgender ideologies. That if someone comes in your office and says that they're not straight or that they're not cisgender, that your job as a clinician is to rubber stamp it. Jordan Peterson saying he feels this to be true. Okay. So if Vaush wanted to actually look into that, not be lazy, he'd say, well, what is he basing that feeling on?
Right.
Okay. And then maybe he look up the conversion law and say, oh, I can see why maybe people have a problem with the way this conversion law is worded.
I'm telling you, seeing the law in black and white is very impactful. It's far more impactful than just talking about, I have a feeling that I should affirm this, so I'm cool in my social clique, right?
Right.
The law makes it pretty fucking crystal clear, like affirm or face prison time. I mean, it's just it's such a power move.
It's a terribly written law.
Yeah.
Completely.
I can't imagine. Like, I've just gone through 4 years of college. I'm up to my eyeballs in student debt, and then reading that law. It's like, okay.
Right. Someone comes into your office.
You're going to just dismiss them. You're going to be like, I don't want this patient.
They say they think they're trans.
Therapist. Yeah.
Right. They say they think they're trans. And are you going to take the risk?
No.
Of course not. No.
I'm up to my eyeballs in student debt, bitch.
Right.
Find a new therapist. That's sad. That's totally sad.
It's very sad.
Not only that, it drives the incentive structure, because the people who are gonna say find a new therapist are the smart people. The people who are gonna risk it or not even know that they are risking anything are not the very bright people.
Well, no, that's true. And also it's creating a selection mechanism where only people who affirm automatically
get the patients.
transgender identity will be the only people covering the topic.
Yes, and getting
for
and getting the patients exactly.
And the problem is, again, there's no, even though they think that like transgender people, like they scan their brain and whatever, there's differences between cisgender people. There's no like official test. Okay, they can't yet. They've made no determination where they like take some of your blood and they put it in a tube and they spin it around. They say, oh, according to our test, you have gender identity or gender dysphoria. Okay, that test doesn't exist yet.
No,
and maybe never will exist. The only way right now that people have to try to determine gender dysphoria is you talk to them about it and you try to get them to explain their feelings. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is not a great system at all, but it's the only thing that currently exists. And so basically what this is doing is they're trying to remove any barrier someone has to saying I'm trans and actually figuring out whether they're trans or not, whether they actually have gender dysphoria or not. And they're just saying, no. As soon as you run around and for a second think that you're trans, every doctor you talk to should just have to rubber stamp it and affirm and say, oh, well, if that's what you think, that's all that matters.
Right. That's exactly what Jordan Peterson is upset about and what Vaush says is a terrible thing to do. It's just fun.
Right.
Which is so ironic. Phoning it in.
Existence. Like I like to think of truth, untruth, and anti-truth, right? And the notion that therapists affirm is an anti-truth because, look, let's say you come to me and you.
I don't think they do. I'm sorry. I would need some proof that this is a thing. I don't think that the current pattern in therapy, in psychotherapy, is to just anytime a kid thinks that they're gay, maybe, or doesn't know if they're gay or doesn't know if they're trans or whatever, that the therapist is expected to just push. The funny thing is the conversion therapy they were defending does do that. It is the job of the conversion therapist to push the kid towards the hegemonic value.
He's making all, first of all, he's saying, I demand evidence when he made his crazy claim about there's all this psychological torture doctors are doing for conversion therapy.
With no
electroshock.
evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I want evidence for that. Secondly, he's inferring all of this. They're defending conversion therapy. All this inference is literally from Jordan Peterson saying conversion therapy and rolling his eyes.
Right. Yeah.
That's all that happened. He didn't look up any of the conversion therapy stuff. They didn't talk about it. He didn't look it up. And yet he's jumping to all these fucking conclusions based on an eye roll.
His stereotype of Jordan Peterson, though, is Jordan Peterson is in favor of gay conversion therapy. And Jordan Peterson's against gay people, against trans people, for hypermasculinity, for hyperfemininity. Like he's just battling a straw man. That's all that's going on here.
Yes. Don't be so lazy. Look it up.
Look it up. Not going to happen.
To be cisgender. What he's talking about right now, regular, not conversion therapy, is non-coercive. He's defending the coercive type of.
He's not.
See, now he's literally reversed the position.
Yes. Yeah.
Jordan Peterson just explained how personally, in his situation, he had a non-coercive form of therapy where he tried to understand the kid's position about whether he was gay or not.
And then the law stepped in and took that away from him.
Well, Jordan Peterson saying he's afraid that the current law would basically do that. And then Vaush has now flipped his position, saying, no, Jordan Peterson's in favor of the coercion. Okay.
Well, he's thinking of the coercion, though, as if the law was written exactly opposite as it's written.
He's acting like Jordan Peterson just said, a kid walked into my office, thought he was gay, and I took out my book, 12 Rules for Life, and smacked him in the face and said, pull up your pants, bucko, and be a man.
Yeah.
Being a man means that you fuck a bunch of women. I'm Jordan Peterson. Fuck the gays.
Yeah. Hop on the lobster hierarchy, dude.
Or I'm sorry.
Take off.
Don't fuck the gays under that. But that's what Vaush is acting like Jordan Peterson just said when he literally said the fucking opposite.
Yeah. Can this be categorized as bad faith? Because it feels pretty fucking bad faith. I don't know if this is intentional or he's just like fucking out the lunch.
You just could be completely not paying attention.
This is the way that I look at it, though. Like, if you're going to take a pro CRT position and literally claim that inadvertent racism is just as bad as intentional racism, I can't give you the benefit of the doubt.
You're right.
I can't.
This is, you know what? You're right. We're asking I'm so glad you brought this up. Adam.
I can't do it. Yeah.
Why are we focusing on whether someone is a moron or intentionally bad actor? Okay. This is systemic bad faith.
It is. This is
a systemic lie. Okay. Vaush, stop telling so many systemic lies.
Yes.
Okay. All that matters is the outcome. The intentions don't matter. We only here at the Sitch and Adam show, we're consequentialist. We only care about the outcome.
Well, that's not true, but I think systemic dishonesty is
we talked about that.
Is closer to what I would call this.
This systemic dishonesty.
I do like lying, because lying has a real punch to it.
That's true.
Then we can call Vaush a liar.
He's a systemic liar.
Right. He is.
Vaush, stop being a systemic liar, please.
Yeah. Yes.
I appreciate it.
Stop making up positions for your ideological opponents that they don't hold.
We're going to run with this.
Yeah. Systemic dishonesty?
Yes. Whenever I forget or Adam forgets, chat, remind us. Being a systemic liar is what we're running with. Okay. We're going to prove a point here. We're going to totally prove our point here. We're now calling anyone that we don't know if they're intentionally lying or not, we're going to call them a systemic liar. That's the year 2022. We're doing it.
Systemic dishonesty.
Yes.
That's where I'm making a note for myself. I'm going to get it tattooed on my forehead.
You got to be like the guy from Memento. You'll tattoo it on like the palm of your hand.
That's what
so you always look at it and go, oh, that's right.
Be like, right there, bitch. Systemic dishonesty.
You'll tattoo it on your chest, and you'll take a picture. You'll keep that picture in your pocket. You'll keep looking at it.
Is it? I mean, he's basically got the same position as Jordan Peterson here, but he's claiming Jordan Peterson has the opposite position.
Yes. Yeah. He's being a systemic liar.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Therapy, if you can even call it that, while saying that regular therapy, which is standardized to be non-coercive, is actually the real coercion. This is really despicable stuff. And by the way,
so despicable. Is it as despicable as systemic dishonesty? I'm not sure it is.
Listen, Adam, if I take your position and I completely reverse it, it's despicable that you think that way.
Yeah. Even though I don't think that way. So unfortunate.
Utterly outside, I think, an acceptable range of expression for anyone who calls themselves like a therapist. Like reprehensible stuff. This
is so reprehensible. He's throwing them all out. What? I mean, it seems pretty bad faith. I don't know why you wouldn't just call this.
The systemic dishonesty coming from this Vaush is off the charts. Okay. I think systemic dishonesty is reprehensible.
I think it's reprehensible. I think it's totally reprehensible and evil.
Right.
Yeah.
Stop all these systemic lies, Vaush. Stop it.
You don't have to do it, Vaush.
To put
honesty is within your grasp.
That's right. Systemic honesty.
Let's focus on that. What is rule 1, Vaush? I'm curious. Have you read Jordan Peterson's book? I believe rule 1
Rule 1, don't talk about Jordan Peterson's therapy.
No, rule 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Or at least don't be systemically dishonest like a little piece of shit.
There you go.
Right? Come on.
Put this out there. Does he even do therapy sessions? He's Jordan Peterson. He makes his money doing public talks and writing books. Who are his clients? Who would have JP as a client? What is his job? How would you even?
Okay, I'm. That's like 3 right there of confusion. I'm like, I'm moving up I'm 1. I'm 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm up to 14.
Now. Oh, I'm already at 19. I'm already at 19. I know what you're talking about.
Oh my God, Sitch. Fuck, I gotta catch up here. I'm like 5 behind.
Listen, I may be just adding the numbers randomly. Okay.
I'm at 14. We'll do this way. We'll have the conservative tally and then and then the leftist tally.
We'll have listen. We'll have the systemically objective tally and we'll have the systemically non-objective tally. And
There we go. Perfect. Vaush's 10 rules of sophistry. Vaush, we have a good idea for a book title for you. What's it? I feel like I want to make some 2022 Vaush predictions if we can. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do you have any 20? Have you thought about what is Vaush's trajectory in 2022? He's totally phoning it in now. You've nailed it. You've completely nailed it. Like he's in full NPC mode here.
Okay. Let me make a bold prediction.
Okay, bold. I like
I'm going to make the most bold prediction I ever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the first part won't be bold. The first part will be Vaush will get canceled.
Okay.
Again, but like really big. Bigger than ever been canceled.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I'm interested. He's going to come out as conservative.
No, but he'll come out as like not leftist anymore. Like he'll create some new category to inhabit.
He's going to get rid of socialism? He can't do that.
He's not quite going to get rid of socialism.
Too bold. Too bold.
Is this... I'm just trying to listen. There's no point making a boring prediction.
Oh, you're right.
There's no point making a boring prediction. I got to make my predictions crazy. You know what? You're right. Why am I'm going to bite the bullet. 2022 is the year Vaush is going to come out as being a libertarian, Ayn Randian objectivist. Okay. It's all going to change. Him and Hassan, baby, they're both going to come out. They're all going to be, they're all going to switch on everybody.
Wow.
They're all going to become objectivists. They're going to like, listen, a wise man once said, am I not entitled to the sweat of my brow? Okay. Right. I believe that man was not Karl Marx.
Yeah. Wow.
There's my prediction.
Okay. I like it. That's good. Okay. I don't make predictions.
This is this piece of shit. Sitch, I want you to make a prediction. After you make your prediction, I'm not going to make any because I don't believe in making predictions. No. Look at this fucking asshole.
I want to think for a second, okay? Bold. I could, I want my prediction to come true, okay? Who is the most alt-right, like, white nationalist girlfriend for Vaush? I want to make a prediction.
Roaming Millennial is going to dust off the chin. Not Roaming. Yeah, was it? No, not Roaming. Sorry.
Yeah.
Millennial. No, what's her name? Not Roaming Millennial. Not Lauren. No.
They're all married, so I mean, it would have to be at least
Roaming Millennial. That's what was who was the girl's name that got her channel deleted?
Sean Head is not married, but she's not.
Who's the girl that had the right wing?
Oh my God! Rage After Storm.
Rage After Storm. Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
Oh my God.
Rage After Storm is going to dust off her YouTube channel. She's going to come back on and then she's going to end up dating Vaush. There you go.
Golly gee whiz, that would be.
There you go.
That would be epic. That would be epic.
Oh, okay. Here's my prediction. Or no, here's your prediction. I'm gonna make your prediction for you.
Okay.
Rage After the Storm is going to end up dating Vaush.
Right.
And Brittany Venti is going to try to date Hassan.
What? I don't know. Is Brittany Venti even on the market? Is she married? I don't know.
Who the fuck knows?
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Destiny's married now. Did you know that? Destiny got married to that girl.
Destiny got married and he was tweeting and streaming while he was getting married. And it was a big deal.
Really?
Everyone was giving him flack because he was supposedly streaming on his marriage day.
Streaming?
So everyone was
like during the wedding?
Not during the wedding. Well, no, because they didn't have a ceremony. Right. They just ran down the courthouse or whatever.
That's it? Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I know what I'm gonna say about that.
That's not gonna last. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I could feel it.
That's not gonna last.
I could feel that you were gonna make that claim.
Of course. No ceremony, no family. That's like ripe for the takebacks.
I don't know, man. That's like my dream.
Was there actually a prenup? That's another question.
I'm sure there was.
Really?
I would be shocked if there was no prenup.
Really? Oh, modern romance.
I know.
Modern romance. What
modern romance is you getting down on one knee and saying, "Will you marry me?" And you open up a contract that's your prenup, and in the contract is a ring. Okay, that's modern romance.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the way it should be.
It's so sad. You're not gonna.
Sure.
You're not gonna. It's not gonna be that way when Sitch finds the.
Well, it depends. Is the woman richer than me or not?
You're so bad. Oh, you're so bad.
Listen, look at this
So
simp
you're
over
saying-
here. Have you not learned about the dangers of family court from like Kata Law and all these people? You don't want to walk into this blind. Okay.
Too pessimistic.
Okay.
Too pessimistic. You can't focus on that kind of stuff.
This sounds like simp talk to me, but
You'll destroy the whole.
no.
I had a friend of mine that the woman he was marrying tried to throw a prenup on him. You know what he did?
What?
He
said, "I'm not getting married to you."
He scheduled the wedding before the attorney got back from vacation.
Oh, that's silly.
I don't think the prenup ever happened though. There was talk of a prenup.
There you go. J-Mac for $20 says, "What, Adam? That's what my wife and I did. Why are you being a hater? So disappointed."
What? Really? J-Mac?
No. See, if our surrogate father J-Mac did it, it has to be correct. I'm pretty sure that's the rules of the show.
J-Mac, did you get a photo of the ring, like taped to the contract? I would enjoy seeing that. That would be fascinating.
If you ain't no punk, holla. We want prenup. There you go.
Okay, I guess it's just a different world now.
There you go.
Everyone's saying Chad move. Go J-Mac, obviously.
I like how people are like, what Adam's saying is Chad, and then like two people down, it's like what Sitch is saying is Chad.
I know everyone's a Chad, but we all have contradictory positions.
Yes. Everything's Chad and based. Doesn't matter. That's funny.
So if I'm just gonna assume if she's richer than you, there's no prenup, and if
maybe J-Mac wasn't referring to the prenup. Maybe he's referring to the lack of a ceremony.
Oh, okay.
Which, listen, that's like my dream. Okay.
Really?
If I could find a woman who's like, I just want to run to the courthouse, I'm like, let's get married.
Not right. Feels wrong to me.
I don't want to. I hate people. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to talk to your fucking family members. Okay.
Listen, do you know how much time and effort women put into getting married? It's like off the charts. You can't deny them all that. They love doing that shit.
Oh God, it's terrible.
You have to really draw boundaries though at how much you're going to participate. That's the key. That's the Chad move right there.
I see.
You have to say, listen, I don't care what color napkins we have at the wedding. I'm not really big on what the centerpiece is going to look like, okay? I don't care what the handle on the cake that we cut is embossed with, engraved with, rather, okay?
Listen, the only part of the wedding ceremony that I'll allow is like, yeah, if people want to pick me up on the chair, that's fun. Okay, you can pick me up on the chair and like try to throw me out.
Oh, it's fun until your grandma breaks her back.
You don't have your grandma. Listen, you have the men,
ambulance.
the big, strong young men of the family do it. You don't have your grandma try to pick you up by the chair. That's not a wise idea. All right. Okay.
Running off to just every woman who's fantasizing about a Sitch romance
just had their dreams shattered.
Immediately logged off.
I know.
They were like, what? They were like, why? Why have I
log off, unfollow? There you go.
Why have I been deluding myself for this long with these people?
Why are you such a sexist, Adam? This is a very sexist assumption you're making. Okay. There could be like 1,000 women right now that are like, Sitch not wanting a wedding is the hottest thing I've ever heard a man ever say.
Well, first of all, I saw John Smith running the numbers in the chat. There's only 6 women that actually listen to this show. Okay, so
that you know of,
right?
That participate in the chat. Okay,
right.
I'm sure that like 99% of the people that don't chat are all women in our audience.
Oh, okay.
Because of our personal magnetism, it's just so strong.
Right.
I'm sorry, I can't say this with a straight face.
This is like I feel the great debate of our time, to be honest with you, is like, which is the more Chad position, running off to the courthouse or, the big production
Neither.
wedding?
They have nothing to do with being Chad or not. So.
Oh, you don't think so?
I thought
there's only one spectrum, virgin to Chad, right?
There you go. Dr. Thalm says, I'm willing to transition to raise the number of women in chat. Thank you, Dr. Thalm. We appreciate
that's a noble cause right there.
There are no women on the internet. It's just men and feds. Now that's true.
Yeah, very much.
That's true. That's true. CT says, all right, chat, how much do you want to bet Adam was the one picking the flowers at the wedding?
Not true. Not true, CT.
I bet you were picking out, the food items and like the colors of the drapes?
No.
And like, was it your idea to put the little cardboard cutouts of you and your wife so people could take a picture of, with them?
No.
The little photo booth.
No.
You had like little props, like little inflatable top hats and guitars for people to take pictures with.
I wanted to make my honey as happy as possible, so I let her make all of those decisions.
I see. You're like, listen, honey, I want you to be as happy as possible. I want you to do all the work.
But it sounded better when I said it.
Oh, I see. It's just like having your wife be totally responsible for the wedding is like the the Huckleberry Finn move of like painting the fence and convincing the neighborhood children that that's the fun thing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm glad that you noticed.
Okay.
I'm glad that you did notice.
Yeah, I understand what's happening. Okay.
Sitch, I want to go to your wedding. You can't just run off to the...
There's not going to be a wedding. Okay? It's going to be secret.
Come on. Don't you want your pal Adam there? Don't you want? Come on.
No.
One day, this is how it's gonna shake out, guys.
Yeah.
One day.
Yep.
I'm gonna send Sitch the link, like 15, 20 minutes early. He's gonna be like, Adam, I'm married.
Yeah, literally, it will just be like, oh, Adam, I've been married for like 5 years. I just never told you.
I know, it never came up. It just never came up
in conversation. Yeah, Adam will find out that. Listen,
that's bullshit.
Adam,
I bring it up every stream. What are you talking about? There's no way.
Adam will find out I'm married on stream when anyone else finds out.
Sitch,
because I would just have done it, and like years have gone by.
Sitch, I have to know for the lady fans.
Yes,
I have to know. You're not married currently, right now.
I'm currently
unmarried. Oh no! Sitch.
I'm going through a tunnel.
Houston to Sitch.
No, I'm currently not married.
Okay, good. I don't dash their dreams. Okay, there's some.
You got to hook them along, right?
Yeah.
All the hundreds and hundreds of women that don't listen to the show, and I would be so egotistical to think that they all care about me. Yeah.
Well, why would you want to throw the gay men under the bus too? Because I'm sure they.
Oh, you're right. Well, no, all the gay men.
Listen,
all the gay men love you, Adam. Okay.
Well, they love you too.
Okay. Not as much.
They do. Come on.
Adam's way cuter than me.
No, that's not true.
Well, it's true. Look at those teeth. Look at I got a horrible underbite.
That's nothing, man. Women don't care about teeth.
And my mouth is bigger than my face. I mean, come on. They're not attractive qualities.
Nobody cares that you can't smile. No one cares about that.
Okay. Someone says, I just assume Sitch is straight. I guess the implication is they're assuming Adam's not. There you go. I like him.
I've never, Sitch and I have never really, I guess it's obvious with
You're right.
because
Listen,
I'm married to a woman.
The real question is, when is me and Adam going to get married?
No, that's
a real question. Adam.
A more appropriate question is, when are we
Would you make me the happiest not sidekick of a stream channel in the world?
Only if it was legal, but I can't.
And be my co-host.
I can't take you on as a second wife unless you would like to move to Utah.
No. You're gonna be my wife.
Is that?
Yeah, you have a wife, but then you're my wife, so it's not bigamy. That's how it works, right? Pretty sure that's how the law works.
Okay.
Does Jordan Peterson accept clients? I don't even...
Look, of all the things he could be Googling.
Yeah, I know. This is the important question here.
What the fuck?
These are important. Let's get to the bottom of this.
I want you to Google something for me, Sitch.
Yeah.
Does Jordan Peterson accept conversion therapy? That's what I want you to Google. There's probably a dozen articles saying that he does, right? I mean, I'm
Jordan
just going to
Peterson,
assume.
advocate for conversion therapy.
That's a better way. Does Jordan Peterson advocate conversion therapy? That's a better question. There's probably a Quora on it saying, well, he claims not to, but in this video, he definitely.
In a brief phone call with Canada Land last week, Peterson said he stopped seeing clients in June 2017, right when he got popular. Are you kidding me?
Oh, got him. Smoking gun. Look at this. Detective Vaush is on the case.
Is this a joke?
So I found a tweet from Jordan Peterson. This is from March of this year. It says, will a Canadian, this was in response to the quote unquote anti-conversion law that we just read, or that we read hours ago. It says, will a Canadian child psychologist, guided by the data that 80% of young adolescents with gender dysphoria accept their biological sex by the age of 18, counseling and questioning a 14-year-old to delay hormones and reassignment surgery, now face up to 5 years in prison? There you go. That's exactly the fear that we talked about.
Right. So does it claim that Jordan Peterson accepts conversion therapy, like the old-fashioned conversion therapy?
There you go. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read. There's a tweet right under that one that says it says that the 80% of adolescents who did not have gender dysphoria anymore were subjected to having their nipples shocked by a car battery, and that proved to be the most effective treatment.
Oh, that was Jordan Peterson tweeted that out?
Yeah, for a gender dysphoria discussion.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
There you go.
Interesting. Going with the car battery, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such
That's
a
what Jordan
hassle.
Peterson said. Yeah, he tweeted that out.
Yeah. Cattle prod is a lot easier. You just plug it in.
Yeah, of course. He's a public figure now. This is what they all do. Why would you ever be booking clients when you're like a mega superstar?
So this is another him, Vaush, trying to be like, oh, got him in another lie. Look, he's pretending to be a therapist, and he hasn't been a therapist for 4 years.
He said he had a client. He didn't say he.
I know.
I don't think he said he had a client like this
recently.
moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. There's no lie here. There's no deception.
Right.
When did this come out? He said he stopped taking in 2017. This article is from, shut up, June 2018. Has there been any updates since then? Has there been anything? Why would he be taking clients? If he's referring to something that happened before 2017, then is he referring? Did this woke trans was that happening in 2017? I think this is completely made up.
I see. He's saying it's a lie.
Yeah, another dishonesty. Yeah, that's all he cares about. You think Jordan Peterson is like, oh, let me lie about this shit for?
Let me just make up a patient I never had.
It's just so weird. Yeah.
Right.
I think not his anecdote, but like everything he's saying right now. Like,
I mean, why wouldn't you just say like, imagine having a patient, or I mean, if you didn't actually have a patient?
Wait, I'm confused. He said he doesn't think he's lying about the anecdote, but everything else he's saying.
Oh, he did.
I don't even know what he's talking about then.
Maybe even the. I think this is completely made up. I think not his anecdote, but like everything he's saying right now. Like maybe even the anecdote, like everything that he's saying right now. I think is just completely.
It's all just lies.
Just bunk. Just.
This is all. He's like, for a second, Vaush goes, "Yeah, I don't want to get sued for defamation, but fuck it, I'll get sued." False statement of fact. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, if you say someone's lying, I don't know if they can. If you think they're lying, right? I don't know if that's you could sue them for defamation.
Sure, totally. Oh, I don't know.
Say you have a proposition about yourself, and I say no, I'm your therapist. No, that's wrong. It's like that's not good therapy. But neither is
what?
You have a.
Oh, I heard that one. What?
There's another one. What?
Yeah, what? All right.
What?
What? And Vaush was like, hold on. Reality is diverging from the huge straw man I've set up here.
A proposition about yourself, and you're disturbed enough to come to a therapeutic session, and I say, yes, you're right. It's like, I don't know if
you don't do either. Yes, you don't do either. Yeah, did he dream of this in one of his benzos comas? Yeah, correct. You don't do either. You ask questions.
That's what
I love how Vaush is fucking teaching the fucking therapist
Jordan,
how to be a therapist.
You, clinically trained, clinically practicing therapist, don't do the thing that you didn't do and do the thing that you said you did. Okay? It's obvious. It's obvious, Jordan. Do the thing you just said you did. God, why are you so difficult, Jordan? Do the thing you just explained carefully that you do.
There is a bit of a Napoleon Dynamite vibe going on in Vaush right now, isn't there?
This isn't a Napoleon. This is like a Who's on First sketch. Like, I don't know. This is like a Marx Brothers sketch. I don't know what's happening in this segment.
I feel like it's Napoleon Dynamite. I really do.
There you go.
Jordan, men have skills, okay?
Jordan, men and women have different skills. They're both valid. Gosh.
That's therapy. You ask questions.
Right?
Why do I have to explain this to you, Jordan? Gosh, you're so
Jordan,
dumb.
You just said that when someone comes to your office, you ask them questions. Why are you asking the questions, Jordan? Gosh. It's simple.
Oh my God, that's so good.
And if you're so right, why are you here? Like, what are we talking about if you're already right?
It's a destruction of basically the only form of therapy that we know to work.
Yes.
Like, oh, I'm counting that one. What? 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 This whole thing could be just basically Vaush with like a cup to a wall. It's like he's trying to decipher it through the wall. Like he can barely.
I think they're making out, guys.
He can barely hear what's going on.
Gosh.
What?
Oh wait,
talking about it.
That's the second one. Sorry, there's two whats there. I don't want to miss one.
Okay.
Napoleon, what? Make yourself a goddamn quesadilla.
Already right.
It's a destruction of basically the only form of therapy that we know to work.
Yes.
Cognitive behavioral therapy is all about saying that
so are the rest.
Cognitive behavioral therapy is absolutely not the only type of therapy therapists use. This is so remarkable. Guys, can we be a bit spicier? This is peak cracker shit right here. Okay? These are two unimaginably powerful and
to be fair.
Oh my God.
Listen, let's try it. Let's be unlike Vaush. We'll actually engage in good faith. Okay. So Ben Shapiro made the claim that he thinks. I sound like Ben Shapiro made the claim. That he thinks CBT, cock and ball torture. I'm sorry. Critical behavioral therapy or cognitive
behavioral therapy. Yes.
Is the only therapy that works.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
I don't know.
CBT.
Right. I don't know what Shapiro is classifying as that. Because most therapists, I think it would follow, not all, but most would fall under that branch generally. It's definitely the most widespread.
Yeah, the most normative talk therapy.
Yeah, it's generally from a CBT framework.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say it's the only one that works.
Well, I mean, what are you?
You could criticize that, but I don't think Jordan Peterson bit the bullet on that claim.
Well, I think he agrees. I think CBT is what they. I think that's like the gold standard of what you're trying to do. You're trying to get people to stop catastrophizing.
Whether you believe in whether you're a CBT guy or not.
Yeah, but what? So Vaush is making the claim that there's other therapies. What are the other therapies?
There's. I'm trying to remember what they're called.
Other talk therapies.
Let me just look it up because I forget the names. Well, there's just strictly behavioral therapy. Like some people don't do the cognitive part of the behavioral therapy.
What's the one where they give you LSD? That's the one that I like.
They just do the actually just do just the conditioning
Mm-hmm.
and just those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
They only focus on like the reaction and the behavior pattern. They don't focus really at all on
Mm-hmm.
like the mental process of why you have that in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you could classify that as different.
Oh no, they're clipping out me saying CBT is the gold standard.
There you go. There you go.
Oh no,
and then,
don't do it. El Stafo.
And then there's the opposite. So according to this list, okay, there are others. It's called psychodynamic. That's what I was forgetting the name of. Psychodynamic
sounds fun.
You can expect to talk about anything on your mind to uncover patterns and thoughts or behaviors that might be continuing to distress. It's also common to talk about your childhood past. In psychodynamic theory, you'll work with therapists to explore the connection between your unconscious mind and your actions. This involves examining your emotions, relationships, and thought patterns.
What's the one with the medium?
So psychodynamic is popular and people have probably gone through this type of therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the most unhelpful type of therapy in my experience.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think you solve anything. Just figuring out why you feel the way you do, if you don't do any behavioral stuff attached to it, I don't think changes people at all.
You know what I think is the worst for people? Catastrophizing. It's so annoying when people turn everything into like the end of the world. It's like, and it really just destroys your state of mind. So much of CBT is fighting against the catastrophizing aspect of, which is easy to fall into if you're predisposed to that. But you don't do that kind of stuff, right? Have you had any cock and balls treatment?
I've never had any cock and balls treatment. No.
Have you ever gone to a therapist?
No, no. I've never gone to a therapist.
I went to a therapist one time, and I've been to a therapist twice. My parents took me once when I was a kid, and just to make sure I'm not crazy or anything. And I went once on my own. My wife kind of was like, "You really need to go see a therapist."
Mm-hmm.
And the whole time I was just thinking, this guy's an idiot. This is a fucking moron. So it wasn't really. I think if you go into a therapy situation, you should have at least have some respect for your therapist.
Yes.
Yeah. So
well, you can develop respect if they're saying things that are smart. If you don't believe them.
You've never been in therapy before. Your parents never dragged you to therapy, or you never had a.
No.
Okay.
No. Well, let me add a qualifier. I've never been to a licensed therapist. Okay.
Okay, so you've talked to a friend or something that's.
It's not. It's too complicated to get into. But I have been in the process of what would be classified as psychodynamic therapy, and I found it horribly useless.
Okay.
In terms of like changing my behavior, and the reason I'm not a big fan of psychodynamic therapy is because I think so much of your behavior is the elephant. I don't think it's based on cognitive processes. I think it's really based on reactions to things that are outside your cognitive processes completely. And that's why I'm not a big subscriber of that.
When I went to the therapist, I only did one session, and I was like, okay, this guy is not for me. And I didn't really feel like I needed therapy, but sometimes you'll discover this when you get married. Sometimes it's just easier just to do the thing, and like, then you can at least say, I made an effort, right?
Right.
But I got to admit, after doing the one therapy session and just really losing all faith in the therapeutic, maybe the psychological system. Well, I guess I couldn't really lose all faith, but I thought it was so haphazard, so weird. I immediately thought, is this just an aberration, or are all therapists this ridiculous?
Just like they're bad doctors, they're bad therapists, they're bad shrinks.
Right, exactly.
I mean, yeah.
So, I wanted to know. I was like,
going to, right. I'm not even remotely. I think more people should go to psychologists. I think more people should go to therapy.
But
I
not
do think
the
it's
therapist
mostly
that
beneficial.
I went to, though. I think if you went to that therapist, you'd actually do tangible harm to yourself.
Well, okay, sure. You can go to bad. There are bad therapists out there.
But it made me want to go full detective and go like, okay, I'm going to go to like 5 therapists and rate them, kind of see which one is which are doing harm to society and which are doing good to society.
I like it.
Do you? I mean, do you
trick yourself into getting therapy?
No, I think I think therapists do tangible harm to people, and that's something that scares
me. Some of them can. Sure.
Terrible things. Yeah.
I don't think on average that's the case.
I think it might be. I think they might do more harm than good. I think it might be like 60-40. Maybe 70-30.
I don't buy
70
that.
in the harm direction.
I don't buy that. No, I completely fight against this. No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
JMac for $20. Thank you so much, Jay. Says Adam, there are sea snails that have both male and female sex organs. They sword fight with their member to determine who impregnates who. I guess technically they're non-binary. There you go.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Whoever wins a sword fight gets to be the
man.
Gets to be the top.
Yeah, I think that's a good. I think we should do that. I think it's a good
strategy. Do gay guys do that to decide who gets to be the? I wonder.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Sebastian Service for 50 Pendos says, in my Communist Party controlled country, there's a campaign against the non-vaxxed in which they all end up ridiculizing the non-vaxxed as fools fucking it up for everyone, with them being yelled, disappear, and they get smoked away. Wow.
That's fucking evil.
Crazy. What country is this? What currency is this?
Yeah, see, this is why I really don't like talking about the vaccine thing. And we wouldn't have talked about it if it wasn't for the super chat. But
this is in Peru. Wow. Crazy. Crazy.
I do understand the argument that people are making. It just seems completely ridiculous. It seems to me that the people on the left are using the vaccination status of people to make an argument that they don't care about other people, that they're fucking
right. Well, because
like
the problem is everyone's making this attribution error where they assume everyone perceives reality the same way, right?
Yeah.
So they'd say, oh, if you perceive reality the same way that I do, and you assume the same facts are true that I assume, the only reason you're not getting the vaccine is because you're an asshole.
Yep.
That's the world.
Incorrect.
Right. Incorrect. The reality is no. People just have very different worldviews and believe very different sets of facts.
Yes.
Come to very different conclusions.
Yeah.
So.
And they, depending upon what set of facts you believe, you'll logically reason yourself to a completely different position.
Right.
But both use the same logic.
Right.
Yeah.
JMac for $20. Thank you so much, Jay. Says Pikachus are actually sexually dimorphic. I didn't know this. Wow. JMac is under there checking under the tails of Pikachus to see what's what. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Awesome.
He says females have a heart-shaped pattern on their tails. Well, there you go. Pokemon is sexist. Okay, they give the females heart-shaped tails, and the males the big penis-y tails. There you go.
Sweet.
When a male Pikachu fucks a female Pikachu, does he stick his tail in her heart-shaped tail? How's that how it works? Squeeze Louise for $20 says Vaush is Pikachu movies, and it gets super frustrating and confusing to listen to sometimes. True. Also, Happy New Year's. A team is Bay team. There you go.
Thank you. Yes. True.
Chromancer Lex for 200 Mega Man X dollars says, watching the last Hassan stream, I now finally believe a core Jenga piece to remove in order to beat intersectionality is the quote racism equals power plus prejudice bullshit. But how to do this when they can just cite papers that agree with them? Well, that's why I think the way to do away with people's are is to expose that it was created not out of theory, but created specifically to win an argument. It's a very cynically created term or phraseology. That's why I made my video about it that way, because I think that's the way to defeat it. Because it's kind of hard for people to logically defend something when the person that made it up said, "Oh yeah, I just made it up because fuck you. I just made it up so I could win an argument."
Yeah.
But I don't know. No one seems to address that. But to be honest, I feel like people's are has sort of fallen out of favor. Like people still kind of act as if it's true, but they don't use that phrase anymore. Like it never became popular. I'm not sure why. Maybe people just intuitively know it's wrong, so it's never really caught on that much.
Do you think gender activists are doing tangible damage to the pro-science community?
Yes.
Oh, I like
100%.
That. Just
1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Where do you think Sargon's anti-science position comes from?
I know. That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's where it comes from.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep. Yeah.
Vaush's supererogatory sophistry for $20 says, "Oh, Sitchy Poo, you only take umbrage with my sequedalian. What is this word? Sesquippedalian vocabulary because I've intellectually outpaced you. Your perturbance leaves me chuffed or cuffed." There you go. There you go. You got me. You got me, Vaush.
You were perturbed?
I was perturbed, yes. By the sesquippedalian vocabulary, yes.
We're almost done with this video, man. Let's grind it out.
We're not almost done. We're only halfway through.
Look,
JMac,
I say let's
$20.
grind it out, and you say we're only halfway through.
JMac for $20 says, "Sitch, I'll DM you my DW login info. The whole conversation is fairly enjoyable, although I don't suggest listening to anyone else on there." Oh, thanks, Jay. I feel weird if you send me your login.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Just tell us if the people in the background actually
just write in the chat so everyone can do it. I appreciate it, Jay. I appreciate.
Would that work? Do you think they would instantly disable your account if
because like a million different IP addresses would log in? Yeah. JMac for another $20. Oh, I read that one.
Read it again.
Okay. What, Adam? That's what my wife and I did. Why are you being a hater? I'm so disappointed.
Why'd you have to read that again? Jeez.
One Abaddon for $20 says, "Watching Vaush can be so infuriating. Thanks for providing a layer of sanity to this and any other videos of his that you review. Also, I'm a woman and A-Team." There you go. I think A-Team has more women than S-Class. There it is. There it is.
That the super chat said that?
That's what one Abaddon said.
Wow. You know what makes me believe that?
What?
Because A-Team's about love. We're about getting married and having a big marriage ceremony with your friends and family, doing it publicly. Yeah.
Well, one Abaddon did make that amazing picture of me holding the wrench over Doomer, so I am persuaded by that. Yes.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
Cyborg for $20 says, "Vaush is bad faith, even when engaging his own thoughts while watching something." It's a bad faith to himself. A thing that he's also engaging in bad faith on. Is he the only person capable of this bad faith inception? There you go. There you go. I like it.
Wealthy white boys who have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
J-Mac says, in the chat, he says, "Oh, they go hard at him." Like they moan so loud that Ben and JP have to raise the volume of their voices exponentially. That's right. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank God. Daily Wire has some actual producers working for them.
That's the real reason why the whole interview is paywalled on Daily Wire, because it features hardcore pornography in the background.
Oh my God.
That's too hot for YouTube.
Oh my God.
There you go.
That would
got to the bottom of it.
That would totally go viral. I don't know why they don't do that. Mix it up a bit.
I agree.
Come on. It'll be fun. You know, I might make a video this year just to put the thumb screws to S-Class over there a bit. I don't know if Sitch is even planning on making a video in 2022.
I have to be Doomer.
I just want my video to come out first. What do you got? What do you got? What's in the works? What do you got planned?
Nothing.
What? You just turned into Charlie Brown's teacher. I couldn't understand a word he said.
This thing's planned, Donna. Don't worry about it, okay?
How are you doing that? That's awesome.
That's this amazing thing where you hold a cup to your mouth and you're talking.
Oh, blah, 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 blah.
Neither of these two have any fucking idea.
Vaush has never made a fucking video.
Wait, did you just skip ahead? I feel like we skipped
No, I'm
ahead.
backing up because we've talked so much.
He just went to like 10 alarm, and I don't remember the context.
Has Vaush ever made a video? None of these. I don't count any of these like.
Oh, you mean
clipping your stream out as?
Does he make non like product? I don't. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, we've made edited videos. Edited
Right.
videos are the shit, man.
What they're healthy white. This is so remarkable. Guys, can we be a bit spicier? This is peak cracker shit right here. Okay? These are two unimaginably powerful and wealthy white boys.
How come is he gonna get banned from Twitch again? He says cracker. He used the term, used the word.
Is he on
I'm offended.
Twitch?
I don't know.
And he used it as a derogatory.
He did.
Yeah. No.
He did.
But he did.
White boys.
In his defense, he did look around to make sure that no one was listening.
He said cracker with a hard R. Okay, I heard it. You all heard it.
Did you see him look around? Like
he did. Want to make sure there are no white people around.
What the fuck was that?
Let me look over and make sure there's no white people. Okay, cracker.
That's comedy gold. Comedy gold right there.
Who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Neither of these two have any fucking idea what they're talking about. There is absolutely no relationship, zero, no connection, none whatsoever between the subjects they're talking about and the words coming out of their mouths. There's nothing.
I think we might have to do a bit called Rate My Anger, where we actually rate someone's angry.
You think this is a performance?
Angry performance.
Right.
I mean, it seemed completely fake to me. I thought Cenk Uygur did better in the last. Cenk had the like face and shit. Like I'm so I'm angry.
Right.
This is complete performative. Tim Pool does better than this. Vaush,
that's right.
Fucking dial it up a bit. I want to see real anger.
It's like this whole conversation. Vaush is like, what? Huh? I don't understand what they're talking about. And then after he doesn't understand what they're talking about, after he tells Jordan Peterson to do the very thing Jordan Peterson said he does, he now has the fucking ego, the egomaniac gall to be like, Jordan Peterson doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know anything about the subject matter of, whatsoever. Listen, I'm a streamer. I know that the big 5 personality traits are all bullshit. They're not like one of the most widely cited, sourced personality, psychoanalytical tools used by psychologists about the world. That's all bullshit. Jordan Peterson doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I do. I know. I'm not going to tell you why he's wrong. I'm going to tell you how he's wrong. Trust me. I know he's wrong.
I'm Googling Vaush, follow the science. Just kind of see what I get.
But this is just great. I mean, that's why this video is crazy. It's just him saying, I don't understand. These people don't know what they're talking about. I don't understand. These people don't know what they're talking about. Like,
making it up.
Oh, sorry.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
I thought we lost the video for a second there.
It's ridiculous. And they're both, by the way,
when I search
infinitely.
How come when I search Vaush, follow the science, the first thing that come up is Vaush racist?
I told you he's gonna get canceled.
The Vaush Reddit. Huh, interesting. Is Vaush dating Tommy Loren? What is this? What? The things people talk about on the internet. Don't go on the internet, guys. It's not.
I know. Stay off the
It's
internet. Everybody.
dangerous.
It's bad.
more
It's a bad
powerful
place.
and influential than like any of you guys or me, but by a massive.
Hold on.
They're just
Let's.
no connection. They're talking.
I rate the anger 0. What is your rating?
Yeah, I give it like a 2. I'll give it a 2.
2.
2 out of 10.
Fucking generous.
Yeah.
No, this is total performative. Not even good.
About neither of these two have any fucking idea what they're talking about. There is absolutely no relationship, 0, no connection, none whatsoever between the sub.
Look, he can't even remember what he's saying. Like when I get angry, I'm not, fighting for my like what I want to say, right?
Well, it sounds like he's like doing this performance and he's trying to reach for something specific, but he can't because he either doesn't understand what they're talking about or maybe realizes what they said was not wrong or innocuous.
Right.
So he keeps trying to reach for specifics and then fumbles because he can't draw any to the front of his mind.
I'm so angry about this innocuous thing that they've said. It's like, okay, Vaush. Take your medicine, okay?
Subjects
Take your Valium. You're good.
they're talking about and the words coming out of their mouths.
Why you
Someone in the chat said Vaush failed the Big 5 personality trait test. It's why he hates it, but then he aced his dark triad test.
Oh my God.
There you go. I
So
believe
true.
it. I believe it.
Mouths. There's nothing. They're just completely making it up. It's ridiculous. And they're both, by the way, infinitely more powerful and influential than like any of you guys or me, but by an exponential degree, massively so. For nothing. They know nothing about this. The thing that bothers me the most is that they're known as intellectuals, Jordan Peterson with his whinging, high octave pseudo-intellectualism, and Ben Shapiro with his sneering nasal debate bro affect. But this is a profoundly mentally challenged conversation. This is a deeply intellectually stunted. I mean, like this is some. If somebody threw a squeaky toy through both of them right now, like over the table, like I legitimately feel like you pull them away from the convo for like 15 seconds, This
is how you know Vaush has lost the conversation. He's just devolved into random ad homs. He's not addressing a single thing that either of them saying. He doesn't understand a single thing either of them saying. He's just saying, "You're just so stupid. I don't have to explain it. You're just squeaky toys, stupid, nasally voice, high octave voice."
We are learning a lot about Vaush, though. Vaush really wants to think of himself as an intellectual.
Right. He's very upset that
he's like, why am I not considered an intellectual?
Right.
Yeah.
This is why.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine Jordan Peterson saying, "I'm not going to address his arguments. This is all retarded. You could throw a squeaky toy over there and they would be distracted
Oh yeah.
by the chaos of the squeaky toy."
Oh yeah.
I mean, could you imagine this coming, like anyone, Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro, having this conversation like this?
No, of course not. No. People are legitimately looking for the best path forward and engaging in conversation to make arguments and counter arguments. This is just complete, like, it's gaslighting. It is. It's systemic dishonesty.
This is systemic dishonesty. This is just my chat. Here's the red meat chat.
Mm-hmm.
Like Vaush took out.
You call that red meat? Come on. He didn't see.
He cut a big rump roast off of the cow, and he's for the last 20 minutes, he's been tenderizing the meat for his chat, and now he's throwing it out there. Said, "Go devour my chat." Look, they're all fucking stupid. They're all just rerees. Okay, I don't have to address anything they're saying. They're just stupid.
Yeah.
Dig in.
Nah, not buying it. Chank made the funny face.
That's true.
Vaush won't even make a funny face for us.
I'll give it to Chank.
Disappointing.
Of them, they're all this is one of the things that's interesting about clinical psychology. Every single school of psychotherapy is predicated on the idea that free expression of thought or the free transmutation of behavior is curative. And it's true with cognitive behavioral therapy, just like psychoanalytic therapy. It's all the same thing. And also the other axiom.
See, I don't think Jordan Peterson agrees with Ben Shapiro that CBT is the only therapy that works, judging by what he just said right there.
Well, he said all therapy is predicated on freedom of thought.
Right, which in itself is transformative.
Yes.
So,
yeah, talking is thinking.
Right.
Yeah, you're coming to different revelations. It's so interesting too. I mean, even I'm sure you've had the experience, and we've all had the experience of remembering something so vividly that we never would have remembered if some friend hadn't mentioned it. You know, they experienced it with us, but, you know, like immediately we have access to it because they said some word or, you know, jarred our memory.
Yeah.
It's so impressive. That's the whole purpose of therapy, is like it gives you access to things in your mind that you don't necessarily know are there.
For some types of therapy, yes.
Of therapy is voluntarily expose yourself in measured doses to what you're afraid of.
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
Can we give him? Can we mark off for a pretty sure?
Do we get a?
I think the long pause deserves a check mark.
The long pause.
I'm going 2.
You're gonna give him 2 check marks for that one? Yeah. Okay.
I'm
giving him 4. Okay.
Oh my God!
I'm giving him 4.
Don't tell me what you're at, because I don't want to know. Now I want to know.
We'll
have a range.
At the end, we'll figure out what the score is. Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to go back and listen exactly.
Okay.
To what Jordan
we
Peterson
can do
said.
it.
Okay.
And it's true with cognitive behavioral school of psychotherapy is predicated on the idea that free expression of thought or the free transmutation of behavior is curative. And it's true with cognitive behavioral therapy, just like psychoanalytic therapy. It's all the same thing. And also the other axiom of therapy is voluntarily expose yourself in measured doses to what you're afraid of.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. Exposure therapy is a very selectively used, a very niche, not always well regarded. He said this is an axiom of therapy. God, does he even... An axiom of therapy? Like, he can't even use normal words. It has to be... It's the axiom of therapy.
Dude, axiom is... I mean, that's not like a $25 word in any way.
I've heard Vaush say axiom and axiomatic like a million fucking times.
You can't even have a conversation without talking about axioms. Especially if you're a debate bro. Jesus.
The projection... The projection is crazy. He uses these terms all the time. And when Jordan Peterson uses them, he's like, oh, Jordan Peterson, even knows it's worth me. Oh my God. And Jordan Peterson didn't use the term incorrectly. Now, I don't fault Vaush for misunderstanding what Jordan Peterson just said.
The keywords were transmutation of behavior for me. I don't know what you were fixing on, but...
Well, Vaush thinks that what Jordan Peterson just said was that the axiom of all, or one of the axioms for all therapy is predicated on like desistance conditioning, you know, that kind of like aversion therapy, like, oh, you're scared of something, and then they keep like, you know, if you're scared of spiders, they'll keep, you know,
Vaush is a dumbass because that's like the base of therapy.
Like they'll keep desensitizing you to the spider, right? Like they'll show you a picture of the spider, and then they'll show you a video of the spider, and then maybe they'll bring, like, he thinks that's what Jordan Peterson just said. That's not what Jordan Peterson said. He said that one of the axioms of all therapy is exposing yourself to things that make you uncomfortable in small doses. He's not just talking about like behavioral desensitization. He's talking about simply whenever you go to any therapist and you talk about your internal thoughts, it's an uncomfortable process because it's you having to start to like question the darker things about yourself. It makes you feel uncomfortable. Okay. When you're like dredging up these things.
Yes. I mean, Jordan Peterson has talked about this in a million videos. I know it in detail. Like he said, the purpose of memory is for you to deal with things in the past that you haven't necessarily found a solution to.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. And like you'll continue to re-experience trauma until you have dealt with that trauma in a problem-solving type of way. Like we've all had experiences, you know, we've been in a car accident, or, you know, we had a traumatic breakup where you just can't stop thinking about it. It's like consuming you, you know, death of a loved one, right? You're just reliving it over and over and over again.
Right.
Your whole like universe is on hold until you can deal with those traumatic situations. That's what therapy is usually intended to solve.
Therapy is about, no one goes to therapy because they're like
they're happy and in a good shape.
Yeah, happy and good shape. Okay. You go to therapy because you have some kind of problematic behavior or thought pattern.
Yes.
That's affecting your life negatively that you're trying to change.
Negative emotion. Yeah.
Yeah. A negative emotion, a negative thought pattern, negative behavior they're trying to change.
Yes.
One of these things. And yes, confronting that in all forms of therapy makes you feel uncomfortable and anxious. You want to run away. That's why people don't do it. That's why you go to a therapist and they kind of force you to do it. You don't want to do this naturally. If people want to do this naturally, they wouldn't have therapy. Okay. You would need to go to a therapist to do this. But I don't necessarily fault Vaush for misunderstanding this part.
Of course not.
Whatever.
Of course, yeah.
I'll give him more charity than he would give Peterson.
The whole idea, though, that he's saying these people are idiots is completely revolting. There are different ideas on why you have this, you know, unable to control your thoughts situation, right? So working with a therapist can help you deal with those thoughts. Jordan Peterson used the term transmutation of behavior. I think he's talking about something different there, though. He's not talking about a traumatic situation. He's talking about, you know, some people will go to a therapist because they're like depressed or their life is not what they wish it would be. And it's not, you know, they're reliving some tragedy. And I actually think when I'm talking about therapists that I think, you know, maybe 70% of them are really doing more harm than good. It's when they try to force you into this situation where the problem of you being depressed is some sort of repressed trauma. Like a lot of therapists were raised on the Freudian idea of analysis, which I think is, you know, can be completely wrong and has really never been validated in any.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah. So if you're in that situation, like they can, you know, they're in a doctor role, so you're accepting what they're saying. And if they start throwing ideas out that, you know, you've got some sort of repressed thing that happened to you that's really what's the reason why you haven't got your life together, like that thing could just be some made up thought that a therapist planted in your head, which I don't think is helpful. So you've never experienced that because you've never been to a therapist, but
that's right.
And you know, I only did the one therapy session with the guy, but I wish I could just, it would be interesting to go. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will go to a therapist, like 5 or 6 different therapists, and see if I can get them to go down the, oh, you've been molested as a child or something route, where they're literally like planting ideas that I know never happened.
Listen, that's a bad therapist. Therapist should not be planting.
That's a terrible therapist. Yeah,
whether you've been, you know, assaulted or whatever.
Well, imagine if you went to a doctor and the doctor was like, maybe you have cancer. Maybe that's the thing.
Right.
You should really focus on them.
Right.
I wonder how many of these therapists are terrible, though.
So I hope it's not like the majority.
You hope, but you don't know. And there's no system. There's no system of accountability in place to measure this kind of thing.
Right.
Like these people could be doing terrible damage to hundreds, thousands of people, and we would never know.
So, in a completely unrelated topic, someone sent me a video of AOC. Is currently in my neck of the woods, Florida. Okay. Apparently she's at a drag queen bar
No, you're kidding. What?
It says at Miami Beach. Okay.
What?
And in the video, she's standing like there's a bunch of people like eating on the sidewalk. There's like little tables on the sidewalk. And there's like, I don't know, it looks like 60 people maybe sitting down. None of them are wearing masks. All of them are shouting and clapping and cheering for AOC, who's in the middle of them all. And they're all just there's no COVID restriction whatsoever on any of these people.
What's
none
the
of them
matter
wearing
with
masks? There isn't, but she's all in favor of all the restrictions.
Really? Oh, so it's a hypocrisy thing.
Right. So they're saying rules for thee, but not for me. She's sitting here receiving all this
How
adulation.
do you know it's not win in Rome?
At a drag queen bar, supposedly. I don't know who's making this determination. All shouting, maskless, spitting on each other. Okay, because they're all so close to each other, and she's totally fine with it.
This sounds like my New Year's Eve.
She's yucking it up.
This sounds exactly like my New Year's Eve.
Right. So there you go.
Do you want to play Do you want to play it?
No.
Okay.
That's not.
How's the AOC look?
Adam.
I'm just asking.
Adam.
Like, does she look healthy or does she look like she has COVID?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Okay. Let's move on.
Which one?
Simp. Let's move on, simp.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like an epistemic preconception. What are you talking about? Wake me up from this nightmare. Holy shit.
And so that's an interest.
Oh, I forgot. I saw Doomer in the chat. I don't want to say hi, and I also see Dev in the chat too. What's up, guys?
Hi, Doomer. Hi, Dev. Oh, Dev's in the chat?
Yeah.
Someone made fun of Dev, and it was funny.
What? Don't laugh at that shit.
Where's Dev? I don't see Dev.
Dev
he must have been in the chat. Oh, there he is. Hi, Dev. Someone mocked Dev.
Dev is great.
Someone sent him Dr. Diddler.
I can't believe you don't follow Dev on Twitter. What a fucking
I do
asshole.
follow Dev on Twitter.
What?
Someone in the Discord sent Dev that passage that we were arguing for 20 minutes about, that 200 people left our stream to discuss. And they asked Dev what he thought about it. And Dev just said, I don't know.
Good for him.
Right.
That was the proper answer, Dev.
That's the proper answer.
Just so you know.
Right. That's right.
Interesting thing, because the psychoanalysts believed when the behavior.
Creeman says Adam's computer wallpaper is probably a naked deepfake face.
That's true. I believe that's probably true.
Not true. I'm really offended that a lot of you guys seem to think that I find AOC attractive. Okay, I don't find AOC attractive. That's weird and creepy. Okay.
Why do you lie? Why do you tell such lies? Okay. Jordan Peterson, rule number 1. What is it, Adam? What is it? We were just talking about this. We're just saying.
Tell the truth, or at least don't lie.
There you go. So why you gotta be lying right now? Everyone knows your well-documented love of AOC.
Look, I don't want to be categorized as one of these creepy fucking Republicans who are always talking about fucking weird sex stuff with AOC.
Everyone's a simp for at least one person.
No.
If you want to be a simp for AOC, I will only judge you somewhat harshly. Okay.
No. I only look at AOC as a representative of this great nation.
Listen, we all know you get your wife to dress up like AOC in the bedroom.
Not true.
And you pretend like you're filibustering her legislation. Okay. We all know that's what goes on in the Adam and Mrs. Adam and the Mrs. Frank.
Sitch, you're fucking. Oh my God.
Am I a genius?
You're fucking hilarious. Why?
Adam's like, fuck, I gotta get off this call right now. That's a great idea.
This is so good. I don't understand. Like,
I want to hear reports back on the efficacy.
I don't get it,
this,
man.
Okay?
This comedy show's off the chain. Come on, we have to do our civic duty here. We have to return back to the boring fucking Vaush stream.
That's true.
Oh my God, the fake indignation.
First came up with exposure therapy, they had it formulated wrong.
Wait, this part's really interesting, so I want to not laugh through it.
Oh, okay.
Astolfo said Adam makes his wife dress up like a horse. Adam, I didn't know you were into horses. The bestiality.
Some people say AOC looks like a horse.
Aiden says, a horse is a horse, of course. Unless, of course, the horse is the amazing Mr. Fett.
There's no more. Listen. No more talking. I find it very offensive that you guys are sexualizing the congresswoman from New York. Okay, show some respect.
They're saying she's ugly. You're the one sexualizing her.
Well, I mean that kind of is sexualizing. So
yes.
Yeah.
Thomas Binger has a thing for AOC. Disgusting. Horseplay, nice.
No, come on. I have one New Year's one New Year's resolution I'm gonna keep. God damn it!
What is that?
I'm gonna keep my New Year's resolution. Okay, it's a secret. Don't ask me about it.
Okay, considering the tone of this conversation, I'm very curious as to what that resolution is.
Have you made any New Year's resolutions?
I never make New Year's resolutions. Are stupid.
Oh, no. New Year's resolutions are the bomb.
No, listen.
What are you talking about?
No, listen.
I go for pages. I sit down and I think, okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
No,
things are gonna change. I can
You're
feel
doing it. Right. And how often do those things change?
Mm-hmm. Well, fuck you. It doesn't matter.
Listen. Now let me listen. Let me pull Scott Adams. Okay. I'm going to change the life of 5% of the audience right now.
Oh my God. The fucking egomaniac. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly the kind of shit I'm talking about. As soon as Scott Adams says that, I'm like, oh my God.
I'm going to change the life of 5% of the audience. Okay, listen.
Yeah.
New Year resolutions are for chumps, for simps,
right?
For losers, for beta males.
Right.
Don't throw all that shit in the trash. Don't make New Year's resolutions. Make New Year's systems. Yeah, see, Adam knows what's up.
Oh my God.
Don't write what you're gonna do on a piece of paper because you're not gonna fucking do it. You'll do it for a week and then you'll stop doing it. Okay. What you do is you say, I'm gonna do this system. You create a system, okay? A system that incentivizes you to do whatever it is the resolution is that you want. And boom, that's how you change your life, Adam. That's the way to change your fucking life.
Change my life. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm coming up with a system. I got a system. I do have a system.
If your system is to write your resolutions on a fucking piece of paper, you can take that system and shove it up your ass.
That is my system. God damn it.
Your system is dog shit. Yeah.
It works. Okay. We were only late this day. We could we could rein it back in.
I see.
Yes. Yeah.
Holy shit.
And so that's an interesting thing because the psychoanalysts believed when the behaviorists first came up with exposure therapy, they had it formulated wrong. They thought you learn to be afraid. So you're normal, and then something hurts you, and then you learn to be afraid of it. That's wrong. You're always afraid, except when you learn not to. So they had it exactly backwards neuropharmacologically, and it really matters. This matters. That doesn't mean you can't learn some fears. You can, but mostly you unlearn terror, right?
I think there's some
even Vaush has
truth to that, but not entire. No, you. What?
Well, first, I love the. First of all, that's such a interesting idea to me that I don't think. I mean, I didn't know that.
Dude,
that's what the research says. That
go ahead.
The old model is that you kind of wander through life, and then something traumatic happens to you, then it makes you afraid.
Yeah,
and you have to unlearn the fear. He's like, that's the old model thinking. The new model of thinking, which is what's believed to be true, is that actually it's the opposite. You're coming to this world afraid of fucking everything, and then as you get older, you learn to not be afraid of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason that that's important is because it shows you, because if the model is that you're wandering through life until something happens to you and it makes you afraid, that's the model of putting bubble wrap on all the corners of the world, because you're trying to eliminate the things that could make you afraid, which is impossible, because things that make you afraid are like deaths in the family, natural disasters, things that are outside of your control.
Yeah.
Car accidents, things like that. But if the framework is no, you're afraid, like as a baby, If your mommy isn't holding you, you cry because you're afraid. You only feel comfortable when your mommy, holds you. And when you're a little kid and you wake up, you're like, I don't want to sleep in the room alone in the dark. I'm scared. Okay. You're afraid. You're not afraid of the dark and of being alone because something happened to you that made you afraid of the dark or made you afraid to be alone. You were naturally afraid of that. And you had to learn to not be afraid of the dark, to learn to not be afraid of being alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
To learn not to be afraid of your chat.
To not to be afraid of the chat. Exactly. No. So, and under that framework, you say, oh, okay, that's where the Jonathan Haidt, like anti-fragile comes in. Okay. You have to be anti-fragile. You have to train people to be courageous.
Yes.
Okay. You can't train people. You can't make the world a not scary place, but you can teach people to be courageous.
Yeah. That's what you should do. Definitely.
And
teach
that's the
people
goal.
to be courageous.
Right.
So,
and I think that's why what he said is so fascinating.
It is interesting though. I want you to assess what's going on with Vaush here, because it really, I feel, and it's a little speculation on my part, but I feel like Vaush is kind of buffering here so he can like get information from his chat as to how he's supposed to respond. I don't feel
I see.
I don't feel like he's responding in any sort of honest way. I feel like he's saying, chat, what is the acceptable response here? Don't you feel like he's throwing out like little, he says,
yeah, no, I think you're right. He's throwing out little feelers. Right. Yeah. Maybe you're
even well, he didn't wait long
enough. But
even in the other thing, he said that the anecdote was not a lie and then took it back. Okay, we should be watching. I guess his chat is there up on the screen.
There should. I guess you asked if he was banned from Twitch. Obviously not, because that's Twitch chat he has up. So.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
Vaush does not let people who are not members of his YouTube channel even comment in his chat.
His Twitch, people that don't subscribe to his Twitch channel.
No, people who don't subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Oh, really? They can't. Yeah. Oh, interesting.
If you go to his chat on YouTube, it's a members only chat.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
You can't even say anything.
Talk about my safe space.
Yeah. I was in Vaush's chat once on YouTube, and everybody immediately was like, go on, get on Vaush. And they were like, he doesn't respond to this chat on YouTube. You got to go to his Twitch chat. But that has changed. Now you can't even say anything in his chat.
Right.
Members only.
Literature Devil says, I'm pretty sure Vaush is from the section of the internet that thinks the angrier, smugger you are, the more correct you are.
Yes, definitely. But the anger thing
that's true.
He's not pulling it off, Literature Devil. We saw a performance in this stream.
It wasn't great.
I mean, it was pathetic. Let's be honest here.
That's true.
Not great is, I mean, that's really, that's a gift. That's a gift. That's a gift to Vaush.
Someone says, I'm scared Vaush will eat me. Hold me, mommy, Sitch.
Yeah.
There. Sitch Chan will hold you close to her bosom.
So I'm going to back it up just a tad so you can savor the indecisiveness.
Okay.
This is the opposite of confidence. So the confidence game has already broke here. He's like, I'm in fully under my head. I'm talking to two very intelligent.
I don't agree.
He's like, I'm talking to two very intelligent middle-aged men who have had far more education than me. Far more life experience than me. And I'm turning to my chat to explain to me the way that they want me to respond.
I see.
Well, that's my interpretation. You're entitled to your interpretation.
Who cares if it's true or not?
Terror.
Right, here it is. Here it is.
I think there's some truth to that, but not entire. I'm pretty sure.
You're correct. Well, I mean, there is something in the chat in all caps that says, "What? No, that is not true." So there you go.
Really?
Maybe you're right,
holy shit! I can't.
Maybe you're right.
I can't make it as big.
There you go. Maybe you're correct.
Is Vaush a Fed? I mean, I'm just gonna throw it out. Is Is Vaush getting information from the federal government?
He's got to listen. He's obviously has a little earpiece. It's telling him what to say. You know,
Well, I
he's
have
just
an earpiece,
he's just
but-
he's just a mask. He's just a face. Okay. There's a puppet master somewhere with
I'm
their hand
so
up Vaush's
glad.
ass.
What is? Can you read the chat? What does the chat say? No, that's not true.
What? No, that's not true. I'm afraid of this conversation. Psychoanalyze, wake me up. That's not how it works. Phobias can be learned. 2, which Jordan Peterson didn't disagree with. Always scared, bring me to life. Does he just throw a bunch of words in there? Sophist fear. Ben Shapiro got to be like, yeah, this makes sense. Why isn't the stream at 600 likes yet? Pharmacologically, coom face Ben. That is a coom face that we stopped
that
on.
is totally
So
a
there we go.
coon face. Look at that.
Yeah.
He's like, Mrs. Shapiro. That feels really good.
He's like his sister Shapiro.
Yeah. Sitch.
Oni-chan stuck in the laundry.
Sitch. Oh, so bad.
It's his stepsister, Adam. It's fine.
That's not his stepsister.
Listen,
That's
everyone's
not
a
his
step sibling on the internet. Okay.
It's not
We
his,
know how
that's
this
his
works.
biological sister.
She's stuck in the washing machine. He's
So
just trying to
evil.
pull her out, Adam. Okay. Why you got to be such a pervert?
Millennials.
Sure, if you're going to a therapist about a fear that you have, usually that's a fear that is atypical for humans to have. You don't normally go to a therapist to alleviate a fear that is inbuilt into all humans and you just happen to not overcome. I mean, I guess sometimes like a...
That's not what he's. Oh my God. Jordan Peterson didn't say there's like a singular fear that all humans have. He says that humans are nothing but a bundle of fears that they learn to conquer. And that, yes, some people have to go to therapy to conquer some of those fears. So they never learn to overcome them.
It's so weird that so many people watch Jordan Peterson videos to be more informed about psychology. And Vaush must listen to them to like debunk them, to go in completely the opposite direction, to basically say whatever he's saying is lies and deception. Isn't that
Right.
a strange phenomenon that we are experiencing in the world today?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, he
strange.
literally was a Harvard professor for 6 years, Vaush. I don't know if Harvard is like Ivy League. I don't know how you feel about Harvard, Vaush, okay? A lot of people say, you know, Ivy Leagues have been lost, but Jordan Peterson was a professor at Harvard supposedly before all this woke shit hit. So maybe they actually had some reputability back then. I'm really curious, like Vaush. Adam here has shared his entire therapist experience with the world. What I'm curious what Vaush's experience with therapists are. I mean, some firsthand experience might be relevant. Yeah. It seems like he's just, I mean, if I didn't have firsthand experience, I'd defer to what people were teaching on the internet. So
Maybe a huge fear of height. Usually these are spurred by something. Usually there's something like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why we would assign any charitability to him. He doesn't really know what he's talking about.
Whatever. Yeah, we've ascribed charitability to him until this point, right? In the conversation.
yeah. He doesn't know what he's talking
So
about.
children are afraid to get away from their mother. It's because they're afraid of the entire world. Well, you have to learn how not to be. And you don't learn that by habituation, because that was the idea. So you take someone who's afraid, they've been conditioned to be afraid, you expose them to what they're afraid of, and then you have them do relaxation exercises so they counter condition. Well, then it was discovered, and they don't have to do the relaxation exercises. It's like, oh, well, it still works, just exposure. It's like, well, they get less afraid when you expose them because their fear habituates. Like, so then the psychoanalyst said,
It's like, I was afraid of this before. Now I'm fucking bored. Yeah, the monster jumps out. Fuck you.
And that, you know, that's true because I know, like, I wasn't like when I was very young, when I was like 4, okay, in preschool. I remember, and maybe this would be a bad example. Maybe is this the learning the fear or not? I don't think people learn fears. I think people set off like things beneath the surface that are lurking. And I know, like, I never liked bugs already, but when I was 4, my preschool had like a big woods behind it, like a big wooded area that we would play and run through. And one day I was running and I literally almost ran headfirst into the biggest fucking spider you've ever seen in your life.
Ouch.
Okay. Like in between two trees was a 8-foot long banana spider. Okay, if you ever seen the banana spiders, they're giant, massive, size of your face. And I literally almost ran headfirst into it. I just stopped. And I was like, oh, I never liked spiders after that point. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then
that changed you?
It changed me. Okay. But then, and maybe this contradicts Jordan Peterson thing, or maybe it validates, I'm not sure. But then I remember once I was at a summer camp, a Boy Scout summer camp, and they have these terrible things where like the tents are like fixed. You don't put up the tent. The tent is like basically a fixed thing. It has a wooden floor. It's basically just a wooden floor with like a tarp ceiling over it. Okay. But the ceiling and the walls aren't attached to the wood. So it's completely open. So anything can crawl inside. And in this place in North Carolina, there are these big fucking daddy long-legged spiders. The biggest daddy long-legged spiders you've ever seen in your life are in this place in North Carolina. And they would all, like, you'd open your tent for the first time, and there'd be like, shitting you not, 8 gigantic daddy long-legged spiders on the walls everywhere of the spiders. And I was so freaked out. I was like losing my mind. I was ready to like beg my parents to like fly me an airplane away from this place somehow, even though we like drove up here to get here, or I forget however we got here on the Boy Scouts. I was like losing my mind. But then my anger kicked in.
Mm-hmm.
I went Super Saiyan. I went full rage and I said, fuck these spiders. And I took my shoe out and I just murdered them all. And then I wasn't afraid of the spiders anymore.
What a terrible human being you are. Those spiders could have reproduced.
No, now they're dead and they're gone.
Could have lived.
But my exposure to them, I was habituated to them. I no longer feared them anymore. My anger overrode my fear.
Yeah.
And I was no longer afraid of spiders after that.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I'm just fearless. Because I kept trying to think of something I was afraid of, but
look at this fucking guy.
I can't think of anything. I really can't.
I tell Adam this very personal story about spiders dealing with this fear. And I'm like, I've never been afraid of anything in my entire life, Sitch.
I haven't been afraid of spiders fearless. For sure.
Meow, 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 meow.
I mean, I'm trying to think of anything, but I really can't. I mean, I'm afraid of, I guess, losing a loved one or a loved one becoming sick. I think that would be terrible.
Yeah, I learned to not be afraid. Supposedly, daddy longlegs are very poisonous. This is the myth. They're very poisonous, but they can't actually bite you. Like their teeth can't penetrate.
Really?
You. But I don't know if that's actually true.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, daddy longlegs. We never kill the spiders in our house. We're very pro.
It depends. I don't. If there's a spider in my place, that's one of those ones that just like makes a little web in the corner somewhere. And if it's small, I won't kill it because I'm like, well, it'll catch bugs and shit.
Oh my god,
I'm fine with that.
You have to read the last super chat. It's so fucking on point.
Someone says, "Isn't Adam afraid of reading?"
Oh yeah, that goes without saying. Yeah, good job, excellent. Steel Wraith for $20 says, funny to me that Vaush followers need Jordan Peterson input more than anyone. And Sitch, I literally saw the spider from Zelda when I was in the field at Basic in Fort Leonard Wood. Really?
Oh, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. The giant. He saw the giant Zelda spider that has like the skull on its back. That's funny.
Being frightened does solidify whatever it is that is frightening you into your memory.
Yes.
Which is an interesting phenomenon. I do remember one time being completely terrified by a spider. We were driving to New Orleans. We were moving to New Orleans for the first time. And we drove out there in a pickup truck, and we saw this. You know, when you're driving from California, it takes forever. It's like 3, 4, I can't even remember, 4 days. It's forever. Okay. You're like on the road. You're like, have you ever gone on a long drive like that where you're like in the car for days?
I went on the quintessential college road trip across the country.
So
yes.
It's fucking torture. You're like, this is going to be so much fun.
I had fun.
And then you get in the car, you're like, I'm fucking being tortured. So we see a farmhouse out in the middle of this field,
my
and we're thinking, okay,
you
we're so
fucking didn't.
We did, yeah. We were like, okay, let's check out this farmhouse. There's nothing around for miles.
Adam is like Youth was a fucking 1980s like madcap comedy.
Right. So it's literally straight out of the movies. It's like farmhouse, but like dilapidated paint, like every window's been broken out of this thing.
How did Adam's friend get murdered by a serial killer? Well, we found an abandoned farm that looked like it was from like a Halloween movie.
This was a fucking serial killer lair of serial killers.
I thought the Hills Have Eyes farmhouse, and I decided to go wander.
Well, the first thing was like getting to it was crazy because from the side of the road, you don't see that the weeds are like, waist high. I felt like we were in Nam trying to get to this farmhouse.
Yes.
And by the time we finally got there,
you're like covered in ants by the time you get there.
All
just from,
sorts of insects, like all the like scrapes from the weeds.
Terrible.
Covered in that stuff. And as soon as I got to it, and as soon as I opened the front door, there was a giant like spider web, just massive with a spider like right in the middle of it, like right in my face. And I was like, fuck, that thing is huge. But I can't remember if we actually went into it. I don't think we did because it was like there was a staircase and a second story, but the upper story had collapsed into the middle and there was just like a pile of trash in the middle of it.
Well, that'd be safer than finding a dilapidated building in the city. Because there's probably, there's only a 1% chance. There's only a 1% chance that there's a serial killer in that dilapidated barn, and there's only a 0.5% chance there's an eldritch god that you're about to awaken that will unleash hell on the community. But if you're in the city, there's like a 50% chance if you go into a dilapidated building that there's like a meth hobo living in there or something.
I might have some photographs of the house, and I wish that this was like before digital photography, so I couldn't snap like 1,000 pictures. But if memory serves, I think we did walk up the stairwell, which was kind of crazy in and of itself because there was, you could just look down into like a giant pit of a house.
I think I know what happened. Okay, you went into that house and you found the secret lair. Okay, and they conducted all sorts of horrible experiments on you. They turned you into a robot person. You just don't, and then they wiped your memory, so you don't realize that you're currently a robot right now. That's why you have this love affair of being a transhumanist robot.
Wasn't that cool?
Because you actually are a robot. The real Adam died when he went to that barn. His memories, his thoughts were copied and pasted into a robot body ever since.
What about my friend though? My friend was with me, so
yeah, he's dead too.
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't talked to that guy in a long time. Maybe.
Where are you getting these numbers, Sitch? I have done empirical research on serial killers and eldritch horrors and their statistical probability of existing in rural barns. Okay, I can cite you papers.
I have to dig back through my pictures. I know I have pictures of that barn.
JMac for $100. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, I got shoved into a trash can by my half-brother's racist cousin when I was 4. I like the thread of connection. Half-brother's racist cousin. They were kicking the can and wouldn't let me out. I was incredibly claustrophobic afterwards up until I was around 15. It wasn't until I had to do a bunch of MRIs that I finally got over it. That's interesting. Just like my surrogate father, my biological father had a very similar experience. He was running away from some anti-Semites. and he got stuck in like a trash can or something. Or they had like these
Really
below ground, wherever he was in New England, they had like these weird trash cans, or it wasn't trash can, they're like spaces for the trash can. I don't know. There's some weird small air like space he got stuck in, and it traumatized him. He was claustrophobic for years after that. So
I've never been shoved in a trash can.
I know, me neither.
I don't know if I'm claustrophobic.
I'm not claustrophobic, but first of all, when I'm in MRI, the claustrophobia doesn't bother me. The fact it's so fucking loud. Oh my god! Have you ever had an MRI?
Yeah, I
had an MRI in my neck. It was the fucking worst thing ever. Even with earplugs, it's like right next to your ears. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking go deaf. Like after this thing, it's terrible.
I think I told you the story, but I'm not sure if I told it on stream or if I told it when we were talking about Supervillains Anonymous. When I had my dentist like stab a nerve, and I couldn't open my mouth. Do you remember that?
Yeah, you're claustrophobic. You're afraid of dentists, Adam.
Oh yeah, I'm terrified of dentists.
There you go. We found your fear.
And it is totally related to a dentist lying to me and totally fucking me over. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
This was not the same dentist. This was actually even more terrifying because like after the one dentist completely fucked me over, I went to a bunch of dentists and I started realizing I was awake. I could see the signs now. And now I realized that all dentists were evil. It took me forever and ever to find one dentist, the last honest dentist in the entire world, or maybe just in Los Angeles. I'm not sure, but I found the one honest dentist, and I was like, oh, thank God I found you. I finally have a dentist. I don't have to go the rest of my life without a dentist. And he stabs me in the fucking nerve, and I can't open my fucking mouth. Like, just after like a routine filling, I go home and I'm like, I can't open my mouth wider than, like, I literally can't get a finger in there. And I think this fucking dentist is lying to me, fucking lying to me. Just like he tells me it'll go away. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm going to be like this forever. And I went to the emergency room. I've told you this. I don't know if I've told it on stream. But I had the MRI where they like, it's so weird. They put some kind of dye into you that's warm, and you can really feel it. Like
that's an MRI with contrast. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, but they did the MRI on me because of the mouth thing, to make sure that I didn't. I don't know why they did it, to make sure I didn't have any. To check my jaw, make sure I didn't have any neurological damage, or I don't know. But guess what? It went away. It
That's
did
good.
go. Oh, and thank God.
They inject you with gadolinium-based dye. I don't know what gadolinium is, but
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that my dentist didn't lie to me. It did go away. But there's a little tiny bit of me that says, he didn't know it would go away. He was guessing.
He was hoping.
He was hoping it would go away.
Many people in the chat are like, Sitch, you need to fix your statement. Okay. What? Daddy longlegs are not actually spiders. Daddy longlegs are just bugs that look like spiders. And that's true. I had known that.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, I had been told this. There was a guy in my Boy Scout troop who was like he's like a fucking nature like biologist guy. He knew fucking a million things about animals. And yes, he had told us this. Daddy longlegs are not actually spiders. They're just bugs. So
I feel
not arachnids.
I feel actually cheated. I feel like my whole life I've been lied to. This is systemic dishonesty right in front of us. It's fucking bullshit.
Jesus Christ. Jay says, I removed my own braces rather than go back to the dentist. That's terrifying. I would never do that. That's
really
Jesus.
Oh man.
You remove your own braces rather than go to the dentist?
Yeah. I mean, my ex-girlfriend did that. Not a
my uncle did that. He like took
How you know somebody that did it?
He took my mom told me, he said when her brother, my uncle, like when he was a kid, took like a screwdriver and like pried his braces off because they hurt so much. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's insane.
Braces are terrible.
I had braces. They weren't. I mean, it depends. They weren't so bad for me, but
I had
I
braces.
guess everyone's different.
I had braces when we met.
That's right. You did.
Yeah.
You did.
I had adult braces. I mean, you're not really.
I would
cool.
imagine it's worse when you're an adult. Yeah.
You're not cool until you have adult braces.
Well, I had to because I got my tooth knocked out playing hockey, so I kind of like fucked up my jaw.
Oh, that sucks.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 200 knock knock says, Sitch, get Adam to teach you how to pronounce my username. Everyone is misnaming me in chat because you mispronounce it.
Satoshi was a Reploid? I mean, I pronounce it the same way as you.
Satoshi was a... Oh, you're right. It's a reptilioid.
A reptilioid.
Reptiloid? Reptiloid. Is that the part that I'm mispronouncing? Reptiloid. Sorry. I kind of like it better my way.
Awesome.
I don't even know what that's a reference to.
Awesome.
Satoshi.
How come Vaush isn't telling any of his cool stories about how he had adult braces? I feel like Vaush doesn't really. Maybe it's just not in the videos we're watching.
Is anyone else worried that Satoshi is deep state cabal or a government? How can we be sure there's no clandestine code backdoor built into the program?
Reptiloid.
Why aren't the powers that be outlawing Bitcoin to prevent further adaptation? Oh, is Satoshi like a crypto thing?
Satoshi. Nagamoto Satoshi. Is it Nagamati?
The guy that
Yeah.
created Ethereum?
He created Bitcoin.
Oh, I see.
Who
I know Reploid is from Mega Man. I think that's why I always read it as Reploid instead of Reptilioid, because I would think of Mega Man. Yes.
Oh my God. I typed in who created, and what the first thing that came up is who created CBT.
That's funny.
I think I wonder which CBT it's talking about though. It wasn't the same person, was it?
There you go.
Maybe the person had cock and balls torture and they had to create cognitive behavioral therapy to get over it. You never know.
It's a pseudonym.
Satoshi Nakamoto.
That's a cool name. Satoshi. Japanese always have like
Nakamoto.
because of the way the language works. Everything always sounds cool in Japanese.
It does.
Satoshi Nakamoto.
Satoshi Nakamoto should
it's
be.
The everything American being name. Followed by a vowel, so it flows off the tongue very nicely.
Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto. How come it has a picture of this crusty old white guy? I mean,
Satoshi Nakamoto is the Japanese equivalent of John Smith. Oh, interesting.
Oh, it is. Fascinating. Bitcoin's self-proclaimed inventor largely prevails in trial. What?
Literature Devil says, will Supervillains Anonymous tell us what Sitch's mouth looks like from the back?
Yes. Yeah, it does. Of course it does.
We had long arguments. There were so many arguments about how the Sitch mouth would look in a comic.
So many friendly disagreements is what we
They were like 2-hour yelling fest over the Sitch mouth.
So many creative brainstorming sessions.
Yes.
Sitch, you got to think like a producer. You got to know how to spin this stuff so it's good.
Satoshi was a reptiloid. There, I said it right. Reptiloid.
That is actually a bomber name because he's basically saying the inventor of Bitcoin was one of the lizard people.
Not just a lizard person, a lizard robot.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
I mean, isn't that what a reptiloid means? I don't know. I'm assuming.
I don't know. I don't follow any of the...
Because a reptilian is like a lizard, but a reptiloid, now that's like a robot lizard.
Somebody tell Vaush that we were so bored by his video we had to entertain ourselves with side quests.
There's an article
just to be able to
that says this is a good art. There's an article that says the lizard people invented Bitcoin. So there you go.
Yeah,
this is a widely known theory. I didn't know this.
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna see what my Bitcoin is up to right now. I haven't checked it in a while. BTC is the opposite. Oh, actually, it seems a little like BTC is a little CBT today.
Oh no!
Oh no! Damn it! I shouldn't have looked.
That's not good.
God, you don't even get a vacation. Like, it's Sunday, the market's closed. This is supposed to be a vacation day to chill. Have you seen that meme going around of the trader looking at like the 25
Listen, people are saying that it's a humanoid reptile. No, no. My head canon is that it's a robot lizard, and no one's gonna fucking change it. Okay.
Head canon, huh? What's that?
That's my head canon. It's a reploid. My head canon is that Satoshi is actually a lizard maverick from Mega Man X. Okay, that you have to fight. Canon? And when your power up when you get him is that you shoot a little tail grows out of Mega Man's butt, and when he takes damage, the tail falls off, and he doesn't lose any life from it. Okay, that's my headcanon for Satoshi right now. I'm sticking with it.
Headcanon generally refers to ideas held by fans of series that are not explicitly supported by sanctioned text or media. Okay. I thought it was like a gun that shot out of your forehead, but I guess I was incorrect.
It's a little bit too literal.
Okay.
There you go.
Good to know. God, you guys in your lingo.
Okay, Boomer.
I know.
Said, well, if they get less afraid of that particular thing, the symptoms are just going to substitute because that fear of an elevator, say, was reflective of a deeper
What are we talking
fear
about?
of death.
What are we talking about?
This is off the charts. Why? Who picked this video for Vaush? Why did Vaush?
I know.
We have a list of videos. People send us requests. We have requests. We see videos that we want to cover ourselves. Like, how does Vaush pick these videos here? We would never pick a video that we don't know anything about because it would be fucking stupid.
Or that we have nothing to say about.
Yes. Oh, this is torture now. This is CBT right here. We're witnessing it.
JMac says that that's a shitty power-up. Even the Leaf Shield is shootable. No, listen. This is a good power-up because unlike Leaf Shield, when you have your Satoshi tail activated, you can use other power-ups, okay? So basically, it's just giving you a free hit. It's way better than Leaf Shield. Fuck Leaf Shield. Okay. Fuck Leafy is here.
Literature Devil says, is Vaush drunk? I don't,
Lucifer says, drunk on his own ego. There you go.
Maybe. Yes. I was just informed today that Scott Adams is an egomaniac by Sitch. I thought he was just acting. Scott Adams has this spiel about how ego is just a tool that you use. You understand? I have ego. I use my ego like a weapon. But now you're saying he can't use his ego like a weapon because he's an egomaniac, which basically means your ego controls you.
Right.
I love it.
Had a client I exposed to an elevator. The door's open. She said, that's a 2. It's like, and her fantasy about the elevator was it was a place she was going to die in of a heart attack. Well, people were discomforted and, what would you say, made contemptuous.
Is it the cognitive decline arc? Are you okay? Oh my God, you're not saying it. He's not saying anything. He's not saying anything right now. Once again, he's stringing together sentences and using academic terminology, but he's not actually arriving at a point. It's not just that he's wrong here. It's that he's just stringing together like tenuously connected sentences.
Okay, since Vaush is apparently brain dead at the moment. Okay, he's so confused. He doesn't understand what's happening in this conversation.
Spell it out.
The thread of the conversation, and even though we've been talking for an hour about
we still remember
spiders,
the thread.
I still remember the thread of the conversation was Jordan Peterson brought up the point, and this is regarding affirmation, whether psychologists should just affirm what you believe or not. Okay,
Yeah.
They were taling about that in terms of gender.
remember.
Whether they should just affirm gender.
It was like an hour ago, but I remember.
Which then was related to what Jordan Peterson was relating that is like, well, just like fear, you shouldn't affirm people's fears, just like you don't affirm their genders. And they started talking about what you do for people that have fears and anxieties, the types of, you try to habituate them to the fears and anxieties. That was the thread of logic. And now he's talking about.
Well, he actually said habituation doesn't work. I just want to
Well, but he
clear.
misspoke because then he fixed what he was saying.
Okay.
I
think it was dishabituation. He said.
Well, whatever. Regardless, yeah. That you get used to. Whatever if you're afraid of. If you keep exposed to it, you'll get used to it.
Sure.
Eventually,
Yeah.
and then you won't be so afraid of it anymore. And now Jordan Peterson, continuing the same thread, is just explaining a patient who had a fear that he, got the patient not to be afraid of things anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's explaining the patient was afraid
of elevators,
of dying in an elevator.
Of scary. I mean, elevators.
Dying in an elevator.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's funny because this is like the perfect. This is how you know he's not making it up. The person's not afraid of just dying in an elevator. They're afraid of dying in an elevator and like people being bothered that they're dying in the elevator.
Yeah.
That's like the perfect, like weird fear someone has. It has like that extra element to it.
Right.
Like, it's not just dying in the elevator. It's like you're dying and people around you are like discomforted by the fact that you have the gall to die in the elevator.
I mean, I got to admit, I would kind of be like, what the fuck? You had to die here with me in the elevator? Like, you couldn't do this at home?
Right.
I'm on my way to a dentist appointment. You're fucking dying here. Stay home already.
Listen, this could be, I've never had a fear of elevators ever. But
until now.
But there was in my college dorm.
Oh no.
It was like the scariest fucking elevator in my life. Okay.
College life was so scary for Sitch.
It was but listen, it was the college dorms were these very large towers that had like 14 floors.
Oh my God.
These elevators were from like the 1950s. Okay.
Oh, that's
scary. You would be going up that elevator and it's fucking like, have you ever been to like Universal Studios? You know, the earthquake ride where you're in the elevator and the fucking thing
Tower of Terror. I love that ride.
You know, the Tower of Terror. Literally, you didn't have to go to Disney World. You just go to my college campus, and you take the elevator, and it was a fucking Tower of Terror ride. The fucking elevator would just go lurch randomly for no reason. The door would open.
Lurching elevator.
The door would open and it would be like halfway between floors. And you're like, oh, what are we doing now? We got to like fucking crawl out and hope the elevator doesn't kill you. Like it doesn't start up again. Like it was.
That is terrifying.
That is terrifying. But I was lucky because I wasn't that lucky because my freshman year, I'm trying to remember. I either lived on the 5th floor or the 8th floor. And I was like, fuck it. I'm taking this. I'm just going to be healthy. I'm going to take the stairs and just be in shape. I'm not taking this fucking elevator to the 8th floor anymore. Okay.
You do get healthy fast if you take stairs.
Yes. Yep. And I took the fucking stairs.
Yeah.
All 8 floors every day.
Stairmaster.
Yep.
That's the way to do it. I had a 5-floor walk up that I lived in, and man, I was fucking rocking healthy.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep. Get your exercise every day. Okay.
Sentences. Like Ben Shapiro is just nodding and smiling, nodding and smiling. I'm sure Ben understands he's incoherent here. I don't think that Ben is.
Oh my
because
God.
I can't follow the conversation. He must be incoherent because I've been like zoning out here. Okay.
Yeah. Just what you want to do.
I know.
The things.
No, we had to play. We paused it for like a second.
The worldview that you have to think that Jordan Peterson packs auditoriums with people. Like the worldview that you have to think all those people are going to listen to like substanceless nonsense.
Adam, this is a bad argument.
What do you mean?
This is who are the people that listen to Vaush?
Oh yeah, never mind. Never mind. Sitch.
There you go.
Why you gotta fucking look at that? Sitch just red pilled me in real time. Now I'm fucking totally demoralized.
There you go.
I don't want to think about this any longer.
Stupid. I do think that JP might legitimately have lost a few of his marbles. Yeah, he's not wrong because he hasn't made any claims to be falsified.
Of her foolishness,
he's made like half a dozen claims though.
I know.
I mean, he keeps making claims.
The big 5 personality trait is just pseudo-intellectual pseudoscience. Okay, it's fake.
We also made the claim about dishabituation and like cognitive behavioral therapy versus other talk therapies. Like he's making claims like cats out kittens here, Vaush.
She was suffering, dying. So social alienation and death. That was the elevator for her. So we expose her to the elevator. What does she learn? Not to be afraid of the elevator. No. She learns she can.
Have you guys ever been trapped in a conversation with a person who definitely wasn't like mentally well, like at a bus stop or something? This has happened to me a few times. Like you'll be waiting at a bus stop and somebody else will like start talking.
He's so stupid. He's so fucking, because he didn't follow the thread of logic. Okay. He's like, Jordan Peterson just incoherent. What he's saying is making sense. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, you could just actually listen. I understand what he's saying. And not come off like an ignorant buffoon, Vaush. Okay.
Yeah. Ignoramus.
That's
to you, and like you can immediately tell they're a bit off, but they're not like threatening you or whatever. But like they're not, you know, and they're talking to you, you know, and of course, you know, you're polite. You're like, yeah, of course, you know, you're going along with the convo, but like they don't stop talking, you know, maybe because they're happy that you're being polite to them, you know, so you don't really know how to end things because you feel like they're never really giving you a fair out for the conversation. So you're just like, yeah, you know, it keeps going, like, you know, the bus arrives and it's the bus for both of you, and you go in first and they take the seat next to you and they keep talking, and you want to die. I mean, you want to kill.
This is such a bad story that he's telling, because obviously we've all interacted with fucking insane people on public transportation,
right? And
I can't tell if this person that he's talking about is the insane person that you like, just, you know, you're careful not.
It's Vaush. The story is the insane person.
But they're
telling this story.
But there's also, person. I mean, there's also the super nice person that is just,
right,
you know, a little more talkative than you would like, but you just put
right,
up with it because, you know, they're making conversation, like they're lonely.
Right.
So you're like, okay, I'm going to participate in this conversation with this lonely person. I'm going to do my good deed for today, but I'm not afraid that they're not like insane. And I don't know which type of person Vaush is talking about here, which is just Vaush, storytelling here. You're missing a huge component here. We don't know if you're afraid for your life or this person is lonely, or maybe you didn't really think about it. Maybe this is just made up bullshit.
Okay. I've been double corrected.
What?
Triple corrected.
What?
Daddy long legs are arachnids, but they're not spiders. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Fidekachicus.
That's a meaningless distinction. Okay,
it's not meaningless.
They have 8 legs, right?
Yeah,
that's what arachnid is. Yeah. Yeah, 8 legs. Okay.
As they keep talking to you.
He also
make me
says
put a mark down for you.
He also says Yamada Taro is the Japanese equivalent of John Smith, not Nakamoto Satoshi. So there you go. Thank you.
Satoshi Nagamoto.
No, you're doing it backwards. It's Nakamoto
Satoshi first.
They do in Japanese. I think they do the family name first before the first name.
Anyway, Vaush is telling us a compelling story and leaving out
I'm so sorry.
Important piece of information.
You know,
I'm listening to see if we actually get that important piece of information. You should listen too. Come on.
I feel like that's the situation that Ben Shapiro is in right now, and I just want to say that I have a great degree of sympathy for him right now.
So he never really answers the question.
No,
damn it.
He's not engaging at all. It's just like, he's just crazy. She's just crazy talk. Stupid.
I mean, it's an order of magnitude, the difference between an insane person who's been doing drugs all night long and like sleeps under the overpass, and a grandmother who just hasn't been talked to by a normal human being for months.
Yes.
Yeah. Giant difference.
Can tolerate those fears. She learns to be brave. And so the psychoanalysts were they were diametrically wrong, because if you expose someone to anything they're afraid of, effectively they get less afraid of everything. right? And so that's partly why psychotherapy is curative in that manner, is that people discover that they're bigger than their fears. They don't discover that the fears are trivial.
I think that the cult.
See, that's interesting too, if that's true, that engaging in any type of, and I think that is true, any type of resistance training, psychological resistance training, where you engage any fear makes you more resistant to all your fears.
Yeah, that's great.
I think that is true. I think that is true.
I'm going to make like 10 dentist appointments right in a row with different dentists.
Right. Well, I know that was part of when we talked about Wim Hof the other day. That was part of the psychology, you know, the people that do the ice cold shower things.
Oh, really?
That it makes you, yeah, because you don't want to do it.
Obviously.
But the resilience of forcing yourself to do it actually, you know, improves your willpower and other avenues of your life.
Maybe I will do that.
Oh.
Maybe I'll jump in the ice cold swimming pool.
There you go.
See if I can kill myself.
It does, and also, I mean, like, but supposedly, like, doing the ice cold baths is supposed to have some health benefit to you. It's like actually not just psychological, but
if it gives me a heart attack, I'm going to blame you.
Okay, that's fair.
We're almost done with this video.
Going to be the destruction of all psychotherapy, and then because
this is like a completely not real thing that's happening. This is a complete the cult of affirmation. This is like just a not real thing. This just completely made up. You know, it's like you might as well say like I think these dragons that people have built atop mills, built atop hills, claiming they're windmills, are going to be the downfall of civilization.
If the cult of authenticity is that your true authentic feeling.
So, what happened was Ben Shapiro said, then this means that this idea that you have to affirm everything would be the death of all psychotherapy, which is true.
Definitely true.
And once you hear that, Vaush should, if he was being honest, realize, oh, that's why Jordan Peterson was talking about fear habituation for the last minute, where I was insulting him and pretending like what he was saying was irrelevant to the conversation.
Yes.
But no, he doesn't make that point. And then further, he says that it's not true, which is bullshit, because how many times have we seen people make these statements like it's incorrect to characterize certain behaviors as being mental illnesses just because they're not normative behaviors.
Right. Atypical.
Right. Because they're atypical. We've all seen that a million times.
Mm-hmm.
This idea that you have to affirm everyone's existence is so baked into woke ideology. I mean, this is a big part of CRT. Is saying we don't trust science. We don't trust that things are objective. You just have to trust my lived experience. Listen and believe.
Mm-hmm.
Affirm my reality.
Yeah.
How dare you question my lived experiences?
I mean, I'm literally paying a therapist to affirm my reality. How dare you question?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So but yet he's sitting here and pretending like this isn't a thing that we're all experiencing.
Yeah.
That people have built atop mills, built atop hills, claiming they're windmills, are going to be the downfall of civilization.
If the cult of authenticity is that your true authentic feelings are what makes you you, then the attempt to make you brave in spite of your fears is a suppression of your fears. It's almost like a Freudian analysis of you're suppressing your sexual desire. And this.
That's actually a really interesting point that I never thought of, that Ben Shapiro just brought up.
Yeah.
Which is that he was saying, he's conceptualizing the woke people as being the cult of authenticity. They're people who are seeking some kind of true authenticness about themselves, right? Like, what is the true you? You have to discover what you truly are, right? And accept it and believe it and be that, right? You don't change who you are. You accept who you truly are. And if that's the overriding singular focus of what you're doing, then you would have to acknowledge that any fears you have are justified, right? That's what Ben Shapiro is saying.
Because they're a part of you, they're a part of your authentic self.
Right. He says it very interesting.
The attempt to make you brave in spite of your fears is a suppression of your fears.
Right. Making you brave, and because if you're seeking your authentic self and your authentic self is afraid of something, then you training yourself to not be afraid of something would be the denial of your authentic self.
Ooh, yeah, that's great.
Which is interesting. I never thought about that. And maybe that's why
That's bad.
a lot of the woke shit is very like anti-fragile training. Because maybe there's some weird perception that like this is a denial of your true self by trying to become stronger.
They're against anti-fragile training.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
True.
Fears. It's almost like a Freudian analysis of you're suppressing your sexual desire, and this
What? Wait, how does that follow?
what makes you you. Then the attempt to make you brave in spite of your fears is a suppression of your fears. It's almost like a Freudian analysis.
Make you brave in spite of your fear. What fears? So I think what he's saying here is that the cult of affirmation, if it were to exist, is bad.
You can do
it teaches gender questioning youth to suppress the fear they have that they're not going to make a good trans person.
So you were so close, Vaush. He wasn't talking about gender. Just talking about changing who you are and fear in general. Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't just on gender. They've moved off the narrow topic of gender.
Right.
In a conversation, you switch topics sometimes. It happens. You should know this.
We never switch topics. We always stay on topic all the way until the end.
So speaking of not switching topics, Kolovar sent me a very long DM where he like copy pasted, I think, the Wikipedia article on daddy long legs.
Oh no.
Which
why didn't he just send you the link?
I don't know. I'm assuming he did. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he wrote a book report on this. But here's what's crazy about this. Not anything about daddy long legs. It says daddy long legs are not spiders the way that butterflies are not insects.
Butterflies are not insects now. Just fuck off, okay? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I misread it. It says harvestmen are arachnids. Daddy long legs are arachnids, but they're not spiders the way that butterflies are insects, but not beetles. Oh, that's not interesting. Everyone knows a butterfly's not a beetle. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I got excited, Calabar. I'm like, butterflies aren't insects? This is about to blow my mind.
There are beetles that start off as grubs. Like most butterflies and beetles start off as grubs.
Butterflies start off as caterpillars, I thought. Not grubs.
Caterpillars are a type of grub.
Is there a categorical distinction between a grub and a caterpillar?
I think they're both grubs.
What is a grub? When I type in grub, I just get Grubhub.
Grub, insect. That's what you want.
Grub larva.
There you go.
God, grubs are gross.
Grub worm control. How to safely get rid of grubs. Why would you want to get rid of the grubs?
Because they're gross.
No, they're awesome.
No one wants beetles. Okay.
What is a grub, worm, and how to control them?
Differences between a caterpillar and a grub.
Oh, there is a difference.
Yes.
Our caterpillars are probably above ground and grubs are subterranean. That's my guess. Let's see if I'm right.
The main job of both caterpillars and grubs is to eat and grow, preparing themselves for the day where they undergo metamorphosis and become the adult member of the species.
Dun, dun,
Exciting.
dun. Can we call Vaush a grub? I think that would be appropriate.
They're just different. They're just different families, basically.
Vaush is eating and growing until one day he will become the adult member of the species.
So wait, do all caterpillars become butterflies? That's the question.
Oh, okay. Good question.
Right?
Holy shit. Scorpions are also arachnids and have 8 legs.
Oh, I knew that.
Oh, wow. Are scorpions spiders? Oh, no, I agree. I didn't know.
No, not all caterpillars turn into butterflies. Some turn into moths.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
Well, no, because...
But do any turn into beetles?
No, I don't think so.
Grubs turn into beetles. I know that for a fact.
Yes.
But wait, right now I am in possession of a hummingbird moth that
that?
I found as a caterpillar, and it turned into a chrysalis, but it goes underground to turn into the chrysalis. I pulled it out of the ground already. Like I'm keeping eyes on this thing. Hummingbird moth, I think is what it's called. It looks gigantic. I mean, the thing's huge.
Right.
So I'm waiting for
a hummingbird. What is it called? It's a hummingbird moth.
It's called a hummingbird moth. Yeah, I think it's as big as a hummingbird. Hence
That's
the
crazy.
Name.
This thing looks weird as fuck.
Yeah.
I've never seen one of these before. It looks like a hummingbird. It's so bizarre.
Next week I'll bring it in. I'll show it to you guys.
That's cool.
I have it in the other room. Yeah.
Where I live, there are these, it's very funny. They're these tiny, like little, I've never seen the worm on its own. I only see like these little worms that like get into your house, and they like make little, they put their body in a cocoon, and then they drag the tiny little cocoon across the floor until they find a spot they want to climb up your wall, and then they kind of just like latch on, and they kind of hang on the cocoon on the wall for like a month. And then a month later, like a little tiny plaster moth will like fly out of it.
Wow, these things are badass.
They're cute.
Yeah, no. Insects are, I'm fascinated by insects.
Matt from Tinder for $20. Thank you so much. Matt from Tinder. There you go. Says, Sitch, give me someone's wrench while they watch. I can get off on that.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I can satisfy everyone's wives. I was rated 5 out of 5 bulls on Cuck Hub by Jack Murphy.
Oh my God. Jack Murphy's still on
that's on Cuck Hub? I can't
Cuck
believe
Hub?
it. I know. Still? There you go. Is Doomer in the chat? Can I take Doomer's wrench away? Doomer, say something so I can take your wrench away and give it to Matt from Tinder.
Don't do it. You already fucked up yours. Oh, I guess we're going to do it after the holidays. So
That's right. That's right.
So cruel.
CT says, check your Twitter DMs. It's about Beatles.
S-Class is about cruelty, just so you guys know.
She just sent me a picture of a beetle holding a marker, and it drew like a bunch of scribbles. I go see these like, quick, Sitch, check your DMs. It's important information about beetles. And it's just a picture of a beetle holding a marker, and it made a bunch of scribbles like in a canvas.
Terrible.
I don't listen. Beetles aren't cool. I'm sorry. Colavar, you sent me this horrifying picture. Fuck you. That's the worst thing I've ever seen. I have to delete your DMs forever now and never read them.
Now I know how. Now I know not to look at my DMs.
God damn.
Terrible.
This was terrible. Jeez.
Awesome.
Vaush's supererogatory sophistry for another $20 says, truth is legal fiction perpetuated by systemic white cis hetero culture. It's impossible for me to be bad faith, as you so disingenuously posit, for my neo-constructivist dialectic exists adroitly outside of this culture.
Translation?
There you go.
Is there a translation or?
No, that's
okay.
That makes sense to me.
Oh, okay.
Listen, if you're not a small brained, you understood that. Okay.
Okay. Well, ouch.
Okay.
Ouch.
Ready to go back? Ready to go back?
Yeah, let's get this. I'm getting bored of Vaush here, to be honest with you. This went from being super exciting to like, I'm a little demoralized by Vaush's
when all you do
commentary.
as Oddly Gamers for $2 says, is Vaush communist Tim Allen? What? I was thinking that the entire time. From Home Improvement.
Mm-hmm.
You never watch Home Improvement, Adam?
Yeah, no,
Adam?
I've watched it.
Remember Tim Allen always go, what?
I do. Yeah, I always thought that was weird. I was like, is he a furry or?
It was very strange.
What's going on?
But yeah, Vaush is making all the Tim Allen sounds. What?
It's scary. I don't like it.
Is that it? The cult? Yeah, the cult of authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
Like the cult of authenticity is going to suppress the fear of the individual to fear to be what? What does any of this mean? This is what happens when you have two people who have never been told that they're dumb for their entire professional lives until they became public figures and had a fan base to insulate them. This is what happens. Ben Shapiro has this energy more than anyone else on earth. The like good special boy who's very special and very good and very smart and gets head pats when he does good. And like honestly, Jordan Peterson probably gets like the, you know, scuffed jacket, you know, patched shoulder or patched elbow intellectual variant of that.
Even this argument is completely fallacious because I'm sure Vaush gets told he's stupid all day, all night, but it hasn't stopped him from saying stupid shit. So I like even this argument doesn't hold water.
Well, listen, Vaush, if Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro are so stupid, why are you completely unable to counter anything they're saying and to just go, la la la, I can't hear you, you're stupid, la 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 la.
Or even paraphrase what they're saying.
Right.
I mean, granted, we're helping each other out here. Maybe if Vaush had someone who explained it to him. I feel like even if Vaush had someone on that was going to be like the Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro translator for him, he would argue with that person. That person would be like, he'd be like, no, you're lying. That's not what they mean. You're so full of shit. I'm beginning to think that you're bad faith. That's exactly what he would do. I'm beginning to wonder if you're stupid or dishonest. That's Vaush's go-to move. Are you stupid or dishonest? Tell me. Are you stupid or are you systemically stupid or systemically dishonest?
Of you're suppressing sexual desire, and this is not full authenticity.
Yeah, right. Why isn't the fear you?
Right, exactly.
The authentic you.
Exactly, and I think that's kind of where we're going. It seems like that.
So this movement towards unity that we were talking about, this is a place I think where, like, informed liberals and conservatives could meet. It's like, well, there is this authenticity, let's say, and drive for adventure, and you see that elevated to the highest place in some sense in the more careless Disney movies, but the full manifestation of that in an integrated sense.
He looked around befuddledly and said, "What?" So I'm at. he totally did. He's like, "What?
Can't do the
Disney?
sound.
Disney's terrible." The thing is, he's so thirsty to disagree with Jordan Peterson. Is Vaush in favor of the gender stereotypes in Disney princess movies? Probably not.
Is the drive towards authenticity inside this higher order unity? It has to be, because otherwise it's disuniting. It causes fragmentation and chaos. And so it has to be subordinate to a higher order end. And then you might say, well, what is that? Part of that's the reciprocal.
Oh, I legitimately have no fucking idea what he just... Hold on.
Oh my God. Here we go.
And you see that elevated to the highest place in some sense in the more careless Disney movies. But the full manifestation of that in an integrated sense is the drive towards authenticity inside this higher order unity. It has to be, because otherwise it's disuniting.
This means not. I think this really does mean nothing. This is just word salad. I can't believe. Unironically, I don't know if I in my bachelor's degree ever submitted anything that abused language the way he does, I would have been made fun of for it. I don't know how he has a doctorate. I don't know. I don't understand.
So if Vaush wasn't being such a asshole, I would forgive him for not understanding what Peterson's saying, because it is very complicated.
Well, I would have to ask follow-up questions to be 100% certain what he means. And I have, as I've talked about on the show many times, like I understand the difference between sincerity and authenticity.
Right.
And evidently, like, philosophers have this identity generation thing that they've studied, like, in a way that I've never studied. So,
right, what Peterson's saying, but I wouldn't fault someone for being like, wait, what is he saying? Because he says it. I'll agree. He doesn't say it in a very clear way.
It's not clear. No.
Okay. What he's saying is that there is a problem in some Disney movies where, because he likes to use Disney movies as like archetypical stories that tell people how to behave. There are some problems in some Disney movies where the highest order value that the main character seeks is authenticity to the self.
Yes.
Okay, is to explore what it means to be the true you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying that if this is your highest goal and it doesn't exist in a balanced framework, it's going to lead you to chaotic results in terms of how, disharmonious results in terms of how you exist as a person. Okay.
Yes.
Which, fair enough. If you want to say that was confusing, I would agree. But Vaush has been so bad faith this entire time that he just goes, "Oh, this is word salad. He's just an old man. He's just rambling. Nothing he says means anything, Sitch. You don't understand. I know the truth." Okay.
This just to see that we're on the same page here, because I agree with what you're saying. My question that I would ask in a follow-up is, when you're talking about integration, I mean, when you're talking about authenticity, I'm assuming you're talking about like a super individualistic type thing separate from society. When you're talking about integration, are you like, what exactly do you mean by that? Do you mean relationships with other people? Do you mean work relationships? Do you mean, where exactly are you going with that? So that's the only place that I think it's kind of unclear. When he's talking about how chaotic, it's just, it could be clear, but I'm pretty sure that's what he means.
I know he's probably cognitively declined since then, but I have no idea. Did he fuck his teachers or something? Like back in the 70s or however fucking old he is? Was he just like plowing his way up through the grade ranks, or like what? It's like this means nothing.
We've half this video. Half of Vaush's critique has been nothing but ad homs saying Jordan Peterson's stupid. They're just stupid. I don't know why they're stupid. I'm not going to tell you they're stupid. It's just stupid. I don't understand what he's saying. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're a dumb duty head. We should
go ahead.
We should do this. We should just critique Vaush and say Vaush is just a duty head. He's just stupid. He's a word salader. He doesn't say anything.
I mean, I'm always curious. Like, one of my chief curiosities is what drives people, what motivates them, what they actually mean, what they're saying. Like, one of the things that I think is interesting is there is so much miscommunication going on.
I know.
And it's fascinating to me that people, like Vaush has zero interest in understanding Jordan Peterson. Like, zero. Well,
he gains nothing from it.
Yeah, which is sad. It's totally sad. Like, my first experience with Jordan Peterson was that stupid Sam Harris like Truth podcast, and I was completely on Sam Harris's side.
That was your first Jordan Peterson listen? Interesting.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I mean, the first that it made any kind of impression on me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't.
I don't think that's. I think you're misremembering. I thought our stream with the Jordan Peterson, Michael Dyson talk was before that Sam Harris conversation.
No, that's way after that conversation.
Are you sure?
Jordan
Peterson
blew up on the trans stuff. And I think it was even Lauren Southern. Like, Lauren Southern filmed the first video of Jordan Peterson that went viral of him speaking at the university in Canada. And when he started blowing up over that, people started reaching out to Sam Harris and really wanted Sam Harris to have a dialogue with him. And I was listening to the Sam Harris podcast pretty regularly, but I wasn't a Jordan Peterson fan, and I knew nothing about Jordan Peterson. But it was that talk that really made me interested in Jordan Peterson, because he was saying crazy shit that seemed to be logically coherent that I just couldn't. It was like a puzzle. When someone is saying things that you just completely disagree with, but you don't really have a good argument against, it's like a fucking catnip for me. It's like complete curiosity. This is all the stuff. Everyone always makes fun of me because, like, I will read a book or something that completely challenges my entire worldview, and I fucking love it. I definitely love it. That's the openness. Sitch is so thirsty to prove me wrong. Look at this. Go ahead, Sitch. Prove me wrong.
No,
Do
it's
it.
nothing. Oh my god!
Prove
Listen
me
to
wrong.
this. You take it so personally. Like Sitch is thirsty to prove. No, I am thirsty to find out what is true.
I know.
Okay.
And hopefully,
God.
and hopefully,
And listen, if I prove that you're a fucking moron, that's just a nice cherry on the top.
That's the
Adam,
icing.
Okay, that's not
Listen.
the goal.
Is it? I'm asking you, Sitch, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Is it really a cake without icing? Because I would
True.
argue it isn't.
That's not.
It's just a fucking. It's like sweet bread.
Well, guess what, Adam?
What?
Guess what?
I am completely correct.
You are correct. Yes.
I knew it.
It was actually the Truth Conversation was in 2017, and the Michael Eric Dyson debate was in 2018.
Years later. Oh,
There you go.
a year later. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Because I knew of Peterson way before the Sam Harris thing. Because I remember when that I was excited. Like, oh, Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris is gonna be awesome. And I heard it. And I was like, what the fuck?
You and I didn't even know each other when that podcast took place.
It's so funny because this is how faulty my memory in general is. Because
No, your memory. You had it right the first time. Adam got it completely right. Okay.
No,
My
what I mean
memory
is
is like a fucking steel drum. Okay. My memory is
part of what was making me
A-Team is about memory.
Part of what was making me think that happened afterwards is because I had memories of us in the DMs having conversations about the truth talk.
Yeah,
and I assumed
years
that
after
was
it happened though.
Well, no, because remember they had a second conversation later.
Right. Yes.
Right. And so that's probably when we were talking about it, but I was assuming that this was the first time.
I'm not sure. Sometimes I think if I scroll up enough in DMs, I'm gonna see like our first DM. Right? I mean,
I feel like it would take literally hours.
is that even
scrolling to
possible?
I don't know.
I'm thinking, can I
You
set
scroll
something
forever?
heavy on my up arrow on my keyboard?
I think
and
there's a
come
limit.
back
I don't think it will go all the way back. I'm
and
not
come
sure it'll
back
go all
in
the way
like a
back.
couple days.
Yes.
That would be fucking fascinating. You know, Twitter has that. They don't have the scroll up issue that we have. I'm sure
Right.
they don't.
Sitch slid into Adam's DMs. I feel like Adam slid into my DMs.
Yeah, I'm not certain about that. I wouldn't.
I don't talk to anybody. Adam must have dragged me on to stream because I don't talk to anybody unprovoked.
I probably
So,
did. I'm sure I did reach out to you
Yes.
about doing a stream. Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably it.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have brain damage from drug use? I'm trying to not be too mean about it, but like, like as long as he's defending conversion therapy.
Oh my god.
He's not. First of all, systemic liar.
Well, not
liar.
even systemic liar. Real normal lying.
Yeah.
Okay. He's been calling Jordan Peterson a moron this entire conversation.
But I mean, it's systemic if he doesn't know that he's like, he thinks Jordan Peterson actually believes in conversion.
No, but I mean, he's like, I'm trying not to be mean. I've just
Well,
been
that's
calling
a
this
lie.
guy a moron.
That's
for
a
20
bold-faced lie.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring
Yeah.
to.
That's a bold-faced lie. Yeah, he is trying to be mean.
And the whole thing with the benzos, if you recall, when we learned from the interview with him and his daughter about that,
With the van.
every single person completely strawmans the fuck out of that situation. He only took that medicine once, and he had a super bad. Yeah, he only took that prescribed medicine once and had a super bad reaction to it. He was not hooked on the medicine, and that's what the problem was. So
I thought he did get hooked on some medicine though. Maybe you're misremembering.
maybe I remember his daughter clearly
Wasn't a
saying
one-time thing.
he had a very, she ran off the clinical name for whatever the condition was, for this condition that he developed.
Right.
From taking this thing.
He had the situation with his wife. His wife was dying. His doctor prescribed him medication for depression, but it was a regular regime of medication.
Right.
When he decided he wanted to get off it, he realized he was hooked and he couldn't.
I don't think that's what happened.
Okay. That's fine.
I don't think that's what
Who
happened.
was right about the Sam Harris podcast? I'm curious.
Okay.
Do you remember?
We'll see.
Who was it?
We'll see. Listen, fuck you. Okay.
Causes fragmentation.
Listen, Adam, you're a fucking idiot. Okay. Everything you say is word salad. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm not listening right now, just so you know.
Okay. You're just a fucking sophist engaged in word salad. You don't know shit.
Oh, yeah.
You don't know anything.
This is what happens when Adam gets it right about the podcast from 4 fucking years ago.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Look, you guys have been making fun of my elephant all this time, but you got it all wrong. Elephants remember.
You're gonna say we've been mocking Adam for being controlled by his elephants, but listen, an elephant never forgets.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very true.
That's true. You do have. I don't have a great memory for this stuff. So.
Yeah. I don't know why. I feel it is like a superpower. I feel lucky, very lucky.
There you go.
And chaos. And so it has to be subordinate to a higher order end. And then you might say, well, what is that? Part of that's the reciprocal altruism that the evolutionary biologists are always on about.
So he is elaborating on what the integration is here.
Yeah,
which was my question. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like some for you, some for me, some for you, some for me.
So he's basically saying the integration is reciprocal altruism, which if he had read Haidt's book, he'd know is the fairness cheating.
I was actually reading the chat. Let me listen to what he was actually saying.
Why are you reading the chat? Are you trying? Is the chat right? What's?
I was curious if anyone in the chat remembered. But...
Okay. Look at you.
Defending
You're so
conversion
obsessed.
therapy.
You're so obsessed.
This is why I get to the bottom of understanding things, because I want to know what is true, Adam.
I know. I love it. I do love it.
Fuck, you trying to turn this against me like it's a weapon.
I do love it.
Screw you.
Great.
Say that with that sarcastic tone in your voice. God.
Sometimes I put Sitch on task just by. I know Sitch will get to the bottom of something that I'm too lazy to get to.
Yeah, exactly. Adam will propose a puzzle or a question to me, and he knows that my OCD will be like, "Fuck, I gotta get to the bottom of this."
Listen, I'm so glad that you got to the bottom of the MMT tweets, even though
no one's glad I got to the bottom of that. We didn't even get to the bottom of that.
No, we did.
We still didn't get to the bottom.
The bottom enough. I had forgotten even that I wanted to get to the bottom.
Exactly. That's the true goal.
I had moved
fragmentation and chaos. And so it has to be subordinate to a higher order end. And then you might say, well, what is that? Part of that's the reciprocal altruism that the evolutionary biologists are always on about. It's like some for you, some for me, some for you, some for me, in measure, right? And that makes both of us richer. And so that's part of the higher order unity, and people are intensely reciprocally altruistic.
That's great.
It's good.
I wish that Jordan Peterson would read Haidt's book, because the whole Fairness Cheating Foundation is based on the research in reciprocal altruism.
Right.
But he's
read
know
the book,
that.
Adam.
He doesn't
oh
know
my
that.
God.
He doesn't know, so he's only thinks Haidt knows about discuss.
You didn't watch last week. Adam's theory is that Jordan Peterson's never read The Righteous Mind, which I vehemently disagree with.
Does Jordan Peterson still do his Patreon questions? Because I'm going to become a patron just to ask him. Just to ask him one question. Have you read The Righteous Mind? Settle a bet for us.
If he says no, I'm gonna be really upset.
I know. Hey, I'm giving. Just so you know, I'm giving Vaush another confused tick mark just for the look on his face right now, because
you're right. That's a good
completely
confused.
Demoralized here.
I'm glad you pointed that out.
He's got his hand up. He's just like, what the fuck is happening?
Right.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. And so
it's so bizarre that they left that in there.
I know. I guess I wanted to be very authentic in our search for authenticity.
Right. Would you like more benzos in your coffee, Mr. Peterson?
How dare you?
Come on, you know I'm allowed to do that. I'm a super fan. I can say shit like that.
It's authenticity in the service of what? Now, when Pinocchio becomes real, He's already rescued his father.
Okay, you know, as soon as he says Pinocchio, you know, Vaush's brain just melted. He's like, he said Pinocchio. I'm lost. He's talking about the Pinocchio movie.
Mm-hmm.
You've already gone off the deep end.
Yeah.
Right. So,
will he stop? Will he say anything?
To just look at it confused with his hand up.
He's so fucking confused.
Do we
right
get
now.
one tick mark for every second that he makes this gesture?
Sure. I mean, hell.
he's established an accord with the tradition that gave birth to him already. He's revitalized that. So when he wakes up, he's not free. He doesn't have any strings on him anymore, but he's already existing in a harmonious relationship with his.
What am I supposed to say about this? Conservatives, if you're watching right now, the reason you can't understand what he's saying isn't because he's smart and you're not, and you need to learn from him. It's because he's not saying anything, okay? The points he's making right now are barely substantive at best and non-existent at their worst. And whether they are or aren't, they're being strung together with jargon and gibberish. It's amazing to me that anyone who wrote the maps of meaning could then be so meaningless. Like so thoroughly destroy the meaning of what they're trying to say. You guys remember that amazing graph from the map?
So what Jordan Peterson's talking about? Wow.
Maps of Meaning is a terrible book. I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm happy to say it, but
yeah. What Jordan Peterson's the thread of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Was we're now talking. They were talking about the cult of authenticity,
right?
And
Or
Jordan
you
Peterson,
could think of it as individuality too. Like,
well, it's not just individuality because it's the seeking. It's the seeking of your true self, saying like,
right?
You know, like we've seen this a million times in every movie. It's like, just be yourself, okay?
Yep.
Which there's truth to that to some extent, because what that really means is like, don't be overly anxious because you're going to perform worse if you're like super anxious ridden. Like, just be relaxed. Really, that's really what it's kind of saying. Because on one hand, there's truth to being yourself and understanding yourself. But on the other hand, you don't want to just be yourself. You want to be better than yourself. That's how you change. That's how you grow. Okay. And that's what's being discussed. As Peterson's saying, if your highest order of value that you're seeking, or that a character is seeking in a Disney movie, is to just be their self, that's a bad thing. That's a bad highest order value to seek after. Okay. And he equates this to the fact that generally your like morality is based off of, and this is what you're referring to with height, this reciprocal altruism.
That's what
This is how societies kind of function.
Right.
Right. And so now he's talking about Pinocchio and sort of the highest order values that Pinocchio, or what Peterson believes, because Peterson is a big Pinocchio fan, which I'll be honest, I think Pinocchio sucks. But okay, I'm bored by it. But listen, I'm not looking at it from this.
The metaphor of Pinocchio is fucking amazing, though. You have to at least admit that.
The what is?
The metaphor.
Yeah, right.
The metaphor.
I'm not looking at this from an archetypical, metaphorical, symbolic way that Peterson's looking at it from.
Right.
Okay, I'm just looking at it from like, was I entertained watching the Pinocchio Disney movie? The answer was no, I wasn't.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And so now, now he's talking about like the archetypical symbolism and the highest order of values that Pinocchio and what the character was kind of seeking. And now he'll relate this down the road, you know, as he always does, about, you know, the son saving their own father from despair and from chaos, the belly of the whale, right? And he's going to bring this up in, you know, a couple minutes in the conversation about how, you know, he sees all these sons and fathers make up, and that it, you know, it brings him to tears to just think about the fact that people are having positive family relationships due to his talks. So that's what Jordan Peterson's talking about. That Vaush is totally doesn't understand any of this conversation. He's out.
There is and I mean, I would love to ask Peterson about this stuff just because I'm curious. There is a understanding, and I don't even know what vocation it is. Maybe it's philosophy, but there is an understanding of identity creation, and there are different paradigms that people have laid out. There's the paradigm of sincerity. There's the paradigm of authenticity. And sincerity is considered to be more embedded in like a family structure. Like your identity is created by being a father or a mother and being sincere to that role. Mm-hmm. Now, there was a giant paradigm switch when humanity decided to abandon the sincerity platform of identity creation in favor of the authenticity platform of identity creation, which is kind of the knock that people have on it is that, you know, it leans consumerist because you're really building an identity out of things that you like, that you're like, okay, inside I feel this is something that's very me. You know, you're picking and choosing. You're not saying, you know, I mean, you can pick father as part of your authentic self, but it's in a much different way than people who, you know, thought of their personal identity 1,000 years ago, you know?
Right.
So it's completely different. So I don't know. And I would love to ask Peterson if those are the kinds of things that he's talking about. Maybe he's just generally talking around the terms, not in specifics, but I have read some stuff on the specifics of identity creation, and it is fucking fascinating shit. So you would think a personality psychologist like knows a lot of this stuff too. I mean,
right.
I'm curious.
No, he doesn't know anything, Adam.
No, I'm sure he does, but
this is all word salad.
They can't even agree on fucking climate change, okay? These scientists argue about shit all the time. They're definitely arguing. Like, we did a video I think it was last week, where Peterson was arguing with Haidt about personality. Personality's more important, motherfucker. It's like, it's not about taste buds, it's about personality. It's like they're all arguing about this stuff. But I am curious about when Jordan Peterson is talking about authenticity and reciprocal altruism. I'm curious how all that stuff fits together. So, but to say that he like everything he's talking about is meaningless is obviously foolish and
absurd.
Yeah. And Vaush is just, it's weird to me because to me, it just says, it's like broadcasting that you're a fucking moron.
Right.
To say, I have no idea what he's talking about. Like, to not even be able to theorize what he's talking about, just to cast it as incomprehensible nonsense when obviously he's he's saying something. He's at least attempting to mean something, right? To try to not figure that out and just settle on, it's all bullshit, just seems ridiculous to me.
Maps of meaning. So they just linked in chat. Yeah.
Have you dissected this map thing that he's bringing up?
No,
here?
I don't know what it's referencing. I've never read Maps of Meaning.
I have read Maps of Meaning, and I'm telling you, oh my God, it's not fun. It's not fun at all.
Paradise, the walled garden, and here's Descent and Disintegration. Here's the Ouroboros, the Chaos Dragon. Though I think Ouroboros is usually a serpent, not a dragon. But
see, this is another thing that really like irks me about all the fucking arguments that BreadTube makes. It's all about character assassination. It's like, because this person had a bad argument one time, they're untouchable. Because look, I can agree with Vaush here that this argument is nonsense, ridiculous, you know, something Jordan Peterson did in his 20s that wasn't well thought through, and not have to dismiss the man's entire career based on it.
There's a difference between saying he drew some chart which you don't understand because it's too, you know, doesn't explain the concepts well enough without someone walking through it. The difference between saying that the chart is a bad chart, the concept is hard to understand, and saying that it's nonsense. It's a nonsense argument. Those are two different ideas.
Well, I'm saying that even if it is nonsense, dismissing a person's entire career because they made some nonsense point just seems ridiculous to me, because they could turn around and make an excellent point the next day.
Well, character assassination is always easier than addressing the argument, right?
Yeah. And
So
fucking boring. Why do people fall into this? It's so boring. Oh God, it's boring. It's so boring.
They're both reptiles, so I'll give it that. Then we have the patriarchal world of light, Yahweh, the spirit of God.
I guess they do it because any idiot can do it. That's why they do it.
Right.
It's boring, but
yeah.
any
well,
moron
listen,
can do it.
It's harder intellectually to understand or try to understand, even if you can't. Try to understand what someone's saying and then refute it. That's more difficult than just saying like, this person's stupid.
Yeah.
This person is not saying anything.
It's so much more rewarding to dig in, though.
This person is a racist. This person's a Republican. You know, like it's much easier to just throw the label out.
Yeah, unfortunate.
The sexual the void, the pre-cosmogonic. It's just
father was a big deal, and one of the
he didn't even finish his sentence. What the fuck, Vaush?
lovely things about what happens
Elder
to
Scrolls
me
lore?
as a consequence of my lectures is that lots of fathers and sons come up to me and say, we've really worked out our relationship. It's like, and they're both like, you've never seen smiles like that.
Oh my
It's
God.
really something to be stopped on the street and to be told that.
It
see
works
people
on
so
him.
joyful about that because it's their heart desire, you know.
It works on him.
And that's that
He
integration
can do
of
it
that
to himself.
drive to autonomy with the family, with the father, with the mother, with the broader community. All that has to be in a higher unity.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
that's the conservative insistence, right?
Exactly. Is that there are the wall, as you said before, the walls have to exist. You can have autonomy, but the autonomy has to exist within the walls. And then once you let the autonomy or the rationalism destroy all the walls,
well, there's no
place for it to
autonomy
sit.
without the walls. There's just chaos.
Why is he crying them out? Because he's brain damaged. That crying is so fake, it's...
You like that?
He's crying because he's had very personal experiences where very happy people have come up to him and said, Dr. Peterson, you've changed my life for the better. Okay. A clinical psychologist. Why do people become clinical psychologists?
To help people.
To help people become better.
Yeah.
And he's had people come up to him and saying, listen, your lectures, which have reached more people than you ever could as a clinical psychologist, have healed my relationship with my father or my family.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying, why is he crying?
Yeah, no doubt.
Why is a person crying that they've accomplished or are accomplishing major life goals for them that are their main motivating factors in life? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, exactly.
You tell me.
Like his ultimate goal was to go and help people with their relationships one at a time. And then all of a sudden, by some freak of nature, there's invented this thing called the internet.
Right.
And you achieve your goal like a millionfold.
Right.
Of course that's going to be moving.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You tell me why he's moved to tears. God, like this is so cynically stupid. Yeah. It's gross. That's very gross.
A lot of hate here. A lot of hate. A lot of hate. I'd say a lot of it's probably jealousy too.
Sure.
What's remaining here?
It's scary. No, I just think he's crazy. Oh my God.
It's crazy to be moved that you're helping people and that they tell you that you're helping them. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing, according to Vaush. To be emotional, that you're providing emotional stability and helping people improve the relationships with their families. That's crazy to be moved by that. Wow. Okay.
If you asked Vaush, it's interesting to me because crazy is a very interesting charge, especially in the context of things like gay rights, because there was a time, I don't know if you know this, but being gay was considered crazy, was considered some sort of insanity.
Right.
Yeah. So
or considered aberrant, or abhorrent, I guess would be the correct word.
Yeah.
Right. And if you have like some gay people who are trying to get gay marriage passed because they want to be married with their significant other. And then the day that it passes, they're moved to tears. Finally, this political thing they've been advocating for has happened. Finally, they feel like they're treated like everyone else. They're moved to tears.
Yeah.
You say, "Oh, I don't understand why you're crying. You're crazy."
Well, I also think, like, in terms of, a lot of people have made the argument that society really determines what insanity is. And a lot of people in the bread tube sphere, Vaush included, will argue that neuroatypical things shouldn't be described as insanity or abnormal because you're hurting those people in some tangible way. But yet he feels the need to, he feels completely comfortable coming out here and saying, there's this thing, I didn't understand it, and therefore it's insanity, which is the exact same position a lot of people had with gays. Like, they're like, I don't know what this is. I've never felt it. I don't understand it. This is insanity.
Sure.
He's using the same exact argument that fucking bigots have always used. And I think that's interesting that Vaush, the uber fucking progressive, just defaults back to the same bigotry that everybody always defaults back to when they encounter things that they don't necessarily understand. No curiosity. No, what's going on here? No, let me understand this a little better. No, this is crazy, and I want you to realize that it's insanity, and we should just shun this categorically. Fucking bigot.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's a great point, and it didn't occur to me, because he is having, even though you wouldn't see it at first, he's having a similar emotional reaction to bigotry, which they have levied at like bigots, because not only did he just say, I don't understand, this is crazy, he became visibly upset.
Yeah, he's uncomfortable by it.
He's uncomfortable and upset that he doesn't understand something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And that's always what they would always hurl that accusation at bigots. Say, the bigot is uncomfortable, the homophobe is uncomfortable, he doesn't understand something, and thus it makes him angry.
Yeah. No.
And thus he becomes a homophobe. Right. You're right. That's a very similar process to what's happening here.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah.
It's not wrong. You just need to learn to see it in yourself, curb your own behavior.
Right.
This is the Jordan Peterson message. Stop trying to you're not going to be as successful curbing the bigotry in other people as you are noticing the bigotry in yourself and curbing it in yourself.
Right.
In yourself.
Right.
Look, Vaush, it's within your grasp. You can do it, okay? You don't need to be a bigot. These things you can understand. You're at the beginning of your journey, okay?
That's right.
It's a long, arduous road to truth, okay? You can do it, though. We believe in you. Open up your mind.
I don't believe. I don't think
Open up your mind.
He's not capable, nor is he incentivized to do so.
Say no.
Nope. No.
To bigotry.
It's listen, being a tribalist.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a form of insanity.
Right. Which is to be bigoted to people outside of my tribe. As long as I make that tribe like conservatives or cis white males or something society is deemed as acceptable, okay, then I can get away with my bigotry and it's totally fine.
Yeah, no, everyone's looking to rationalize their bigotry. I don't know why we have to live in a world with bigotry, Sitch. I believe in a world without bigotry, okay?
Are you saying, Adam?
Without the hatred for people and ideas that we don't understand, okay? I believe it's possible.
You believe it? Are you saying, Adam, that one day you dream of a world?
I do.
That you have a dream?
I do.
That one day children will be judged not by the bigotry of their political party, but by the content of their centrism? Is that what your dream is, Adam?
I believe it. I dream it. Make it so.
Okay. Thank you.
Let the enlightened centrist tribe reign supreme.
You got ALK Jr. here, bringing it home.
Well, I believe you on the same wavelength here.
Okay.
You don't like bigotry. Yeah.
We are.
Well, that was a trip. Please look at the comments on the video. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's going to be, you know, thank God for bringing these two intellectuals together.
All this just screams like massive cope to me. Just massive cope. Yeah. Massive jealousy. How dare these people understand what's going on when I can't?
I love Jordan. Anyone who doubts his authenticity or moral perseverance should continually rewind to the time that he cried. Oh, God. It really does work on these guys, doesn't it? You know?
He faked it. Jordan Peterson, how crazy do you have to be? You're like, okay, Jordan Peterson's not only saying nothing, but he fake cried in his conversation with Ben Shapiro just to like sucker people in. Like, he's like the most intelligent Machiavellian, you know, supervillain of all time.
Yeah, he's a big faker, man.
This Jordan Peterson fella.
There's no autonomy with the walls, only chaos. One of the truest statements I've heard in a long time. It doesn't mean anything. There is no autonomy without the walls. Doesn't mean anything. That's a meaningless statement. What are those walls?
That is so not meaningless, Vaush. That's like basic. That's basic. Listen, there's this thing called a cellular wall. Have you heard of it?
Okay, I don't think that's what the big reference there.
Well, no, it's any wall. I mean, how do you have a cell without a cell wall? You have no autonomy. It makes perfect sense.
Okay, let's try to analyze this statement. There's no autonomy. There's no autonomy without the walls.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So the way I interpreted that statement when it was said was that what you're saying is, unless there is structure and rules and guidelines, you don't truly have freedom to make choices yourself. You don't have personal autonomy. If there's nothing, if there's no rules, okay, if there's no walls to anything, you're not really making choices. You don't have an autonomy. You're just sort of like...
Now I'm confused by what you're saying.
You're just reacting to the whims of yourself.
I conceptualize it as literally like a cell wall.
Okay, that is not okay. So I guess we're proving a national point because we don't understand this statement, which to me is very clearly. But you're talking about cell walls, which I don't know what the fuck has to do with anything.
Well, the wall creates the autonomy of the of whatever it is that you're measuring. Like the rules in the United States are different than the rules in France, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Right.
Community, all that has to be in a higher unity.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
that's the conservative insistence, right?
Exactly. Is that there are the wall, as you said before, the walls have to exist. You can have autonomy, but the autonomy has to exist within the walls. And then once you let the autonomy or the rationalism destroy all the walls,
well, there's no autonomy without the walls. There's just chaos.
Yeah.
So if we imagine there's no countries,
well, because the way I interpret that was like,
then the border becomes the earth. The earth is autonomous.
No, but like if there's no rules, if there are no walls, okay, you're just living. Like, who has more autonomy? Okay, the person who lives in a liberal democracy with structure and laws, and they make decisions about what they want to eat and what kind of job they want to do and who they want to go out with. Or the person who's living in anarchy land, which is just chaos and warlords running around demanding tribute, and might makes right. Who has more autonomy?
Well, how are you defining autonomy? Because that might be the problem.
Your ability to make choices for yourself.
Ability to make choices for yourself.
Yeah.
I would call that liberty. I wouldn't call it autonomy.
The right or condition of self-government. Okay, that's literally the capacity of an agent to act in accordance with objective morality, rather than under the influence of desires. Right. That was literally the first thing I was saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there another one? Is that the only definitions?
Those were the definitions.
If I say bodily autonomy,
Mm-hmm.
what's the wall for bodily autonomy?
Wall for bodily autonomy?
Mm-hmm. The right or condition of self-government.
I think we're unfortunately trying to. I think we're unfortunately trying to prove Vaush correct by overcomplicating this. Okay.
Well, I think actually I'm simplifying it more.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you are.
Well, factually, the comment that he's reflecting on is, without the walls, there's no autonomy.
Right.
You can look at that if you want to use the first definition, the right or condition of self-government. We're talking about borders.
It's the idea that there's no. This is how I interpret it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's this sort of idea by especially the left-wing anarchists, or really any anarchist, that freedom is you don't ever have to listen to what anyone ever tells you.
Right.
And this kind of harkens back to what they were talking about in terms of the search for the authentic self and reciprocal altruism. Okay. Mm-hmm. That there's this anarchical idea that the anarchy, freedom, that true freedom is when no one can tell you what to do. Mm-hmm. You don't have to listen to anyone. Mm-hmm. And he's saying, no, the only freedom to have autonomy, actual freedom of self-governance, only can exist when you live in a society that has walls and structure. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that is because we don't live in Tom Jump's perfect universe. Okay. Mm-hmm. If we lived in a society of anarchy, it's not that there's no one, you're not going to live in a society, an anarchy, a perfect utopian anarchy where no one tells you what to do, but everyone leaves each other alone. That's not possible because we have to live together in cooperative groups because we're social creatures. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're not like bears or whatever, where we stake out some territory claim and we live alone. And if anyone comes near us, we fucking murder them. Right. We have to all interact with each other. If you interact with other people, you have to make concessions. And that's what society is. It's a series of concessions you make with other people about rules to govern your interactions with other people. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because if you don't have that, mm-hmm. if you have no rules, then society breaks down. You deconstruct everything. You deconstruct all the rules away. Mm-hmm. Society doesn't break down to the utopia. It breaks down into the warlord who says, well, we don't have any rules anymore. And we don't have any rules. There's only one rule. And that's might makes right. Mm-hmm. That's the base rule of nature. Might mm-hmm. makes right. Everything else is, you can argue, is like secondary.
Mm-hmm. That is kind of the root algorithm of nature, isn't it?
Yeah. The root algorithm, the number mm-hmm. one rule at the end of the day in nature is might makes right. Everything else mm-hmm. falls prey to that.
Right.
Okay. And so if you live in a society with no walls, with no rules, then you're living in a society that says might makes right. Mm-hmm. And the question is, under that system, might makes right.
This? You're saying I'm complicating?
Yes. Under that system of might making right, do you really have autonomy?
No.
And the answer is no, you don't.
Of course not. Yeah. Yeah. Got to lock that shit down.
Right.
All right.
Everyone was told you can be whatever you want. Nobody told them the limits are in reality. They didn't even talk about trans people, man. 12 minutes in when Peterson's emotional response father said, yeah, they're just talking about him crying. Holy shit. Crazy they have this convo in public. I'd be so hush-hush about the subject matter there. What fucking victim Andes, dude? I can't believe.
I mean, I'd agree. That comment seems weird. I don't know what they mean by that. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're saying anything that would, I mean, obviously wokies wouldn't like it, but
mm-hmm.
if they dared talk about this stuff in public, the feminazi police was... Jesus Christ. First, yeah, it's on a set. They have 3 cameras there, okay? It's not the other people in the place with them were paid actors or Daily Wire staff. Okay, it was a set. I've been saying the same thing for the longest time. The claim that gender is purely socially constructed, but then why resort to home runs and mutilation, which directly contradicts their assertion? Maybe.
Did he just say?
Here we go.
Did he just call hormones home runs?
Oh, I don't know. I'm curious as to what his answer to this
Their
question.
gender is purely socially constructed, but then there are characteristics pertaining to sex they also want to change because there's a relationship between gender and perceived sex. Yes, this is a
perceived sex. What the fuck is that? Did you just hear that?
I did hear that.
And that's a really confusing thing to say, isn't it? It's almost like he's saying that they could be incorrect in their perception of their sex.
Right. Right. You're right. That's a really good. I'm glad you fixated on that. That's a pretty big weasel word right there.
What the fuck is that?
Right.
That's a huge weasel word.
That's a giant weasel word.
After this whole video, the whole time he's saying, no one's questioning that biological sex is real. He throws that whopper out. Sitch, how the fuck do you like that one?
Let's hear that again.
Pertaining to sex, they contradicts their assertion. Maybe their gender is purely socially constructed, but then there are characteristics pertaining to sex they also want to change because there's a relationship between gender and perceived sex.
There you go.
Oh my God. God, I would love to ask him what he means by that.
Let me be fair here. Let me do what
you mean.
Vaush will never do.
Who's perceiving is the question, right? That's
I think he means other people's perceptions, not individual, not self-perception.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. However, he does say gender is purely socially constructed, which I assume he means by that is that there's no biological basis in gender, which I thought earlier in the video he claimed no one had that argument.
Yeah, people definitely have that argument.
So now he has the argument that he's saying people don't have.
Right. Unless the point of perception is other people and not personal.
Right. Well, but also his framework is fucking wrong and stupid and goes completely against all the science. Okay. Because listen closely to what he said. Let me go back one more time. His conception of gender dysphoria is completely fucking wrong and guided by ideology and not facts.
Socially constructed, but then why resort to home runs and mutilation, which directly contradicts their assertion? Maybe their gender.
Did he say home runs? I think he did.
Yeah. Whatever. That's not important.
Is purely socially constructed, but then there are characteristics pertaining to sex they also want to change because there's a relationship between gender and perceived sex.
Okay. So what he's saying...
Just go a little more, because maybe he irons that out. Maybe we can tell.
Yes, this is a verified channel, Distant Kingdom.
No.
Okay, he does.
He's okay.
All right.
So what he's saying, is that he's saying that the reason people with gender dysphoria want to have surgery and have, and take hormones to develop secondary sex characteristics. The reason they do want that, even though gender is purely socially constructed, is only because society maps onto sex characteristics people's gender. So the argument that Vaush is making is that if we lived in a society where people didn't map gender onto sex characteristics, people with gender dysphoria would not seek out physical treatments like surgeries and hormone replacement. That's the implication of his fucking statement.
Do you
understand?
Yeah, I completely understand, but I struggle to see how that society would even be functional.
First of all, not only will that society not be functional, but this is the problem with having an ideology and then sort of ass backward post hocking trying to force something to to coalesce with your ideology's answers. That's not how gender dysphoria works. Okay. That's not at all how gender dysphoria. If you raised a bunch of magic children in a land where they didn't have a concept of associating gender with sex, which I don't think is even fucking possible.
No, it's never existed.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's never existed, and it's not even possible because gender and sex doesn't map that way. They're not two separate things.
Right.
Even though he's claiming they are, even though he criticized Ben Shapiro saying no one's saying that they're completely separate, which he's now fucking saying they are. Okay. Even if you could hypothetically create this magical society that couldn't exist somehow, the person with gender dysphoria would still want to get the surgeries because they feel like they're the wrong sex. Okay.
Well, in this society, though, I so struggle to even conceptualize this society, because he's saying in this society you could be like a fit woman, presenting as a woman, have all the attributes of a woman, but you have an inner feeling of being a man and tell everyone that you're a man. That doesn't change the way people are gonna see you as a fit woman and want to reproduce with you as a fit woman, not as a man.
Well, he's not obviously not looking at this in any sort of evolutionary framework whatsoever.
Right.
Okay.
No, I understand that, but sure. That's why I question, how would a society like that even function? Because you would literally have to rewire your entire brain to not pick up sex characteristics, which the whole brain is optimized to pick up sex characteristics.
Right. No. Yeah, that's completely right. But what I'm getting at is that he fundamentally doesn't understand that people's feelings of gender dysphoria are internal.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Even if, like, I guess a better example would be, hypothetically, if someone was born on an island alone and they had gender dysphoria, they would still have gender dysphoria, even if they'd never met another human being their entire life. Now, they wouldn't understand their feeling, but they would still have it. They would still have a sense of wrongness about their body. This is not something that is taught to people. It's not a social thing. And this is where Vaush completely doesn't fucking, because he's so stuck on this nonsense about gender being a pure social construct, even though he claimed, I thought earlier, that wasn't the case. And in other videos, he claimed that wasn't the case.
Would this be like phantom body parts? Is that what they would experience?
I don't know what they would experience, but they would still experience the dysphoria. They experience something feels wrong. They just wouldn't be able to map on what exactly. They wouldn't understand why they felt that way, because if they never seen another human, they would just say, I don't know, something about me is bothering me, and I don't know why it is.
It's just so strange, because whenever you're diagnosing anything that's like a medical condition, the first thing they ask is like, what's your pain level? Where is the pain? Like, and every single medical condition has a certain, like symptom characteristic pattern that what is the symptom characteristic pattern for gender dysphoria aside from, I just don't feel right?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to. That's part of the problem with identifying it. It's very hard to get to the bottom of. Of the sense of the feeling.
I understand people, and I myself have had depression. I understand the idea that I just don't feel like satisfied or happy, or however you want to define depression. Depression is sort of an undefinable something is wrong with me type thing. And the thing that scares me is it sounds like gender dysphoria has the symptom characteristic pattern of depression.
I guess the way for you to conceptualize it would be if you had a persistent, unceasing depression about that was stemming from your body, and specifically your sex.
Right, but okay, I struggle because I feel like there are other.
Well, of course, it's something that you kind of you'd have to experience to fully understand. So obviously, that's why we struggle at understanding it.
Well, but I also feel like there are other situations where people feel. I guess the difference is with gender dysphoria, it's not tangible. I was thinking like the Elephant Man probably gets pretty depressed about how people are
Well,
perceiving him.
Yeah,
like,
it's not tangible, but as science progresses,
if I was the Elephant Man,
they'll do the brain scans and they'll say, "Hey, look, you have your gender dysphoria according to your brain scan or whatever."
Right. Yeah.
But no, I understand what you mean.
I guess part of the problem is you're in a fully functional body that you feel is not functional.
Right. But see, this is the key. This is why gender dysphoria is a mental illness and like being gay is not. Because with gender dysphoria, you have an internal problem, and no matter what society does, you're always going to have this internal problem.
Right. Yes.
And this is what Vaush fundamentally doesn't understand.
Yes.
And he's ascribing to this utopian ideology that if we lived in the perfect utopian society, people with gender dysphoria would not have to do anything, or they wouldn't even have gender dysphoria. They would just simply exist as magical, non-binary Zers, and no one would bat an eye, and they wouldn't have gender dysphoria. That's what he thinks gender dysphoria is. He has a fundamental misunderstanding of gender dysphoria.
Well, this is not. I mean, I see why people make the connection to anorexia too, because anorexia is kind of, you perceive your body to be much different than it actually is. Like, it would be hell if you perceived your body as like radically deformed, but then you'd want to be in a different body, because
anorexia, I think, is a bad example because that is based, I believe, on social cues in terms of that people will develop an OCD anxiety disorder based around their idea of a social perception, which is not what gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria would be more likened. Yeah, it would be more likened to body dysmorphia, where like you feel like there's something wrong with your hand. You don't know what is wrong with your hand, but you feel like your hand should be different or amputated, and you don't, and you're like obsessed with it. That would be a more, I think, akin comparison to gender dysphoria.
I've had those thoughts where like I really am fixated on like stabbing myself in the leg or something like that.
Really? That's weird.
And
you're a weirdo.
It's it's really, you're like, I don't want to think that, stop thinking that. Then the more you try to not think it, you think it more and more and more, which I feel like I can always stop it. I can always cease. I can always, focus on something else.
Right.
But I feel like if I wanted to drive myself crazy, I could, just by focusing on
I think
something.
a lot of people feel that way. Right.
Sometimes I feel like everyone has that ability, but the key is not to do it. Like, just don't do it.
But here's the thing, and I want to be careful here. I think everyone's experienced what you experience.
Yeah.
They'll experience some kind of repetitive thought.
Yeah.
That's a negative thought process.
Right.
And that's a small window into understanding like OCD or some anxiety disorder. The difference is, I don't think it's like, oh, you're just cognitively able to pull yourself out of it where another person is. I don't think that's at all what's happening.
The problem is the other person is in a situation where they can't pull themselves out of it. And
but I don't think
becomes like,
I don't think it's a thought process. Based on my experience and my research on these subjects, it's just that when their brains are under different chemical influences, that's when they get stuck in these thought processes.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Like, it's not something you can just say, I'm not gonna think. Like, the chemicals in your brain are making you think this way, or making your brain far more susceptible to thinking in these sorts of negative thought patterns.
I'm all in favor of people getting on antidepressants. If you have those kinds of issues, like, fucking see a doctor, get on antidepressants. We have those things for a reason. So,
well, it's interesting because I think, and this is part of the problem, not everyone, but a lot of people, or most people, if they're in like a secular or a cycle of like depression or anxiety, they don't necessarily have a physical sensation associated with it. Right. It's like if you touch something that's hot, it's hot because you've touched it and you can feel it. Right. But if there's chemicals in your brain have shifted that make you more susceptible to like OCD, depressed thoughts or something, you don't necessarily have a physical sensation that has cued you in that this chemical shift has occurred. All you have is your thought process. And so you don't understand what's happening. And you think that this is purely a cognitive process when it's like, no, this is a biochemical process that's happening in your brain that's making you have these thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. We are chemistry.
Who does Pokemon content? Well,
just to finish it up, a good example of this, if you haven't experienced this, because we've all experienced this, and we experience it every Sunday, is we get hungry. And as you start to get hungry, the chemicals in your body shift, and suddenly you start thinking about food a lot.
Yeah, I get hangry.
Right. Well, not only do you get hungry, but you start fixating on food. Your thoughts, like, that's why towards the end of the stream, we'll start talking about food and we'll get stuck on food thoughts.
It's the food hour.
Our thoughts will keep coming back to food when you're full. That doesn't happen at all. You're completely not thinking about food. And your brain is not susceptible to getting stuck in these food thoughts. I think that's an example for everyone to understand and say, oh, there's a chemical process that's literally changing your thought process.
Chemicals are fun.
Right. Or being horny. That's another good one. When you're horny, your thought process completely changes. Everyone's probably experienced this.
No,
you're more.
I've never been horny.
I've equated being horny is almost more dangerous than being drunk in terms of making you do, not making, but having you be more susceptible to doing dangerous behaviors that you wouldn't normally do. Like when you're horny, it definitely turns off a lot of like the writer impulses to be careful and to not do things that you would think better of if you're not horny. Everyone's experienced this.
Yeah, no, you can't let the horny get the better of you guys.
That's why there's that term. We all know what this term is. It's called post-nut clarity. Okay.
I have never heard that term before.
You've never heard? Well,
but I instantly know.
Exactly.
I instantly know what it means.
Yeah, exactly. You have that post-nut clarity because you have all these chemicals in your brain that's literally influencing your behavior. And as soon as those chemicals go away, post-nut, you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Did I really just sleep with this gargoyle?
That's so bad. Sitch.
I know.
I can't believe you would say that.
I know.
Oh my God, gargoyles!
It's a comedy show.
Gargoyles have feelings too. Okay,
listen,
Sitch.
Gargoyles was a fantastic show. It's a fantastic cartoon show. Okay, Goliath deserves love too. Okay, he got to bang that hot Hispanic police lady.
It's not It's not all about looks. Okay, personality counts. Sitch.
Okay.
Not everyone is as
You're right.
shallow as you.
Okay, let me fix this for Adam. Okay, let me make this more woke, acceptable.
I mean, best
PC
case scenario, you get a fit looking girl, and also,
you wake up in the morning in the bed and you realize in your post-nut clarity, you say, "Oh no, what have I done? I had sex with my extremely attractive but horribly personalitied coworker."
There you go. That's much better. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one has that thought, Adam. I'm just swaying, letting you weigh in.
Well, it's more like she's super hot, but she's really dumb.
She's crazy. No, it's like she's crazy.
Can I live with this? That's really I would say that it's not the post-nut clarity, that it's the post-nut unclarity. That's that's how I would categorize that. But.
That's some supervillain shit. Adam over here is like Thanos. He's like, "You fools, running around with your post-nut clarity. When your mind isn't controlled by the nut, you're plagued with so many decisions and second guesses. All your choices in your life seem complicated. But when you're in the seizure of the moment, the seizure of the nut, everything is so simple and clear." Okay, it's not post-nut clarity. No, it's post-nut uncertainty. I'm going to snap my infinity gauntlets, and I will make you all in a permanent state of permanent nut thinking.
Oh my God.
There you go. There's Adam as Thanos.
That's perfect. I love it.
You're welcome.
There you go. I absolutely love this. Two intelligent, articulate, well-mannered, successful men chatting uninterrupted. I could listen to this for hours on end. Absolute brainlet. Literally zero IQ. To soy clap at these two utterly incomprehensible. Nothing was learned at all. Absolutely nothing. The only person who contributed to this conversation, funnily enough, was Ben Shapiro. Like, that was it. Seeing Jordan get a little choked up.
Because I didn't understand the conversation. Nothing of value was said.
It really got me.
This is the portion that made me think this is basically just Leafy is here. This is Leafy content right here.
Yes.
There's nothing of substance to this. I would argue that Leafy was far more entertaining because at least Leafy was funny. That insult wasn't, it wasn't original or anything. It wasn't super clever or creative. It would just seem like standard insult randomizer. I think a computer could have written that insult pretty easily.
Right. Listen, there's an important thing in chat we have to address.
No,
Okay.
I won't address it. Hopefully it's not about the gargoyle thing.
It's about gargoyles.
I hope that's not going to come back to bite us.
It's about gargoyles. It says Sitch is pretending like he wouldn't bang Demona. Listen, like any red-blooded straight male, of course I would bang Demona. Demona is hot as fuck.
Demona gargoyle.
But listen, she's crazy. She's a bad personality. This is just what we were talking about. Okay. She's a crazy person. She's evil.
Her pictures, she doesn't look evil in her pictures.
Exactly. That's how she gets you.
Oh, yeah.
That's how she gets you.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
I wonder what.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
She's got the whole wing thing going. It seems like she could take you for a nice ride around the city.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
I don't know about the tail thing. I'm not feeling the tail.
You're bothered by the tail, Adam?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
It's too phallic. You're afraid she's gonna.
Yeah, what happens? Where does that tail go during sexual intercourse?
She wraps it around you. God, it doesn't have to be inside of you. Or
okay. Well, depending upon, could be problematic.
That's right. She's got the tomboy abs.
Oh,
she got that. Well, not really. She just has the midriff on display. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This obviously is like the post woke Demona here. She looks horrendous.
Oh really? That's funny.
One of the editors at Marvel got a hold of Demona or something. I'm not sure.
Does that make Sitch a listen?
Yes, it does make Sitch a furry. Don't think about it.
Listen. Tell me you wouldn't bang Demona. Adam.
No, I wouldn't bang Demona, no.
You're a liar.
I'm married.
Okay, assuming you're not married, fucking come on.
If I was single, I was single and I met Demona, I would run. I would run in the opposite. I would say this woman is hideously deformed.
What a pussy. Look at this bigot. Okay. Just because she's got a 6-foot wingspan, talons, and a tail, Adam's like, no, she's deformed. I can't play with her. I can't play with her.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm bringing.
Look at this guy.
I finally found a picture that I can bring up.
I hope it's not like an almost pornographic picture.
I want you guys to imagine Sitch bringing this woman home to meet his mom. Okay. Here you go. Here she is. Sitch will get it in a few seconds. I guess you guys get it in a few seconds, but with my words accompanying it. So
Mojogen is right. Monsters don't count as furries. That's true.
So Sitch, what does mom say when we show? I want to know.
Listen.
I want to know what mom
Adam,
says.
Listen, bad cosplay doesn't count. All right. Okay.
What?
No. Weird, uncanny valley cosplay does not count. All right. You're crazy.
Look,
you're crazy.
At least your mom doesn't have to tell this woman to take her shoes off in the house, okay? Because she's not wearing any shoes. Her feet are too big for shoes, okay? I mean, that's a plus, right? Your mom's going to be happy about that. Oh my God, look at the look.
Listen. Okay, let me ask here. I found the perfect poll chat. Okay.
Oh, a poll now.
Yes. Would you? Okay, here's the chat. Here's the poll chat.
That was already the would you. This is
Damona or AOC. There you go.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay.
That's the way you're gonna roll.
This is how we're gonna roll. We're gonna see who has the patrician taste here. Okay.
Oh,
the Damona crowd or the AOC crowd. Okay. We're gonna get the bottom of this. Did you actually put up for those that haven't seen Gargoyles? You got to actually put up like an actual picture of Damona.
This is Damona. What are you talking about?
No.
What are you talking about? Here we go.
Put up like a real picture. Okay.
I have a picture of AOC so we can compare. We can do like a side.
I'll send you a picture, Adam. This is the picture.
No, I've already got my picture up.
Listen,
okay.
Here's the picture of Damona I want you to put up, Adam. Okay, I just sent it to you on Twitter.
I got locked out of my Twitter. I forgot to tell you earlier.
This is the picture I want you to put up.
Okay. Do I have to? What if I'm busy?
Did you look at it yet?
Yeah, but I will.
I want your reaction to the picture.
Because I'm doing some light graphic design here. People need to compare and contrast between
stop.
Damona and AOC.
Stop.
You're the one that made the poll.
You're cheating. Why
am I cheating?
Okay. You're cheating.
How is
you
this
put up
cheating?
some ugly picture. You put up some terrible picture.
Oh, you want me to swap out the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look at. I will see the picture that Sitch sent. We'll see if it's. This is a picture that made me bring up the comment about the tail. This is not a good picture. I see. I can't put this picture up though. This picture's too.
It is too lewd.
Yeah.
It is too lewd. Okay, here, just put up here's your normal standard picture. Okay.
This is a standard picture.
This is the standard picture.
Okay.
There you go.
Coming right up, boss.
There you go.
Coming right up.
There you go. Listen to this guy. He's so smug. Little does he know that Damona is winning in the poll already. Okay. 65%.
Really?
65% on Damona.
I'm proud of you guys. You guys are.
Listen, you know why? Because they don't care about looks at him. They care about personality. And AOC has got a bad personality.
You really want me to take down? Because I do think this cosplayer has like a really. I mean, her eyes are mesmerized. Her eyes are really. I mean, look, she has a real "I want to have sex with you" look on her face.
Oh, really? Who, AOC?
Well, no. Does
why do you have this? Why is there a picture of AOC with her tongue out? What is this even from?
This is the AOC picture.
Why did you have that? Wait, did you just self-report? Why did you have that AOC picture like saved on your computer already? I don't even know what to Google to find that.
Someone I think Cullivar messaged it me.
Oh yeah, sure he did. Sure he did.
Cullivar messaged me.
Yeah, sure he did.
It might not have. It might have been somebody else. AOC sent me this.
Did you just self-report, Adam? This is part of your AOC.
What are you talking about?
This is part of your AOC folder. Because listen, I just Google searched AOC tongue out, and that picture is not showing up. I don't even know what you Googled to find that picture.
I Googled AOC Damona sex challenge.
No, that is not. No. No.
This is the picture that came up.
No.
Sitch. This is the picture. This is the picture that popped up on the internet.com, okay? Please.
Adam opened up his AOC folder computer and was like, let me see which picture to pull from my 100 AOC pictures I have saved according to categories. Okay, we got mouth open, mouth closed, crazy eyes, not crazy eyes.
Oh my God, that's so
business
funny.
suits, casual Friday. He's got all sorts of categories.
I feel
glasses, not glasses.
I feel like I should at least try to defend myself from these spurious accusations.
I mean, you can try, but it's not gonna,
okay, listen. I'll tell you exactly what
work.
happened.
Okay.
One of our fans,
Yes.
very, very avid listener of the show, messaged me.
Yes.
And said, here are some pictures of AOC. I would like you to show on the show.
Yeah. I don't think that happened.
They didn't
I don't
say
believe that
Okay,
happened.
that was a lie. That was not true. Okay, that part was not true. Okay, I'm coming clean. I'm coming clean. I'm coming clean. Okay, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth now. Okay, even though I'm an atheist, I am going to tell you the God's honest truth.
Okay.
They messaged me and said, "Here, Adam. Here are some AOC pictures for your spank bank." And I said, "Listen, I don't have an AOC spank bank, okay? But I did save them just in our regular folder, our regular show folder, just because I thought, okay, these are funny pictures. This might come up in the show.
Yeah,
it might be fun to have." And I saved them. It's totally innocent. Okay?
Who? I want names. Name some names. If this is a true story, name names.
I'll name names. I will. I'm going back to my DMs now. Okay.
Look at this. CT's such a good friend. She's trying to take the bullet for you.
Right.
She's trying to say she sent you the picture. Look at this. See, here's like the comic. It's like Adam's self-reporting his perversion, and CT's like jumping in front of it, like, no.
Look at this. Okay.
I know that's not true. CT.
So Noreen, look, I told you guys.
I don't believe you.
I told you I was going to tell you the truth. Okay.
No, this is
A-Team never lies. We have a impeccable track record.
I thought you said A-Team doesn't share the DMs. You're about to name someone to save your own reputation.
Listen, you've got me in an impossible situation here. Okay.
Yes,
I honestly don't think that this is the person's real name. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Yes.
But this profile says gender fluid, non-binary, sock them, they, them, POC, black BLM, socialism rules, with a shitload of fucking roses
emojis
and.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Who is this? I feel like I've seen this Twitter account before.
Abdirham Mohammed.
Oh, that's Abdi Muhammad.
Okay.
Abdi, did you? Listen. I'd actually believe Abdi sent you that picture. Okay, you've convinced me.
Look, Abdi's followed by Stephen Michael Davis, a good friend of mine. Okay.
Are you still in the chat, Abdi?
Okay. So Abdi can
I'd actually
confirm.
listen. I'd actually believe Abdi sent you that picture. I would actually buy that story. Okay.
And I'm paraphrasing because that's now that I have the DMs open, I see. I'm not doxing anyone's DMs here. Okay. They said something to the effect of, "I think you'll like these pictures, Adam. These pictures. It seems like you might be into these pictures." Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I saved them. I mean, who knew? Who knew we were going to have an AOC Demona poll? I mean, these are the perfect pictures for that. Am I wrong?
Oh, that's hilarious. He actually sent me the same picture.
Okay. There you go. What's he saying in your DM?
The context was, he says Adam's fat material.
Oh my God! See, Abdi, what the fuck?
Abdi, you got Adam in trouble. I listen. S-Class approves of this acting. Okay.
This is like, I've been, what do they call it? I've been...
Framed?
Yeah. I've been gay-opt. That's what they call it. I've been set up.
It's not gay-opt because it was for a straight woman, right?
Well, I think
you're hetero-opt.
I think they still call it a gay-opt. But
Oh, okay. So apparently this is a picture of AOC trying the hot chip challenge.
Yes,
there you go. That's why she's holding her tongue out.
Hot pepper challenge or something like that.
Hot.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yes. Yeah. But you got to admit it's funnier not knowing that.
It is funnier. It is funnier.
Right.
He also Abdi sent me a picture of Abby Shapiro. He's like, when I asked if you liked her huge jubas, this is what I meant.
Really? Holy shit.
Thank you, Abdi, you fucking pervert.
Mm-hmm. That's 90% of Abdi's DMs, so.
That's true. Just pictures of like hot chicks.
But I mean, I look. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, listen, I'm a warm-blooded male.
Yeah.
I'll look. Okay.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you.
So the poll sits right now.
Mm-hmm.
Damona is crushing it at 62%.
Yeah.
AOC is losing 38%.
This completely goes against AOC's charge that people have some weird sex obsession with her.
Right. They think a literal demon is hotter
Mm-hmm.
than
than AOC.
Than AOC.
Yeah.
That's true.
Pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
You should tell her to get out of your state. How dare she?
I know. We were watching a video, weren't we? We should probably finish this up.
Yeah, let's do that. Here, get rid of all these weird pictures. Sitch, you get so sidetracked sometimes. I don't know how you do it. Vaush was making a very, very intelligent point. Let's return. Let's return to that point. It was right after the bigot thing.
Right.
This is so telling. It really indicates that they also do not understand or care about or remember any of the shit Jordan Peterson said, because the only thing they're pointing out from his statement is the fact that he cried towards the end. They're not actually pointing out anything he said. Even the whole autonomy requires walls thing was said by Ben Shapiro after Peterson's incoherent rambling. They're not actually pointing to anything Jordan Peterson said. It's just meaningless psychobabble that they listen to.
People are reacting to the most emotional human beings are reacting to the most emotional part of a conversation. That's literally at the end of the conversation where you would write your comments. So it'd be fresh in your mind. And so that's proof that he said nothing of value in the conversation.
I know. This is so disingenuous. I mean,
it's just stupid.
Even
it's just so stupid.
Like you do any video on Jordan Peterson, and there are always people in the comment section that are just like 10 times more informed on Jordan Peterson than me. Like you're just not looking, Vaush. There are literally people in that comment section that could probably teach you a lesson or two about Jordan Peterson.
True.
Yeah.
Someone in chat said the poll is a figurative demon versus a literal demon. There you go. You can try to figure out which one's the figurative and which one's the literal.
Oh, look, I took the pictures down and now AOC is pulled ahead. So
no, she hasn't. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, she's up more.
It's literally the exact same. It's still 62-38.
Oh, I didn't look the first time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she just lost a point. Okay.
There you go.
Orb and think they're smarter for. Yeah, the waiter contributed more, unironically. But he cried, you know. Yeah, like that's the only thing they got from it, you know what I mean? It really does feel deeply almost cult-like. I mean, where, you know, or almost like religious people listening to like a prophet speak in tongues, you know, where they don't actually understand anything being said, but merely the power and the presence of their language. That's what moves them. You know, that's what the feeling that I get from Jordan Peterson. It's not actually about what he says, because he's incomprehensible and brain damaged. It's about the the affect, the experience of hearing his words, you know, which is what people would say about people who spoke in tongues, or, you know, madmen from ye old days who were said as prophets and saints, despite being madmen. It's a common thing, you know.
How common is it? I'm wondering if you can think of anyone that might apply to, Sitch. I'm just curious.
Let me think real hard. Let me think super hard. Someone who the way in which they speak of things is more influential than what they're actually saying. Let me think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's right in front of me, and I don't know why I can't say it. I'm staring right at it. I'm staring right at the name of the person I want to say, and I just can't. My brain just can't put two and two together.
That's because you're an idiot.
I think their name starts with a V. Okay. It's like a V sound.
Yes. It's Vaush. I fooled you, Sitch.
Oh, that's right. Okay. You gave it away. Listen, I was close.
It's Vaush.
I was close. I was so close.
Yeah, of course. Vaush, yeah. All that confident speaking.
But
Vaush, hasn't Vaush pretty much admitted this in just his whole philosophy on rhetoric being more important than anything else? Hasn't he pretty much?
Maybe.
I mean, and he is admitting that this works, even though he doesn't understand that. Best case scenario, you've got an argument and good rhetoric, right?
Sure.
Vaush, rhetoric is, I do believe, superior to. I mean, I agree with what Vaush is saying there. But not having any argument and just rhetoric, sooner or later, is going to fall apart.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking of Vaush. I was thinking of V.
V? What are you talking about? V is the opposite of that.
I know. That was the joke.
V is like... Actually, the funny thing is, I think a lot of people are super annoyed by V's voice, but I find V's voice very endearing.
There you go.
I think it's great. I think it's comedy gold. V has an amazing voice. For YouTube, I mean, we're talking about the same V, right?
Yes.
Look at this Vaush video. It's like, V has like a super high pitched. I mean, it's hard for you hear V's voice for the first time, and you're like, "Is this real? Is this a real voice? What's going on here? Is this a real accent? I'm not familiar with this accent."
There you go. You're so mean, Adam. You're so mean.
I said I liked it. What are you talking about? Okay. Yeah. It's very boring.
In fact, I would go so far as to say that the less comprehensible a person is in these situations.
Did you call me racist?
Yes.
How dare you?
Wait. Vaush is about to self-report. Watch.
Okay.
Being madmen. It's a common thing, you know. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the less comprehensible a person is in these situations, the more idolatrized, the more idolized they're going to be.
Whoops. Is that a self-report or what?
It's totally a self-report.
Yeah.
Because an inability to understand them elevates them above common understanding. Does that make sense? If you can't understand them, you know, it elevates them above the base, the you know, the crass, the craven, the profane. Anyway, I think they're dumb and stupid, and I'm smart, and I think that I'm smarter than them, and they're stupid, I think. But I'm smart, you know, so.
There you go. Wonderful.
Looks like this look on his face right here screams. Are they buying it? Is this working? Is this like, I feel like this is working. Is it working? I'm not sure.
By getting away with it. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird, but somehow I feel like Vaush has read the 48 Laws of Power and memorized that book.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like everything he's talking about just screams 48 Laws of Power. The book that we often talk about how, you know, it's something you want to read, but it's something that you want to use as a weapon against people who might mean to do you harm. But Vaush is obviously like,
right.
I can use this to gain power.
You know what Law 37 is?
What is it?
It's a quote, invite V, then kick him.
Really?
Yeah.
That's literally
that was a quote from Sun Tzu said that.
No.
In the 38 laws of his power. Yes.
Oh my God. Incredible.
We have like 10 seconds left.
So that's good at least. You know, I have that going for me.
Oh, okay. It's over. So here you go, guys. From now, forever. This is how I will conceptualize Vaush.
Vaush. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so bad. Oh, look. Someone did a cover of Purple Rain. Can we listen to it? I don't. It might get in
I wanted
trouble.
to hear it again, but it wasn't working for me.
Really?
There we go. Whatever.
Here, it's not working for me either. Must be too short. I don't know.
Oh, I know. Wait, I can fix this.
Spicoli, you can't fix this.
Here we go.
You can't.
From now, this is Vaush from forever for me.
Oh my God. Sitch, this might be the best thing on the internet.
How old is this? This video is from 2016.
This is amazing. Oh my God, I want to play this game so bad.
It's doom, but everything is Tanala. Look how much health it has.
This could be categorized as torture.
Let's skip to the end. Let's see how it ends.
Oh my God, he's bloody.
There you go, guys.
Amazing.
There you go.
Amazing. Woo.
Become the Knight for $20. Thanks, Become the Knight. Says, does Vaush's video technically count as transformative at this point? Does decontextualizing for systemic lying count as fair use? It's a great question. I don't think it should.
No.
I don't think it should.
Yeah.
I think Vaush is not only engaged in systemic lying, but he's engaged in systemic piracy.
Yeah. Systemic copyright infringement.
Yep. Systemic copyright infringement. Wow. He's hitting all the bad systems of systemicnism. He's hitting them all. Anyways.
Oh, is that it?
Are we gonna stream on Tuesday?
Of course.
Okay.
Unless you want to like power through super chat.
Well, there's also I haven't watched it, so maybe we'll do the rest of super chats and watch this video on Tuesday. There's a Hassan video reacting to the same conversation.
For like 8 hours on Tuesday, though.
There's a Hassan video reacting to the same conversation. Or no, it's a different part of the same conversation.
I can't remember how I ended up streaming for 8 hours on last Tuesday.
Okay. Well, listen.
I was dying.
Yeah, you were. Listen, we'll be smart on Tuesday. We'll do the super chat stuff first. And then if we're going to watch a video or something, we'll do that. So then we can just tap out one after.
Now I feel pretty good right now.
Okay.
Are we done with $20 super chats? Like you literally kept up the whole time?
Yeah, we're done with $20 up super chats, I believe.
Wowzers.
Right. Here's an important $1 super chat that Adam will want to know for Monday. Okay. Oh wait, whoops.
Tomorrow's Monday, correct?
Tomorrow is Monday.
Okay.
Today is Monday for me, actually.
What's the day after that?
Tuesday.
Okay.
It's the day after.
Good to know.
Dirk Humor for $1 says, Psst, Adam, there's an adult film star that looks like AOC.
No way.
Her name is Vienna Black. Just remember that Jesus is watching.
Oh my God.
There you go, Adam.
I'm definitely not. I'm Just so you know, I'm blocking that out of my memory. Okay.
Like,
Vienna,
definitely not going to
I'm
look
not
that
going to
up.
remember Vienna block, no matter what.
Right. Well, it's good because you already said her name incorrectly.
Okay,
so I
good.
guess you won't.
Yeah.
Right.
Good.
Immediately as the stream ends, I was like, Sitch, what was that person's name?
I'm pretty sure I could put in Vienna block and
okay.
Google probably
Find
figure it out
something.
for me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. AOC pulled up. It's 60-40 now. She's pulled up a little bit. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
She's caught up a little bit. Just a little bit.
Of course.
Just a little bit.
I was looking for the logo, but I found the Sammy G box opening one last time.
Yeah. Show that. You can show that. And you can show CT wants us to show her horrible fucking fur bait. Oh my god. CT made something fucking cursed.
Show a couple pieces of art. How many people are watching right now?
There's a lot of art. So I can't show them all, but
well, I feel like a chainsaw railgun I have on my computer already because they DM'd me this. Or no, they sent it to me just on Twitter. Chainsaw railgun.
Right.
Which I don't know how that works, but this is pretty cool. It's the pop version of Sitch here and the soda version.
I said, he said, one of my New Year's resolution was to start drawing more, so I decided to draw my two favorite elephant herders, Sitch and Adam. There you go. You got Sitch, and I said you got evil Sitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, inverse Sitch.
I did not even know that you could jet ski behind an elephant, but that's amazing.
There you go.
Yeah.
He said, I'm calling him Asp Sitch. And he has a picture from, that's pretty funny, from Cuphead with the devil. He says, but I see you've got my free will contracts as agreed. Hand them over and join my team. And the devil asks for you to hand over your free will. Just say no.
How are you getting all the artwork? So before we go, I have 3 more pieces of artwork that I would like to show. One, well, all of them are completely amazing.
Okay,
but one is Sammy G.
The comic.
He did a little comic here of Sitch.
That fucking comic that she did. That bullying comic that I reported Twitter for bullying.
Yes, supposedly. I'm skeptical of that. We have Sitch here. All maniacal on Twitter talking. What were you even tweeting?
The context was in response to Sammy posting the video of her opening the Sitch boxes and all the hay nows. Okay. I replied to that with the quote of Anakin from Star Wars Return of the Sith or Revenge of the Sith saying, "You underestimate my power." Okay, remember that scene? He's like on the lava. He's fighting with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, look, she's even got you in the lava.
Yeah,
I'm so powerful. Me, little baby Sitch, little chibi Sitch. I'm so powerful.
And Sammy says, "That's nice, Sitchy." Pat, 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 and I'm like, Sitchy. It's good to have dreams of being big and strong. The condescension.
I have power. A lot of it too. She says, and then look, this last frame. I want to use this last frame in the thumbnail for the science debate.
We're not doing that.
Well, I think we should.
No.
Look at this. Look,
the last frame.
She's completely captured your expression here.
Then will you use that power to upload videos on your main channel? Police, I'd like to report an internet murder.
No. I know.
God damn.
Is your main channel? I mean, it's pretty much abandoned property now, isn't it? I mean, someone else.
Your Sammy's still here.
Someone else could just move in there.
Fuck you, Sammy.
How
dare you? How dare you murder me live on Twitter? All right, I don't appreciate this.
I mean, you appear in my Thursday stream chat under this channel. Like you don't even appear under your main channel.
I don't switch the thing.
Oh my god, it is abandoned.
No, it's not.
It's completely abandoned.
Stop it. Stop it.
I mean, I log
yes,
into
Sam.
my...
Sammy says shit's fired. That's right. Shit's fired. Stop firing your shit at me, Sam.
Oh yeah, this is epic. This is an epic own. This is like Medicare levels of ownage right here. This is like...
Listen, it hurts my feelings. Okay, I'm gonna go cry now. For real. I'm gonna go make that comic a reality. I'm gonna go cry in the corner.
You can't make... Come on, you can say listen all you want. You can't make this go away. This is real.
Okay, listen.
This is your cuck moment.
When I upload my video, the new video for the year onto my main channel, I'm gonna put this comic up.
Oh my god, yes.
Rub it in everyone's face.
Oh, you just used that first frame for the thumbnail, and you're golden. Look,
there you go.
You underestimate my power. That's like the thumbnail.
That's the thumbnail. Yep.
I don't know. What's the video about though?
Somebody said something that I said I'm not mean enough to do this. They said I should have uploaded a video on New Year's. That was like a video for the new year.
Oh my god, I know.
And it's just like a fake video. It's just like 20 minutes of still picture or something.
Oh my god, that would be painful.
That's too mean. That was too mean. Okay.
Oh god, I think okay. Do I have this correct? I think
you will believe it, Sammy. I will. Listen, Sammy's over here taunting me. She doesn't understand. This is my supervillain origin story. You're all participating in the PSA Sitch supervillain origin story. You're all laughing.
We want a Sitch video. What the fuck?
We're all laughing now. But when I've entrapped the entire world, when I've strapped every living soul to a chair and forced them to watch my new video, you won't be laughing then.
Sometimes I go back and I watch old Sitch videos.
Yes.
And I think, boy, Sitch made great videos.
I'm so glad you're like, let's end the stream. I want to show this art first.
No, I know. Oh, I have 2 more pieces of art. Vincent
Oh my
Tundo
god.
has a piece of art here. That can we show this? I'm skeptical. The Pikachu?
The worst piece of art. The literal worst piece of Sitch and Adam art ever created.
No, I know. It's awful.
Yes.
But we should show it, right? We can.
We should.
Okay, here it is.
We should.
Boom. Now, this looks to be Florida. You can tell because it's like a strip club or something. I'm not sure.
They don't have strip clubs anywhere else but Florida?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you're at a strip club, you know you're in Florida. That's just how.
Okay.
That's how life works.
Look at this. This is like the most degenerate.
I know. I can't show this for too long. Okay, I have to take
ever
it down
constructed.
Now. But
okay.
I'm just.
We have a fat-assed Sitch Pikachu at a strip club shaking its ass, and you have Adam. He's got the money. He's got the MMT money gun, and he's shooting money at me. He's taking a video of it. This is like the most horrible thing I've ever seen in my life.
We have to clip this. Okay, this is gonna get us in trouble.
This is the worst thing
Vincent,
ever.
why are you doing this to us?
Vincent, what the fuck even inspired this travesty?
Okay. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Oh
why?
My god.
Why would you do this?
I didn't know. I didn't know you felt this way about me, Sitch, but
God.
If you look very closely at the buttocks.
I know there's an A-team heart tattoo on the butt.
Tattoo.
There's an A-team heart butt tattoo.
That's sweet. Okay, that was
I think you should use as your avatar that picture of you shooting the money. It's pretty good. Whenever you talk about MMT, you should put that in the thumbnail.
Oh my god, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Whenever I tweet about MMT, I should be like, here it is. Look, here's my moneymaker going burr.
Yep.
Okay, we have
I don't listen. There's no except for the Adam with the money gun. That's the only part of the picture that makes sense. Why am I Pikachu? Why am I Pikachu in a strip club with a fat ass? I don't know. I don't know any of the answers to
That's
these
what's
questions.
That's the beauty of it, Sitch. That's the fucking beauty of it. It's like a David Lynch movie. You just soak it in.
I see.
You just enjoy. Come on, don't overthink it.
I see.
It's great. Thank you, Vincent. That was an amazing piece of art. We have one more piece of art.
There's two more pieces of art.
Well, what? I mean, I was only going to show one, but what do you want to? What's the other one you want to show?
There's the Sitch picture, and there's the where is it?
The CT one was the only one I was going to show.
And the Asif Artsy picture
Asif Artsy
of us as lords.
Did you send that one?
I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
He tagged you on Twitter, but I'll send it to you.
He did.
Yes.
Okay.
But you can put up the CT one first.
The CT one is fucking great. I laughed so hard when I saw this. Okay. Evidently Doomer said, CT, I really need to get a piece of this NFT fucking. I really need to get a piece of this NFT action, man. Everyone's getting fucking rich but me, Doomer. What can you do? Help me out, CT. And she made Doomer, the fucking stoat Doomer, with his gay ass monocle.
Oh, okay. There's two CT pictures. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is fucking epic.
That's a funny picture.
This is epic. I got it. How do I own this NFT, man? I'm not in the NFT game, but I want to be. Are you telling me I can own this? I want to own it where I can turn the right click off, though. That's the way I want to own it where. I want to own it where you right click on it and a little box pops up that says, fuck you. That's what I want. That's what I want. Is that doable? Can you do that? Can I do that on the blockchain?
I don't think that's a thing.
Tell me I can do that on the blockchain.
I don't think you can do that.
That would be epic. You got to admit, Sitch.
No, I don't think that's doable. Right. That would be funny. Whenever you tried to right click it, it just said, no, not today. Okay.
How about this? When you right click on it, it erases your whole hard drive. Too much? Too far?
Too much.
Okay.
Too much.
Okay.
Too much.
All right. One more picture. Which one? What one do you want?
There's two more pictures.
Only one. You can only pick one.
There's two more pictures.
Two more?
Yes.
Oh shit! I just right clicked and my whole hard drive got erased.
No. There's two more pictures. This is your fault.
This is never my fault.
Okay. I want to do the art on Tuesday, but you're like, no, we're doing it right.
Well, usually we have a bigger audience on Sunday, so I feel like the artists.
That's true.
They want to be in front of the bigger audience, so we should at least show the like super epic ones to encourage people to like do super.
They're all super epic. Okay.
I'm thinking maybe like $1,000 for this NFT here. I'm willing to part with some money, some real money. Look at this. This is Doomer's first NFT. You don't want a piece of that action? I could turn around and sell this back to Doomer for like $1,500. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, actually, there's three more.
No,
there's only three more.
There's only
three more. Yes.
No, Adam's tired. I'm really old.
Stop being a baby.
I'm old and I'm getting tired. And AOC is catching up in the poll.
So put up
like crazy.
Put up this. Yeah, so there you go. The longer we talk. Listen, look at this. What's happening? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Somebody is fucking with the poll.
No.
AOC's jumped like 10 points.
We have
like 10 minutes.
We have literally a 5-point spread. It looks like a 10-point spread, but it's really just 5 points.
Guys, I'm so disgusted. I was so happy with the chat. I was so proud of you guys. Okay. Picking Damona over AOC. And now it's just pathetic. Now it's just pathetic.
Maybe
who are these simps clicking for AOC? Who did this?
Maybe I should.
What's going on here? Somebody's
bring
cheating.
up the AOC picture again, just so you guys know.
Somebody's cheating.
What you're up against?
No. You're bitching. You're like, I want to go. Okay, let's bring up.
I'm tired. I want to quit streaming.
So let's bring up the remaining picture.
This happens every time. Like I'm ready to quit streaming. I'm like, God, fuck, I can't go for another 10 minutes.
So
And
bring
then
up.
I
bring
get
it
off,
up.
and like 15 minutes later, I'm like, oh shit.
Bring it up.
I'm bored.
Bring it up.
I wonder if
Bring
Sitch
it
wants
up.
to. I wonder if Sitch wants to do
Bring
another
it
live
up.
stream.
I sent it to you.
Which one do you want?
Bring up the CT,
The Furby?
terrible CT travesty. Okay.
Which one is the CT travesty?
The Furby. Yes, the Furby.
CT did that?
CT did the horrible Furby. Yes.
This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. This is fucking awful. This isn't art, man. This is like, if this was an NFT, like you would literally have to pay people to look at it.
Right, exactly. It's a reverse NFT.
Yeah. No one's gonna CT.
Yeah.
This is Sitch as a fur baby?
A fur baby. No, that's racist. A Furby.
A Furby.
CT says, we all know Sitch loves Furby, so I drew him as one. You're welcome. You're all welcome.
Ugh. Can I take
And
it
I
off
said-
now, or is it?
I
I have
said-
to look at it longer.
I said, you look at this and tell me there's a God.
Yeah.
Look at this horrible fucking thing.
Yeah.
Why would you do this, CT? Why would you do this?
I actually didn't have depression until I saw this picture. Now I do. Now I'm confident that I have depression.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I need like medication. I need to see a doctor after this shit.
I actually like the usual suspect
Mm-hmm.
or usual skeptic on Twitter. He had the best comment. This is the caption for this picture. It
Mm-hmm.
says, without evil, how can you know what good is?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
There you go.
Wow. Okay.
That's the caption for this picture. It's deep. It's deep.
Well, CT should be happy that I had no idea that she did this, because I thought there's no way CT would do something as abominable as this. Like, CT is a very talented artist, and this is just, I mean, this is like a car accident. This is the kind of thing that.
Do you know what that Furby, the Sitch Furby sounds like?
Oh shit! No. Oh my god. No. Oh, it's terrible.
You hear that in the middle of the night, you're sleeping. You hear that, fucking.
I'm going back to my $1,000 Doomer NFT.
There you go.
Oh, he looks so cool.
Matt from Tinder voted for AOC because he thought Demona was Demon Mama. Oh, you fool. You fool. You fool. Okay, and then
AOC's gonna pull last one here, right? This is it.
there's two Asafarsi pictures.
What?
Yes.
I don't see him in the DMs.
I'll show you.
No, you won't.
I will.
I'm gonna scroll back up in the DMs.
Oh, I guess actually we can't do the second. The second one's a GIF, so I guess I'll have to download it and send it to you because I don't know if he sent it to you. It's you and Aiden arguing about monarchy. Did he send you that GIF? It's kind of funny.
But it's okay.
Well,
We'll do it on Tuesday.
Right, because I can't download it from Twitter, unfortunately.
But
I don't think you. Is there any way to download a GIF from a Twitter DM?
No, it's ridiculous.
I don't think
AOC
it's possible.
46% honing in.
So, did you put up the picture?
I'm fixing to.
You put up. Stop fixing to, and do.
I'm fixing.
Okay.
It.
Stop fixing to and doing it.
Okay.
Partner, buddy.
Oh, wait a second. That's a picture of Lindsay Ellis looking like my ex-girlfriend. That's the wrong one. What? I fucked up. Hold on. Let me get the right one here.
Adam.
I'm in the wrong folder here. Let me look here. Oh, wait. No, that's Sitch looking like a sexy Sitch Chan. An amazing sexy. That's Sammy G's. No, hold on.
There you go.
Wrong one. So
who's spiking this poll? Okay.
I got the wrong
I'm
one.
disappointed.
Oh, yeah, 46.
Listen, we had a nice, it was like 60, 63 to like 38. It was great. It was great. Listen, Adam with like 5 seconds ago was like, Sitch, I don't want to show any more art because I'm so tired.
I'm
now he's
exhausted.
He's not even putting up the last picture.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed
He's
to put
just
it
fucking around.
Here we go. Oh wait, no, that's one more of AOC doing the challenge.
See? He's just fucking
around.
around.
I forgot. I never read these comments.
That's true.
Here we go. Okay, there. I'm taking these down. Okay, I'm serious now. Here it is. Boom. Now this is Sitch and I both wearing, it looks like ladies' lingerie. And CT.
We're wearing kilts.
Looks like she's in a jumper. Oh wait, this is us in Scotland on our land. Holy shit.
CT with her favorite Scottish lords, who for some odd reason speak in British accents, Sitch and Adam.
Look at that.
I think Adam is henceforth culturally obliged to switch from harmonica to bagpipes. With great responsibility comes great foolishness.
Well, I do
there
love
you go.
This. I do love this.
There's me and Adam on our 1 square foot of lordships and lords of Glencoe in Scotland.
Yeah, and you notice how my castle is made of gold and Sitch's castle is made of lead. That's very
no. My castle is made of platinum.
No, that's lead.
That's platinum. Okay, lead is like a dull gray. That's a light silver platinum color. It's like a white gold.
Platinum kind of has like a yellowish hue to it, like a.
I see.
That's
no, it doesn't.
Lead.
What? Platinum doesn't have a yellow. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Platinum does not have a
white.
Do you know what platinum looks like?
Yes, I have.
It does not have a yellowish hue. You're insane.
Okay.
Platinum looks almost identical to white gold. Okay. Yeah, totally. And it looks very close to silver.
That's almost what I said.
Okay, that's not what you said.
So it looks like we're gonna have to end it here. AOC, strong showing, but no.
Well, okay, here's the problem. Here's why we were doing
for second place.
Listen, here's why we were doing British accents. I don't know what a posh Scottish accent sounds like. Okay. I mean, I could be like, I don't even know if I can do like a good Scottish accent, like Jack and the Scotsman. Aye, lad.
Aye, mate.
You be getting off my. See, it becomes a pirate. Whenever I try to do Scottish, it just becomes a pirate for some reason. I can't do it. I can't do it. So I'm so sorry to all these Scots out there. Okay.
You'll be getting off me land, matey.
See, it's just a pirate sound.
How dare you? How dare you come on my square foot?
Your mother's a whore. Now, if I can do like the Sean Connery Celebrity Jeopardy impression, I guess that counts.
Yeah, you gotta listen ahead of time.
Yes, you do.
Oh my God.
I fucked your mother, Alex. Ho, 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 ho. The penis is mightier.
I couldn't even play the harmonica on the last stream because I was dying so much.
That's right. That's right.
Get a little sip of water. Here we go. Thank
That's
you
right.
all.
You know, guys,
thank you
in
all
case you
for
forgot, me and Adam are officially lords. Okay. Yeah. And so I expect every single one of you, you didn't do it. I expect every single one of you, when you address us, you have to say Lord Sitch and Lord Adam. Okay. You have to say, my lords. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for your incredibly generous art. And
except for Sammy G.
I was going to say an opposite thank you to Sammy G and CT for Sammy for making her bullying art and CT for making her horrifying art. An opposite thank you. I unthank both of you. Okay. Thank you all for coming with us on this journey, making it to the end of this video, watching Vaush stumble and bumble and Tim Allen his way through a conversation between Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. And thank you, Vaush. Thank you, Vaush, for your for continuing to make bad content that we can mock on stream. We'll see you all on Tuesday, and I hope you all Have a pleasant tomorrow. Until then.
Bye-bye!
Suspenseful.
I know. I got to keep them guessing.
There you go.